Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Well, good morning to everyone in Geneva and those watching online. Welcome to the 18th UNEP Global Roundtable. My name is Mustafa Chowdhury. I co-lead the communications at UNEP. I'll be your Master of Ceremonies. We're really excited to bring our flagship event back to Geneva after 30 years. No, I was not responsible 30 years ago, but I heard it was excellent. We've had over 2,500 registrations for virtual as well as in-person participation. We have over 35 sessions, 120 plus speakers across the next 2 days. We're really excited to be partnering with Building Bridges for this event, but let's start with a few housekeeping rules. So you can find the most up-to-date version of the agenda on www.unepify.org/agenda. You can also find the agenda on the Building Bridges app, details of which you can find across the venue, but you can also go to your app stores and look for BB Connect. Wi-Fi passwords are on the back of your badges, but if you would like to connect your laptop, you can use CONF 2024 with a capital C. So that's CONF with a capital C 2024. You're of course welcome to join any of the events happening around the building. There's about 7-8 sessions happening at one time, so please feel free to look at the app as well to look at what sessions you would like to attend. Just a reminder, after lunch we will split into 2 rooms. This is room D. Room C is directly below us on the ground floor. So have a look at the agenda on unepify.org/agenda, see what sessions you'd like to attend. The agenda does show what locations the sessions are taking place in. And finally, please amplify the GRT on social media using hashtag GRT2024. I would like to thank our sponsors as well. Our gold sponsor, S&P Global. Silver sponsors, Axis Bank, Sun Life, and Societe Generale. Bronze sponsors, Texel, Beneva, Siemens, SAP Pioneer, Frontiers Research Foundation, MSCI, and FSD Africa. There's also a cocktail reception tomorrow happening at the end of the day to close the GRT, hosted by Frontiers Research Foundation, where I hope you will join me for a cocktail, maybe some gossip, let's see. A big thank you to our partners as well, of course, Building Bridges, but then our supporters, Climate Action, Chartered Banker, European Banking Federation, and the PRI. Now, we have a really packed agenda over the next couple of days. This morning, we will look at how banking and insurance industries are aligning with and championing the achievement of global goals, how they're shifting economies, engaging clients, setting targets. We'll also hear about how the financial system can support the finance industry, act on climate action, nature, pollution. We'll also hear from several inspiring women leaders this morning about how we can drive up ambition on climate, nature, and pollution, and what role the finance sector can play. We'll actually hear from a lot of women leaders throughout the event. Over 60% of our speakers are female, showing women are really leading the way when it comes to creating a sustainable future. So with that, our next session is with a very inspiring woman leader. I'd like to call on stage Eric Usher, not a woman leader, but Eric will facilitate a dialogue with Inger Anderson, Executive Director of UNEP and Under-Secretary General of the United Nations. Eric, over to you.
Wonderful. Thanks very much, Mustafa. And good morning, everyone. Great to be with you. Great to be partnering with Building Bridges. And now to get the full UNEP Global Roundtable underway. Very excited, everyone in the room, everyone online. We have a packed agenda, as Mustafa has listed. And we thought the best way is to start up is to review a very busy number of months, starting with the UN General Assembly and Climate Week in New York, followed by the biodiversity and the climate COPs. We have the INC 5 on plastics, which has just ended. And actually right now, today, we have the CCD COP on desertification, which is underway. So a lot of focus across these intergovernmental discussions has been on ambition. Whether at the state level, sector level, or individual level, a topic we hope to focus on a lot over the next couple days. And we thought there was no better way to get started than to speak to the one who is actually within the UN system is responsible for essentially these processes and driving them forward. And so with that, very, very excited to welcome Inger Andersen, UN Undersecretary General and UNEP Executive Director. Do we have Inger up on screen? There we are. Good morning. Good morning, Inger. Wonderful to see you. Wonderful for you to be with us virtually is a mode that we are more and more getting used to, although it's a real pleasure to also be physically in the room with the sustainable finance community. Let's start off talking about climate and to be quite to cut to the chase. The question is, are country ambitions where they need to be in 2024? Okay, thank you, Inger. Every fraction of the degree matters, and I think for those sitting in the room and for the sustainability and finance community globally, the focus needs to be working with governments to send the right signals to raise ambition. The solutions are there, but the ambition maybe today is not where it needs to be. Let's move, Inger, to the CBD Nature COP16, which also ended a few weeks ago. And we are going to be covering in the next couple of days a lot about how the finance industry can take ambitious action on nature and biodiversity loss. How do we really move to action on the nature agenda? Where are things at from the UN perspective? Okay, so climate, nature. There's also the recent adoption of the global framework on chemicals, and now also the plastics instrument under the negotiation. What about plastics? Where have the negotiations paused? But where is the ambition at for the work to continue? Wonderful. Okay, so you've covered the range of the agreements, but to end off, what's the role of the finance sector? Can you leave us with some challenges?
First of all, I mean, finance makes the world go round, and so let's just understand that finance is pulling in many places in absolutely the right directions. Can we accelerate that direction? The investments into renewable, the investments into green biodiversity, the investment into clean and non-chemical pollution, and so on and so forth. So finance can be this opener of the road, or frankly, taking us down the wrong path. Said Europe is opener of prosperous equity and sustainable growth. And that's really why this forum is so important. I think the three asks that I would have, and I know it's onerous and that some smaller financial houses are finding it hard, but let's be transparent. Let's really disclose on all the levels. And I know we are thinking, and I know that there are too many frameworks, and there's some homework to be done there. But sustainability risks to your business, yes, but also frankly to planet Earth and of course to the social system that we live in. So I think disclosure and transparency is one thing. But secondly, as it becomes easier, say climate, to align investment portfolios with the global objectives, as that becomes more there are more frameworks that will allow you to do so. Lean into that space, and that's where what does decarbonization look like? What is that track that you could establish for your business and hold yourself to account on? And how can you, in the nature setting, be nature positive? And finally, I would say that the science of this is complicated. There's a lot of greenwashing that will be attempted in all sectors, and so yes, also in the finance sector. So understanding the science behind this really matters, so that you can use that science as the pathfinder for the way that we're going. And I think that will, if you base your business on, and your investments on the science, then that will really enable us to one see the sustainability pathway, but frankly also bring in long-term growth. Now, it is difficult because the short-termism still prevails in the financial sector, of course, but it is that longer-term vision that we will all need to have, because if we don't, the science tells us that a 2 or 3 degree world, which is where we are heading now, is an unsustainable world. It's a world where all of these businesses that today we invest in, be they sustainable or not, will not become viable. And so it's really about embracing that future in the businesses, in the communities where you are. And so that would be my challenge to the financial sector: transparency, alignment, and getting the science and getting that science clearly understood and aligned in that way.
Great. UN Under Secretary General Inger Andersen, thank you very much. You've set the triple challenge for us to deal with the triple planetary crisis. So thank you very much for your time today, and let's start to break into these discussions, break them down, and make them actionable for everyone in the room and beyond. Thank you very much, Inger.
Thank you very much, Inger, for inspiring us. An additional technical challenge on top of the 3 challenges Inger set. Unfortunately, on the live stream, the audio wasn't very clear. We are looking into it, but hopefully after this, we should be able to fix the audio on the live stream. So apologies for those watching online. So just want to thank Inger again for inspiring us and showing us that we can demonstrate and build on ambitions across climate, nature, and pollution. And thank you, Eric, as well, for facilitating that dialogue. It's an important reminder from Inger that emissions must come down 7.5% annually for us to achieve 1.5 goals and alignment with the Paris Agreement. And I look forward to many conversations on how we can achieve that. But speaking of the Paris Agreement, I'd now like to introduce a quick message from Christiana Figueres, former Executive Secretary of UNFCCC and architect of the Paris Agreement. Christiana is founder of Global Optimism and has been a very active participant and supporter of the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance and the Principles for Responsible Banking, amongst others. Let's hear from Christiana.
Hello, friends. I'm excited to reach out to you regarding UNEP FI's Global Roundtable in December, which will bring together leading investors who are situated to accelerate the transition to a thriving and resilient planet for all. Now, some of you have managed to not only conquer much heretofore unknown territory, but even to set the gold standard for other parts of the finance sector for whom you are the light at the top of the hill. That is especially true for those of you who are members of the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance. That is to be celebrated and emulated. But as we know, once one mountain is conquered, the next ones arise on the horizon. Many of you have decisively contributed to keeping the ceiling of 1.5 degrees within the scope of the possible. In order for the finance sector as a whole to continue to keep 1.5 alive, that roundtable must address at least two challenges. The first is the urgent need to take finance sector deforestation action fully mainstream, so as to enable the global stocktake goal of reversing deforestation and ecosystem conversion by 2030. Because we know that biodiversity stability is fundamental to financial stability. And the second challenge is the imperative for financial institutions to scale investment in climate solutions across the global south, recognizing that there is no net zero or anything even close to 1.5 degrees without a truly global transition, which therefore encompasses emerging markets and developing countries. It is clear that there is much more you can do to make progress on both of these challenges. Leading investors have demonstrated that tackling deforestation and scaling climate solutions in the global south are doable, and it's urgent to take action now. However, at the same time, it is also clear that as investors, you cannot fully deliver the solutions to these challenges and other elements of the transition to net zero without the necessary enabling policy. By taking action and demonstrating progress, you can approach governments with more of a voice of authority and respect to catalyze the evolution of the policy environment that is conducive to achieving those goals. In fact, I would argue you are exceptionally well placed to model effective collaboration between governments and the financial sector. That invitation, or rather that challenge, ought to help frame the issues and solutions that you focus on throughout the roundtable. I wish you a very productive time together, and I look forward to learning of the outcomes of your discussions and deliberations. Thanks.
Thank you, Christiana. I don't think she can hear me, but thank you for inspiring us as always and challenging us as always. Fun fact, it was in this exact room in 2017 during the UNEP FI Regional Roundtable for Europe that Christiana challenged the banking industry to launch the Principles for Responsible Banking. And here we are 7 years later. So throughout 2024, UNEP FI members have demonstrated a really strong commitment to addressing global challenges, advancing sustainable finance, and really laying the groundwork for a more resilient and inclusive future. Our membership expanded significantly, now encompassing over 550 banks and insurers, collectively representing over $125 trillion in assets. The Principles for Responsible Banking, the premier sustainable banking framework, marked its 5th anniversary this year and now includes over 50% of global banking assets. These are over 350 banks that have dedicated to aligning their practices with the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the Paris Climate Agreement. The Principles for Sustainable Insurance has also grown significantly since launch in 2012. It's grown to over 170 insurance companies and over 110 supporting institutions. This is the global framework for the insurance industry to address environmental, social, and governance risks and opportunities. With that, I'd like to introduce our next panel, consisting of several leaders from banking and insurance industries. Moderating this session will be Liesel van Ast, Deputy Head of UNEP FI. Whilst the panelists take to the stage, as I invite them on now, I'd like to highlight who they are. We have Jean-François Chalifou from Beneva, Canada. They are a member of the Principles for Sustainable Insurance. We have Patty Karahe Martin Nemebri from Namibia. Patty is co-chair of our Global Steering Committee, UNEP FI's main governance body. Namibri are also PSI signatories. Patrick Odier, Lombard Odier Group, and chair of Building Bridges. Lombard Odier are a Principles for Responsible Banking signatory, and Patrick, of course, also chairs Building Bridges. Ralph Opara, Axis Bank. Axis Bank are founding signatories to the Principles for Responsible Banking. Liesel, over to you.
Thank you, Mustafa, and welcome, everyone. Clearly, responsible banking and sustainable insurance have a critical role to play in financing for sustainable development. And there's nothing more than climate change, the inequality, nature loss, more important to address through financing. And with the Principles for Responsible Banking and Principles for Sustainable Insurance, we have global frameworks for the banking and insurance industries to support the transition to a just, sustainable, resilient economy. So I think we can dive straight in today. I would like to hear from each of you as leaders in sustainable finance. Could you just explain why is sustainability important to you and how are you driving change through your actions? I think, Patty, please, over to you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Yes, sustainable insurance or sustainable finance is absolutely key, and especially taking into account where I'm coming as a reinsurer, that is, if we, as in the insurance sector, do not start to align with sustainable insurance or sustainable banking, we will definitely be caught up. We have heard today quite a lot of times as to why this should be happening, that it is a must. We don't have much more time, and taking into account the different perils that are increasing, and also taking into account where I'm coming from Africa. It's there. The perils are happening so often that we in the insurance space and reinsurance space, if we don't put in measures, we will definitely become uninsurable. We will be without our future or our businesses. So what do I do as a responsible citizen? What we have done from the African context, we have started with an initiative called the Nairobi Declaration, which is also, we initially started it in collaboration with the UNEP FI, PSI 4th African Initiative, where 8 of us reinsurance founders came together, and we started with this initiative of working with the UNEP FI. And today we can proudly say in over 5 years we've grown to 225 insurance, reinsurers, and intermediaries. Yeah.
Thanks, Patty. Patrick, you work in a very different market. So how do you see the sustainable finance agenda and what are you doing?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. I think first and foremost, we have engaged into sustainable finance and investing as a fiduciary duty to our clients. That's probably the simplest way to say it. We consider that the transformation of industries worldwide, the transformation of the global economic model is ongoing, and that we have to understand its consequences, not only from a risk point of view, but also from an opportunity point of view. Both sides, of course, do have an impact, a direct impact on the portfolios of our clients, as we do act as investment managers and advisors. And in this respect, we're as interested in benefiting from these innovative trends that are taking place to transform whatever whatever sector, whatever industry today, as we are interested in making sure we don't get portfolios that are perhaps subject to a future stranded asset. So that's the reason why we engaged, and the way we've done that is by trying to define not what is a good or a bad industry or what is a good or a bad company, and trying to avoid the typical taxonomy pitfalls, but to try to define very early in our activities and developments the notion of transition. How do you measure the journey that the sector has to go through, and how do you measure vis-a-vis or compared to this sectorial journey, how do you measure the performance of individual companies you want to overweight or to underweight? And I'm saying this because I just want to answer the question of excluding immediately. Overweighting and perhaps underweighting is probably, to our knowledge, the best way to encourage capital to flow in the right direction and accelerate the transition. We have been doing that by not only analyzing the models, but also developing methodologies alongside the TSFD portfolio alignment team. We have developed some measurement that would contribute to better understand the contribution of each companies we wanted to choose in the portfolio in terms of elevation or reducing temperature. And I think this has led us to be probably at the forefront of measuring impact of our approach a bit differently from the rest of the world. And this is also why Switzerland has actually, not because of us only, but has also introduced this notion of Swiss score, which differentiates itself quite pragmatically from the very theoretical usual taxonomies, i.e. we are one of the only countries that, I think, one of the only countries that measures really the progression of the sustainability of the portfolios. And the reason why we want to do that is to offer a tool to our peers, to the industry, so that they can allocate their portfolio in the right direction.
Thank you, Patrick. Transition and impact, of course, critical and also an important part of implementing the principles for responsible banking. So, Rolf, from Access Bank's point of view, how have you been driving action and why?
Okay, thank you for that. At Access Bank, we see sustainability as a moral right and a moral obligation in terms of influencing the environment around us. As the largest bank in Nigeria and a leading financial institution in Africa, we believe that we have the necessary influence to effect change. Typically, what we've done is, of course, adopt the principles in responsible banking as a framework towards repurposing our portfolio towards creating sustainability-linked loans that can support renewable energy, inclusion, and green finance. As you know, at Access Bank, we are the first bank to issue a CBI-certified green bond, which was fully subscribed, with the proceeds going into flood prevention controls and renewable energy and inclusion. Also, part of those proceeds went into developing mass transit that would, of course, reduce carbon emissions. At the bank, also, we look at inclusion. And women, as we know, are very critical to sustainable development, but however, they face significant challenges in accessing finance. So through our W initiatives, we've been able to allocate $1 billion in supporting over 4,700 women-owned businesses, helping them in terms of capacity buildings, trainings, supporting their businesses, along with other SMEs in that space. So that is something we do. And then, of course, we are big in terms of technology, in trying to use technology to get the unbanked, on the less financially intermediated people, and trying to develop products and credit schemes that would bring them back into the financial system. So these are some of the things that we do around ensuring sustainability within our environment.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Very, very different challenges to Canada. So please, Jean-Francois, as an insurance company in Canada, how do you see sustainability as a signatory to the PSI since last year?
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. First of all, why is sustainability important for us? I have to go back in time. Beneva was created actually in 2020. It's a fairly new organization. It's been created with the coming together of two mid-size mutuals who are dating back to the 1940s. And interestingly enough, one of the two founding company, it was actually civil servants who decided to create a fund so that upon their death, their wives and the orphans didn't have to piggyback in the next egg in order to be able to afford the funeral costs. On the other side, one of the two original companies, it was actually blue-collar workers who decided to group together so that they could have a better access in 1944 to healthcare and medicines. So you can see that sustainable growth and social innovations are part of our DNA. Our founders were really people who had a thirst for equity and social justice. So today, obviously, things are very different. Nevertheless, in Canada, as a leading insurance company on both life and non-life business, we are witnessing, in 2024 alone, the worst year on record in terms of insured losses due to climatic events. We had 4 major events this past summer: wildfires in Western Canada, record hailstorms in Calgary. We had torrential rains in Toronto with the downtown core being flooded by the river. And we had Hurricane Debbie hitting Quebec last August. That represents a total of 200,000 claims opened, over $5 billion US dollars in losses, in insured losses, making it the worst year on record. It's actually, so $5 billion, to give you an idea, it's actually 400% over the average of the last 20 years. And the previous record for Canada in terms of catastrophic losses due to natural disasters was 2023 at $2 billion US. So you can really see something changing in our country, and that's why we need to set the tone from the top. I really do believe that profits, short-term profits, at the expense of everything else is no longer acceptable. We need to step up, take action now, so that future generations live in a better world.
Thank you. Current and future generations, of course, need a sustainable, resilient economy and healthy planet. You mentioned very much the risk side of the equation. Patrick, you mentioned opportunities. How do you see, we've had some noting some of the headwinds we're facing in certain jurisdictions over the coming years. How do you see the role of responsible banking in helping to drive a shift in the finance industry, and why is it important to continue that shift?
Yes, we heard it. We heard it in the introductory comments. We, as a financial sector as a whole, we probably have a role to play vis-a-vis governing bodies, governments, in order to make sure that the policies do, nevertheless, whatever the votes and the elections are, go in the right direction. I think, as I said this morning in another session, I think the financial sector should project itself for the long term and not get distracted by, I would say, political deviation, if I may say this. And I think in this respect, the good news, and we heard it from science, we heard it from industry, we heard it from Christiana as well. I mean, the journey is on. And I think this is one more reason to make sure that the financial sector, which acts, if you wish, somehow as a messenger, good news or bad news of what has been decided, that gets together and focuses on what are still the obstacles that do make the pace too slow. But the pace is only too slow if it is to benefit from opportunities that will be profitable at the end, not only from a planetary point of view, but first and foremost from a financial portfolio point of view. If the financial sector can do something, is to make sure that it demonstrates that investing sustainably brings positive financial returns to the investors. And I think this is now demonstrable, and I think we can do it in a better way, and we will be able to do it in a better way if we can foster not only the right tools, but also the right data production and publication. That's why, for instance, in this country, we are trying to encourage publication of financial, of course, but also non-financial data in a way that is attractive rather than repulsive, if I may say. We don't need to have the thousands of data points that have been asked by other jurisdictions here to make sure that we are or not on the right track when it comes to the transitioning that you need to see in an investment that you want to make. We need to have a few of those only, and we need to focus on those few and to make sure that policy understand that and encourages that pragmatism in approaching the production of data. That's one example. Same thing for greenwashing. Greenwashing is an issue that has nothing to do in particular with the financial sector. Greenwashing can be found at every level. What is important is to realize that the more transparency will be fostered, the less greenwashing there will be. So let's focus on transparency and the right one. And final point, I think that the transparency and data availability will have also another fantastic impact, is that it will help through the divulgation of what is important into the procurement chain, the value chain of the companies that you want to invest in, all the positive and the negatives that a company is experiencing in its production, and it will then accelerate not only the financial sector impact in investing in those companies, but first and foremost the transformation of those companies that suddenly will be facing the reality of having data on how and what they do much more clearer to the entire stakeholder community, including employees, including regulators, shareholders, et cetera, et cetera. So I think, the financial sector can encourage, quite simply, if I may say, this trend to accelerate, and it is an issue of pace and transparency.
Thank you. I mean, the transformation, of course, has many facets, and data as being one, and transparency one aspect of helping to facilitate it. So, Jean-François, from Beneva's point of view, how do you determine your sustainability priorities, and how does becoming a PSI signatory and promoting a sustainable insurance market fit in with that?
Well, first of all, we have been in a long-standing relationship with PRI. SSQ Insurance, one of the two founding companies, was the first insurance company in Canada to be a signatory of UNPRI. So it was totally natural to us. It was a no-brainer a couple of years ago when we established our sustainability priorities to join PSI. We 2 years ago set our ambition to become net zero by 2040 on our operations and investments, and on everything else by 2050. So that's a really ambitious goal for an insurance company. And also, we try the best we can to tie our priorities to our strategic ambition and strategic targets. And for us, it's very important as a purpose-led organization, as a mutual insurance company with members who are actually customers and owners, to stay connected with our members. And as such, all of our executives, including myself, we need to make a certain number of contacts with each of our, with 10 or 12 customers every year to stay close, understand, and obtain insights from them. So it was totally natural to me when Hurricane Debbie hit Quebec on August 9th, a few weeks after the event. I actually went on the field with claims appraisers. I wanted to meet the people who are actually going through hard times. I wanted to understand what they were going through, make observation, listen to their insights. Maybe they would make me some recommendations. And it was a very enlightening experience for me. I have a busy agenda, trust me, so taking one day to travel on the road and get into people's basement, that required a little bit of gymnastics, but it was enlightening. And especially I met with one businesswoman. She was an entrepreneur. She's an entrepreneur, owner of a hair salon, hair parlor, and nail spa. And she was totally devastated. And it was not like, it was 3 weeks after the event. So she knew by then that she would be compensated financially for her loss. But she had been going through a massive renovation with her husband of her business that lasted over 12 months. She didn't know if she would have the energy again to start over. She had suddenly a few employees, mothers, without income. She didn't know if they would come back or how to compensate them. She was anxious that we would not renew our contracts, that would increase the rates or reduce coverage. And she was crying. And that made me think a lot. It's not just the insurance business. It's one thing. The insurance business will survive climate change. But will the economy survive climate change? And that, to me, was a clear example that we need to act now. I also realized during those visits that we're doing it wrong in the insurance industry, and that includes Beneva. We're compensating people for their loss, but we're building back exactly the same as it is originally built. We're using the same materials, the same finishes, and we need to build back better. And this is why Beneva is currently looking into its policy wordings and contracts so that we can build back better, so that the homes are more resilient. So this is really what we're trying to do, is to connect with members and our willingness and determination to build a more resilient society to influence the way we do business.
Thank you. Well, in many ways, insurance is at the front line of resilience, I think, and of course in Africa it plays a critical role, and also sub-Saharan Africa being very exposed to the physical impacts of climate change. So, Patty, as well as being the co-chair of UNEP-FI's Global Steering Committee, you're also president of the African Insurance Organization. Sorry. How do you see the role of UNEP and the Principles for Sustainable Insurance, and for you, for your company, driving sustainability in the insurance industry in the African market?
Thank you, Liesl. Yes, I've got quite a few hats that I always put on, but it's all aligning to one goal, and for us to achieve a sustainable insurance sector. So yes, as a president of African Insurance Organization, I have taken a few years ago, before I even became president, the initiative, and that's why we started with the Nairobi Declaration and a few other initiatives, where we started with making sure that at each and every platform that we are having, such as our conferences, that we do have the sustainable journey as a topic. And we were actually so fortunate that for the past 2 or 3 years, it has, in some instances, it has been the overall concept of the conference. So we have created quite huge awareness, because that was the first thing where everyone will ask you, from your board members will ask you, where does this fit into the scope of things? So it's a journey where when I started the journey in my own company, I had to convince my board members as to why we have to go on to this sustainable journey, why it has to be part of your strategic intent, how to bring in the SDGs, and it was a whole, but once you have created the awareness and created what it's for, it has been acceptable, and I think that's where you can see the takeoff, where we have the NDSI grown from 8 members, founding members, to over 225, and I think we are currently the second biggest body after the African Insurance Organization. And I think what we do is at the AIO, which is the African Insurance Organization, we make sure that the members understand why we should be on this journey. And like I've explained, it's actually becoming easier to explain it and to get everyone on board because of the current, that they are seeing the perils, they are seeing the floods happening, they are seeing the drought, And it's also, this morning Inge has mentioned that it is, the science say it is there, the science is proven that it's going to just get worse and we have to do something about it. So yes, I think from that perspective, and I think also taking into account that if you take Africa, countries such as Kenya currently, the Horn of Africa, which is Ethiopia, Namibia, we're all experiencing drought and our GDPs obviously are feeling it. And by 2030, we're going to continue experiencing up to 30% of our GDP being lost to such perils. So it is, we have to be on the sustainable journey. We have to make the impact, and there's no better way than using the current platforms to make sure that the awareness is created and that everyone knows why they need to be on the sustainable journey.
Thanks, Patty. And of course, since the PSI was launched in 2012, it's had quite some years of the journey and of defining what that means for sustainable insurance. But for banking, the Principles for Responsible Banking launched in 2019. The PRB implementation journey released last month defines what that journey looks like and supports setting targets, delivering targets, transition planning, and so on. So Rolf, as a long-standing member of UNEP FI and also a founding signatory to the Principles for Responsible Banking, how have you seen the framework support your bank in transitioning your portfolios for sustainable development, and of course, specifically your strategic priorities on climate change and financial inclusion?
Okay, thank you for that. I would say that it's allowed us to repurpose our portfolio, to look at sectors that we would never have looked at before. And just to buttress what Patrick said, yes, we are messengers, so to speak, and it's good to make profit, but you have to realize that our fortunes as a bank is tied to the communities and the environments that we serve. So we have to ensure that the well-being of the society is healthy, and that has enabled us to repurpose our loan portfolio towards those projects. So looking at transitioning to sectors around renewable energies, green financing, and inclusion is very critical. Those are areas we would not have looked at maybe 15, 20 years ago. So with these principles, it has created a framework where we can look at those sectors, deploy funding to it, and ensure that we build up the societies around us in such a way that they themselves are also transitioning towards green energy, decarbonization effects, and dealing with climate resilient solutions. Of note is that technology plays a very critical role for us. Through our African FinTech Foundries, we've been able to create technology solutions that would help the unbanked or the otherwise less intermediated people towards getting into the sector. Of recently, we created a Sustainable Finance Accelerator that creates a platform that gets entrepreneurs with ideas and solutions towards sustainable projects towards the room, giving them capacity building, and of course, providing financing to help such solutions take effect within the society. So those are some of the things we're doing based on the framework of PRB.
Thank you. I mean, working on solutions and delivering solutions, I think it seems it takes working with different stakeholders to really deliver those, also especially with technology and creating the enabling environment. So I think it would be good to hear more about how collaboration works in practice. So maybe starting with Patty, who are the key stakeholders that the insurance industry can work with to really deepen sustainability and to drive ambition and change across the industry?
Yes, for me, that's always a key concept I drive to say that collaboration is key. And different partners definitely need to come on board, because otherwise we'll be remaining in our solos and we will not achieve much. And I think a good collaboration is today where we're seeing Building Bridges and UNEP FI forming that partnership and having this event. That's already a key initiative where you're bringing the financial sector together and for different purposes. But when you go back, to the real life or the economic reality, the insurance sector and the banking sector need to work closer together. Because what I have seen is that when you do, especially sustainable banking or certain innovation, you will require the products to be insured. So I think that's already an area where we can work closer together. And ourselves as the insurance sector, the reinsurance sector, then together with our regulators, our governments, the political will is very important. And I've heard it today quite a number of times that the political will is definite, or the political, whatever's happening in the politics is impacting a lot on what we want to do. It's even most probably pulling us a bit back. So it is time for us as the insurance sector, being the risk managers, risk carriers, and also investors, to definitely come on board and make sure that we collaborate and work closer together, bring in, especially like I've mentioned earlier, the regulator is very important in this whole space, because the sustainable finance sector need a bit of a push from the regulator, but we also need to inform the regulator as to how they can play a role. And I think some countries have caught on it, but not all of them, but I think it's a drive. And then most importantly, the government. And I think here I can also mention where development partners are important, where they can come also on the table to make sure that all the financial aspects are put together for us to develop innovative products.
Thanks, Patty. We've certainly seen with the V20 Sustainable Insurance Facility collaboration with banks and insurance really being critical to drive solutions for MSMEs. For Jean-Francois, collaboration with governments, is that also something that you're focusing on, or who are the other stakeholders in your orbit?
That's very key, Elisa, but I'd also say that it's more global than this. We do collaborate with governments. We have an entity called Finance Montreal, where all the banks and insurance companies are sitting with our regulators so that we establish a common, simple framework for the sustainability agenda. We have also other more local initiatives. I'm currently co-leading with the Quebec University as dean. I'm co-leading an initiative called Quebec Capital Climate, and it's actually Quebec Capital Climat. And essentially, what we're trying to do is we have a mobilization committee composed of 20 different people from 20 different sectors, including the union sector. And we're actually exchanging best practices. We want to help the city achieving its target of reducing its own emission by 45%. And it's impossible without the small, medium enterprises contribution. That will not simply happen. The Quebec City is only responsible for 6% of the carbon emissions on its directly on its in its boundaries. So we need, as business leaders, large institutions, but also small, medium enterprises who are responsible, who are accounting for more than 40% of the footprint. They need, and they have limited means. So in order to get on board, there has to be business leaders who step forward, volunteer of their time, of their energy to influence them and lead the way. And that's very critical. We're also working and endorsing a small startup called Quebec Net Positive, and their mandate is to actually help us understand what are the barriers for small, medium enterprises to get into action. And it touches them. The small, medium enterprises, like 50%, 52% of them, through a survey from Quebec Net Positive, said that they had been impacted directly or indirectly by a climate-related event in the last 12 months. 50% in the last 12 months in the province of Quebec, not in the last 12 years. So it's a major issue and everybody is concerned, and that's why we believe that we will only succeed through cross-collaboration and global mobilization.
Thank you. I mean, local action is really what adds up to global change. And so, Patrick, how does this relate to your efforts on building bridges across finance globally to drive positive change?
We can't make it without collaboration. That's, I think, understood by everyone. From a financial sector perspective, let me just go by level. If you are in charge of financial institutions and you have integrated this strategic orientation towards sustainable investing as a core part of your fiduciary duty and as a core strategic option for successful investing, I think you need to share that as much as you can with the rest of your constituency. And that's what we've tried to do in developing some of the methodologies. For instance, how do you teach correctly the notion of sustainable investing to your own clients, to your investors, is something that is of critical importance. And there shouldn't be 10 ways to do it. I mean, there are facts. You should have referentials, such as scientific reference, as we heard before. And if you adopt referentials, you can share that referential with other players of the industry and then contribute to the education of investors, which at the end are the ones that will make the difference, the asset owners, in a correct way to sort of achieve what you want to achieve in sustainability and its space. That's one. Second, if you want to have a framework within which the industry can operate, it has to be pragmatical and it has to be simple. And I think the tendency, this is nature, and perhaps human nature, is to over-complexify some of those themes. Once you've started pulling on the issue of, for instance, as I said before, financial disclosure, you cannot stop willing more disclosure. But you should stop, because we all know that more is not necessarily equal to necessary. And I think in this respect, the industry can have a very fruitful discussion with its regulator. And there are jurisdictions where this is possible, and there are jurisdictions where it's less possible. In a country as small as ours, with a strong financial sector, we have the ear of our regulator when it comes to technical solutions, and we were able, for instance, in what we call the Swiss course, to develop methodologies to see if the portfolio contributes to the reaching of the Sustainable Development Goals or not. And this is scientifically accredited, and nobody is forced to use it. But if you want to convince a client that you're doing it the right way, you better use it. And that has been an incentive that has been considered as a priority by our government, or regulator, I should say. And the regulator was wise enough to implement this optional approach. And finally, I think collaboration can be very useful also between the financial sector and the other stakeholders. Take the industry itself, the so-called real industry. If you take the industry positioning with regard to what they should publish or disclose, I think there also we should be very attentive to the fact that overloading industry with requests from the financial sector to make the right discussions will create an additional gap between the interest of one versus the other. And so we should get into collaborations with industry. And this is something also that we've tried to do here in this country by just making sure that our regulator understands that risk. And I think this is the case, and I have good hopes to see our country develop standards in this respect that will be much pragmaticer, or much more pragmatic and much more, I would say, simple than the ones that have been developed elsewhere. And this is for the benefit of accelerating the pace, not necessarily for doing it better than anyone, but accelerating the pace.
Thank you. I mean, accelerating the pace for a just transition in different jurisdictions, it really varies, I think, region to region, but exactly common frameworks are really critical. But in Africa, of course, it's a very different challenge. And Ralph, could you tell us how do you see the transition with decarbonizing portfolios while also providing energy security in developing countries? And of course, the transparency and action go hand in hand. How do you see that in your market?
It's a very delicate balance. While there's a need to decarbonize various portfolios, and there's still energy poverty within the environment that we play in. So in terms of energy, one, it's about transitioning towards renewable and green energy and supporting that through financing. Then also there's the ability for capacity building for those that will be affected, especially as they transition away from fossil-based fuels towards green energy. So you need to upskill them and provide alternatives in terms of alternative skills. So that's very important. Then also there's the part about financing energy efficiency. So helping corporates and buildings in terms of becoming more energy efficient and reducing energy consumption. In Africa, we still have challenges. And of course, you know that certain things like weather patterns are things that affect us that basically lead towards energy poverty. So like I said, there's a delicate balance between transitioning and managing sustainable energy solutions in addressing the energy poverty. Of course, you have to work with 6 key players. We've identified 6 key players in supporting that. One is government, in terms of providing incentives towards clean energy solutions. As you know, they're pretty expensive, even though everyone advocates for them. So working with nationals and subnationals to see how we can incentivize people to adapt those technologies is important. Then, of course, we have to work with DFIs such as yourselves and World Bank and etc. in terms of getting a concessional lending that we can on-lend to those to purchase some of these solutions. And then, of course, working with private sector partners in terms of developing technology and solutions. It's important that we work with them in order to create some of these solutions. And then, of course, we have to work with the environmentalists and the social NGOs to keep us accountable and to keep us directed towards this particular goal, because we can't do it all alone. And then finally is the fintechs and innovation partners in terms of creating solutions that can help us transition as we go. Thank you.
Thank you. So I know we're over time, so 30 seconds each. Please, what would you ask each person in this room to do to drive change through responsible banking and sustainable insurance, and also for those online in the global financial industry? What would you most like to see, starting Jean-François?
Well, actually, I see a lot of young people in this room, and trust me, with those spotlights, you all look very young, but I know there are a lot of young people in the room, and our responsibility is to ensure that we do not worsen the current situation. And this is your role as well as leaders of tomorrow to embrace that vision and carry it forward. So I'd say that you have an opportunity, a real one, a real opportunity to accomplish what my generation hasn't accomplished for you. That means, I'm not done yet, that means fostering growth, but well within the planet's limits. And that's your role. Thank you.
I'm not sure how you can top that, Ralph, but please go.
Oh, okay. For the ask would be more collaborations and partnerships. We can't do it all alone. Especially in emerging markets, it's important that we leverage upon the expertise of those in developed economies, help us, guide us, lead us in terms of the journey towards sustainability in Africa. And of course, for those within the financial industry, it's about a push in adopting ESG principles so that all of us can drive the sustainable message across our landscape. I think those are the asks from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick, your challenge for everyone in the industry.
Well, first and foremost, keep course. We are on the right track. Don't get distracted by short-term turbulences, and make sure you focus on the low-hanging fruits. There are many where we could get clarity on what is it that we're doing and how we can measure it. And certainly there's a need for telling more about the good examples rather than the bad ones. So fight green hushing, that will help fight greenwashing.
Thank you. Patty.
Thank you, Liesel. Being last, my ask to all of you would be, most probably everyone in this room is already converted and on the sustainable journey. So my ask is to go out here and to make sure that in the coming year, 2025 is around the corner, to make sure you convert 1 or 2 other people just to come on board on this journey. And I think it all starts with ourselves. And then also finally, I believe in collaboration and partnerships, like has been mentioned earlier. Together we can definitely build a future that's inclusive, innovative, and resilient. So let's do this together. Thank you.
Thank you. So you heard it here, stick with the vision, implement the principles, stay the course, and we'll see you at the next session. Thank you. Thank you to our panel.
Thank you very much, everyone. We have a big team here in Geneva right now across the venue. So if you would like to find out more about the principles for responsible banking, the principles for sustainable insurance, and the Net Zero Alliances, or the Forum for Insurance Transition to Net Zero, please do ask us, and we will let you know. So thank you so much to all of our panelists. So we'd now like to switch gears a little bit, where we now explore how the finance industry can collaborate with each other, but with business, to support the real economy transition towards achievement of global sustainability goals and social targets, as Patty mentioned, leaving nobody behind. So this panel is moderated by Maria Eugenia Sosa Taburda. She is the Membership and Regional Coordination Manager at UNEP FI. And as the panelists come up, I'll also describe what different initiatives they're part of. We have Hasina P. from Société Générale. Société Générale are founding signatories to the Principles for Responsible Banking. They are signatories to the Net Zero Banking Alliance, and Hasina was also part of the PRB 2030 group. SocGen are, of course, sponsors of the Global Roundtable as well. We have Elizabeth Skorner, Schneider Electric. Schneider Electric are a global specialist in energy management and automation. And last but not least, we have Rie Vees Kjelgaard from International Labour Organization, who are a collaborating partner of UNEP FI on developing guidance for banks and insurers on the just transition and decent work. Over to you, Maria.
Thank you so much, Mustafa. Good morning for everyone. Thank you so much for joining the panel. Since we started the day, if we looked at sessions in the beginning, I think what we listened more was how to accelerate the pace, how we accelerate and move faster. So I think in this panel, we're going to discuss how we accelerate the real economy transition. We're going to have 3 different perspectives here. We could have others. And then we're going to have also real examples and challenges of this journey. So as we look at UNEP FI, we have the Principles for Responsible Banking, Principles for Sustainable Insurance, the Net Zero Alliance, and signatories. It's expected that they set science-based targets, they set transition plans, engage with key stakeholders, and engage with its clients. But what means this engaging with clients? So it looks like they need to set policies, business strategy, advise its clients and customers, and also offer products and services that are aligned with their needs. But it's not only the engagement. We are talking about collaboration. We are talking about partnership. We are talking about innovation if we really want to make the acceleration we are talking about. And it's even more challenging when we look at carbon intensity sectors, capital intensive sectors. So how we do that is very challenging. And I will add another layer in this challenge is leave no one behind. We know that when we have this transition, we're going to have positive and negative impacts. And we need to be aware of this impact. I know it's not easy, but this is something we need to look at in this transition. Human rights, decent work, just transition to really move faster in a resilient and inclusive economy. So for today, we're going to have these 3 speakers. we're going to have 3 different perspectives. So we're going to have Lisa. She is the Chief Financial Officer, and she's a corporate specialist in energy management. Asina, Group Chief Sustainability Officer from Societe Generale, also a close partner of the Principles for Responsible Banking and NISBA. And Rie, representing here ILO as a Director of Sustainable Enterprise, Productivity, and Just Transition. With him, we worked together in a guidance, how we look at the just transition for the banking perspective and the insurance perspective. So to start, I would like to have an opening statement from each panelist. So what the real economy transition looks like from you. So maybe we start with you, Asina.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. So the energy transition is something special. It's big. It's for everybody. There is nowhere to hide. We are very close to tipping points. And I think that this is a great adventure in terms of opportunity, not only about what we stop doing. So for corporates, it's huge in terms of investments, of course. For individuals, it's huge about the way we need to change the habits. And so it's a complex story. We see a lot of development, and with UNEP FI, we've been working on targets. A lot of companies come together, come along the transition. For consumers, then we have a big thing to do, and it's not going to be easy on new narratives and new ways. And as I said, there is nowhere to hide, there is no plan B. And just at the moment, we have the feeling that maybe people, all of us are happy to change and transition, and it's obvious, as long as it doesn't change a lot in terms of our habits, our return on equity, or everybody. So yeah, it's a challenge, but happy to discuss along these lines.
Thank you, Lisa. Lisa, please.
Yeah, I mean, we know that the situation is worsening, and we must all be more energy efficient. That's clear. 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions today are energy related. And so energy usage and being more efficient is a key area how we can tackle this situation. The global politics are more focusing on a global demand decarbonization. However, we know today that 55% is actually demand-driven. So the globals were more supply decarbonization, but 55% is actually demand-driven. And so by tackling and addressing the demand, we are actually able to work on our net zero goals here, right? And to limit global warming to 1.5%. The existing technologies and solutions that are today on the market, and we know this as a producer, if we apply them, we will be able to reduce emissions. So I think here we need to all work towards a fast and fair energy transition. So this is also in terms of energy poverty that we need to tackle, in terms of the amount of millions of people that are actually have no access to clean energy today. And this, with the solutions, will also mitigate then the climate impact. This is something that we need to do globally, right? We are all interconnected, and everyone is impacted by climate change, environmentally, socially, and also economically. COP29, the recent COP29, we have seen that the countries have agreed to triple the finances from development countries to developing countries. So this is a great start, right? But we know there has to be more. We need to do more, right? And as Schneider Electric, a company that is producing energy management solutions, we know we have a clear role here, and we want to carry that role, but it is something that we have to do, all of us. It cannot just be by a few companies.
Perfectly. Thank you, Lisa. Rie, the social aspect to the agenda.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. I want to build on what Hasina and Lisa have just said and reiterate by saying it really starts by taking climate action seriously. And it might be very hard to imagine that we have these cold temperatures in Geneva today, but actually it has been confirmed that 2024 is the hottest year since the pre-industrialization. So nowhere to hide. There should be no place to hide. Let me also add that from the recent research from the ILO, we know that heat stress, it's going to impact 70% of the global workforce. We're talking about 2.4 billion here, at least. And they are exposed to extreme heat, whatever that means at an individual's health and well-being, but also it impacts labor productivity with up to 50% decrease. So nowhere to hide. And yes, indeed, it impacts all economic activities, all countries, all citizens, no matter the level of development and the income. So real economy transition is really about transforming an economy to be based on the green growth, to be based on low carbon and climate resilience, while providing for the opportunities for all and the decent work that we all want to have. And because the transition has this economic and social impact, it does really matter tremendously how the transition is managed and how successful it is implemented. And it doesn't happen automatically. It really needs planning, and it needs to be managed and prepared in such a way that the businesses, the workers, the people, the societies are basically equipped to take it forward. And only if that is happening, then can the opportunities of a green growth be seized and the social and the environmental and economic impact be mitigated. And obviously the financial sector is a key partner in making such a transition happen, because you have a very powerful multiplier effect. You influence and you incentivize even, you encourage a real economy to become real transition that's just for all. Thanks.
Thank you, Ria. I will start with the real economy sector perspective. So here our audience, most of us are from the financial system, the financial ecosystem. So Lisa, can you share with us what is the role of corporates like Schneider to support this transition, and how do you think that can work with the finance industry?
Yeah, so Schneider Electric is really an impact company, and we have been aligning our business strategies with sustainability already for 15 years. So clearly if we compare ourselves to competitors and other companies, we are very much in the front in that sense. And I would say, if we look at it, especially sort of in the discussions, you can look at it from 3 different perspectives, right? So Schneider Electric is a company that is actually producing energy management solutions for energy distribution, grid management, etc. Right? So we are a producer. At the same time, we are also a sustainability practitioner. So we lead in ESG. We're looking at our end-to-end value chain in order to decarbonize that and really look into how we can build here an end-to-end sustainability approach. And the third one is that we are having our own programs and pillars to sort of accelerate here a sustainability agenda. And here I want to share sort of the 3 pillars that we are having as a company. So one is impact investing. So where we have created 4,000 jobs globally since 2009, we have invested 90 million ourselves and have mobilized 400 million euros in order to really support businesses here in that area. We have invested in 4 equity funds and 1 climate fund. So this is really our approach to look into the lack of fundings that we see today clearly, right? And to provide access to businesses that are actually doing energy transition. Then beside that, the second pillar is education and entrepreneurial programs that we're doing. So this is about youth education, training and upskilling, especially in energy management. We will know that today that we will lack resources in the coming years to do energy management. We know already today in developing countries that electricians are lacking. And in developing countries, this is even more the case, right? So this program really supports the education of the youth and in terms of labor force so that we can support that as well. Here we're aiming to train 1 million people globally by 2025 and 10,000 entrepreneurs. And the whole projects and the expertise and volunteering that we're doing here is really to empower young generations and to provide access to these tools and to this knowledge. And Schneider Electric, as an energy management company, we obviously can support them in terms of networking, mentorship, and a strong expertise that we have naturally with our products. A third point is the access to clean energy. And here we are really committed to provide clean energy to the broader community. So our goal was to provide clean energy to 50 million people by 2025. And actually, by earlier this year, we have already reached 46.5 million people. So we are on track to succeed in these goals. Especially when we're talking about the impact funds, and this is an area obviously which might be interested to you in terms of where you can invest. Here we want to provide investors an opportunity to invest into projects. So we provide access to these projects. I have a few examples that I can share with you where we have really shown how we have done this in the past. And one is an example of a fund in Sub-Saharan Africa. It's called the E3 Capital Fund, where we have invested in companies to access for clean and reliable energy. And another example here is the Energy Impact Fund GEIF2. This is a fund, an impact fund, where we have invested, where 85% is invested in Africa. And this is targeting 4 million people to have access to clean and better energy, and also avoiding 4 million tons of CO2. A company that is actually benefiting from this fund is called Surchill. So this is a company that develops and distributes refrigerators, and that's actually based on a technology that is water-based cooling. So here, the fridge are able, in case there is power outage, to bridge sort of the power outage, and so the temperature is not going down for a specific amount of time. And if you can imagine in terms of temperature-sensitive medication, vaccines, or even just homes where you need to have your food be stored at the same temperature level, this is a new technology and innovation that really drives a huge impact from a clean energy perspective. We also have supported a company called Agris that is producing productive use energy with solar pumping system for sustainable agriculture. So with these examples, you see, we really want to change here, and we really want to mobilize the funds. Obviously, I mean, the banks and also us, right? We have to have here a strong ecosystem of viable businesses. This cannot come without a return. We know this, right? If we want to invest, there has to be a certain return that is coming. However, we know that with strong support and from developed multilateral banks, if there's a strong name behind it, these projects have a lot higher rate of success. So this is really where we can bring together potential capital, right, and investments with the related projects.
Perfect, Lisa. And I would like to make a connection here. In the principles for responsible banking, for example, we have one guidance is about client engagement. And one of the key topics is to prioritize key clients. So as we have the Schneider's examples, we have other organizations, other companies, other corporates that are also having this commitment. So finding and working with these real economy organizations can, as Lisa is showing, leverage the work, and this collaboration would be key. So then I will move to Asina, and let's look at the financial sector. So I know you have already your climate targets, you have the sector approach. So how Société Générale is prioritizing and promoting this transition, and what are the key steps that you have taken to look your portfolio and to look your business model?
Thank you. For being a bank, as you know, it's a very wide perimeter because you are everywhere in the world on all the sectors and all types of clients. So it's quite big. So it started with putting on one side some red lines, what we stopped doing, and on the other side, opening new frontiers, because it's about development. This is not about reducing everything. So, but I would like to say and take the advantage of this conference to say how good I feel about the initiatives of UNEP FI on the PRB, which I think are spot on of what we should be doing, and on the NZBA, which I think is like an amazing adventure. So many banks working together with very precise science-based targets and really under pressure to deliver within 3 years all the alignment targets. So this is what we've been doing. So the new frontiers, the red lines, have started with what we stop on coal and fossil fuel developments, how we are going to align our various portfolios on the 12 most emissive sectors, and the new frontiers are which type of new clients, meaning the new actors, hopefully the leaders of the energy transition tomorrow, the champions, and the new technologies we want to bank. So that means that in a way we pushed ourselves on one side. So we stopped, we reduced, or at least we set some quite strong targets based on the NZE scenario, the 1.5 degree, and at the same time, we started to bank new actors. Doing so, we realized, of course, that these new actors sometimes are not ready for that. So we started to put ourselves some equity, and now we're launching a transition fund, which is rather new for us as a banking actor. So these are the first things we've been doing, and on top of that, of course, we had to work on our own business models. And what we discovered along the way is that, of course, the sectorial axis is very strong, but more than that, you need to understand the cross-sectorial aspects, the value chains of your clients. And that means partnering with actors that you were not accustomed to partner with to bring together one-stop shop solutions for your clients. Because most of our clients, if I'm talking about SMEs, for example, are not going to call us right now as they did in the past for CapEx financing if we do not bring them first the diagnosis, the awareness, and then understanding what are the different solutions, because it is a complex world and they are maybe not equipped to do that. And then who could be the ones bringing the technical help? Because again, it's a complex situation where you need to choose, but you don't have all the tools to do that. And then maybe there are subsidies, and in the end, we do our role, which is normally financing. But we cannot wait for the end to come, otherwise nothing happens. In this type of circumstance, we partner with companies like Schneider Electric to provide this one-stop shop. So for us, it's very interesting if you look at it as an opportunity. Stop on one side, it's true, but on the other side, it's a huge amount of very different new possibilities.
Thank you, Asina. And I think what's bringing something very important for us. The sector approach is relevant, but we need to have this holistic approach on the value chain. So this value chain will make also that the banks have new expertise, how they advise their clients. So is the transition expertise should be also embedded in the banking and reskilling also the commercial departments, the product departments, because this is the new frontier. So very important what Asina is bringing. So then we move to today, Human Rights International Day. We worked together on this guideline of just transition. So maybe you can share a little bit what we have been working together. But how do you see that we can move with climate justice, as we discussed it a lot in the first sessions in the morning?
Thank you. Yes, with pleasure. And indeed, our collaboration, UNEP FI, and also with the financial sector, was very rewarding. And I think it gave a lot of very important and valuable insights for us, plus the tools that we could develop together on how concretely you can advance the just climate transitions within and with the financial sector. And what we are after is, of course, a green growth, a green economy transition that is inclusive and hence delivers opportunities and decent jobs to all. And that only happens when you have, and I think our examples just before clearly demonstrate that we have to have all the real economy players, that means the businesses, the workers, the communities, and of course, together with the governments, they have to be fully involved and fully participate, and obviously also from an ILO point of view, we will say strongly engaged in social dialogue. And again, I'm confirming what other speakers have said, the actual context matter. So no size fits all, and it varies from context to context. It's from sector to another sector. It's very different from economy to economy, and from groups of workers and people is very different. And that needs to be factored in from the very beginning. And what I said before, it doesn't happen automatically. So it really needs to be planned and prepared for, including having in place the incentives for the businesses, for the right infrastructure, access to technology, skills and education. It all has to be in place or it will not happen. So let me maybe specifically on your question also highlight two groups of core stakeholder and collaboration issues that need to be in place. I think firstly, we want to say that it's very clear that collaboration at a multiplicity of levels need to happen. Let me highlight though, especially three. It is between different ministries. Whether it's a Ministry of Education and Skills Development, Ministry of Economics, Ministry of Environment, they have to work towards the same objective and be coordinated on that. It is also about communities and the businesses and the workers and the people in general that are impacted. They have to be seen as key stakeholders, and they live with the consequences. So obviously they need to be able to participate and have a say in what are the plans that will be implemented. And then a third element would be the government and how it works with the private sector, including the financial sector, again, towards a shared objective. And that brings me to my second point about stakeholders and collaboration, and that will be acknowledging that the financial sector is at the core. It's fundamental to make this happen. And governments, not only can they benefit, I would argue they have to benefit from the expertise and the resources that the financial sector represent. They need this to scale up any solution and to really have impact. That could take form of a public-private collaboration where you're scaling up financing for local or national transition priorities, renewable energy projects, infrastructure, how to make the micro and small enterprises be successful in participating, many things, but it has to happen between the public and the private finance space. It is also about financial institutions putting in place their own due diligence and risk management strategies, mitigating again the potentially unintended social consequences of investments. And then obviously it's about through very targeted investments and engagement with clients and investees that are actually ensuring that financial actors can ensure to have both environmental, economic and social outcomes. And of course the ILO with UNEP, FI financial institution, we are very happy to continue to work with you and be of use to taking this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ria. So Ria mentioned a lot about the stakeholders. So I would move to Ancina again. So maybe you can share a little bit more what you are how you're working with other stakeholders, especially the corporates, and give us some ideas how you are accelerating this process in your bank.
Yeah, I think that the transition is so complex in terms of technical matters, in terms of need to accelerate. I mean, I don't think here in our careers, each of us can say we've seen something that is more of a big challenge. And to do that, we need to work with our stakeholders, the different ones, internal and external. It's about collective intelligence, and it's about putting together all the pieces of the puzzle. Because sometimes you need to do R&D in a quick way, sometimes you can take risks that the other cannot take, and it's only, I have this feeling, and it's every day something we observe, that we need to work collectively. So for example, on the alignment of the portfolios, for each of the highly emitting sectors, each time we work together with other banks, peers, we work with science, we worked with industrials, so that in the end, when we come with our own targets, it's not something we made up on our own and will never happen. It is something practically that is, replying the real world, of course with ambition, because it is ambitious. We have the same, as I just said before, on providing one-stop shop advices for our clients. For example, on the solar roofs for SMEs in France, we have set this task force where we can, at the same time, provide the advice and provide 3, 4, 5 different technical guys who can come and answer an RFP on a given region, and then we finance it. It's all in. And I think we'll be doing that more and more for our clients. So that means working with people, frankly, we didn't used to work with. Technical guys in a region, and I mean, it's quite interesting. It's not easy. How do you determine the sharing of value? What happens if your banker enters into this conversation with their client and the client is not happy at all because the technical guy did not perform? Who is responsible? Well, I mean, for everybody, it's you know, it's a leap in the unknown zone outside of your comfort territory. But this is what we do. We do the same with, I mean, with students, of course. We're trying to cooperate a bit more, and with academic chairs. We are, as Lisa said, it's very important to participate to the development of skills. And so we are, with associations and foundations, trying to help them, for example, to develop a school for the energy transition, where you will have people, kids most of the time, outside of the economy, because they have not been the right guys to go to university, that will be trained to become the ones enabling the circular economy, because you cannot invent the skills to work on the wood, to recycle, to repair, all these things. So, yeah, it's, I mean, I could give you a lot of examples, because I think all type of stakeholders in civil society, in the economic world, in our own bank are involved into that.
Yeah, and I think it's the complexity is there. There's no way back. So it's no way to say, well, now we're gonna make business like we did before. No, yes, this is the new reality, and we need to figure out how to work on this scenario, yes. Lisa, maybe you can give us the perspective of corporates working with the finance industry, and what do you need from banks to leverage this agenda?
Yeah, so we will need new financing models. What we see is that it is very cash intensive in the beginning. So if we're talking about solar installations, EV, energy building efficiencies, etc., all of these things are super cash intensive in the beginning. And that is true in all countries in the world, everywhere. So especially for smaller companies or startups or smaller communities, it will not be possible to carry that, right? Especially startups. I mean, what you don't have in the beginning is cash, clearly. So what we have been working on is to change this model. We need to develop it more from a capex into an opex situation. So here, when we're talking and more about flexible financing solutions, and there obviously banks and financiers come into place. Because what we see is, and we know this also as a producer, already from our side, the cash intensity is quite strong. Until the time you actually build the machines and build the products, you're investing a lot of time until you actually can sell it. And think about it, if someone then buys it, has to install it, by the time that actually generates the cash, and the payback can be quite long. So we will not be able to help financing this as a producer company. But here is an opportunity for banks to finance and invest in these kind of projects. And we are looking here more into a subscription-based service. So energy as a service or software as a service can be solutions for the future. We have been already working here with GVs or SGVs with several companies, and Hasina just mentioned it, right? SMEs cannot afford that to spend a lot of capital at the moment in time. So there's really a need in the market in order to address this requirement. 2 examples I can share here is from the US, where we have been leveraging Alpha Structure, which is a GV with Carlyle Group, where we have done fleet electrification through this joint venture. So the the company, Montgomery County Microgrid, has not been investing CapEx upfront. So it has been done through this partner. So the partner actually buys the equipment, and then through a long-term contract, the return on investment is fulfilled. Similar to another project that we have done in California, which is the GV with Hug Capital, renewable microgrid, reducing CO2 emissions by 20%. So these are examples where we really see that this new concept of finance models is working. And here we obviously need the finance sectors and finance supporters to support this transition. I think here's a huge opportunity to really accelerate this. We know that assets or infrastructures that we have today, they are already old in 5 to 10 years, right? And they're using a lot of energies or more energy that a new model is using today. But for companies, it's quite tricky here to actually reinvest into this or to own this, because the depreciation of the asset is longer usually than the usage. But as an investment company with a lot of intensive maintenance or upgrades, etc., you can really have a completely different perspective on the asset. And similar to how banks and insurances are invested into buildings, it could be sort of the same concept with these kind of structures.
Perfectly then. So innovation and collaboration. So Rie, how can we ensure the transition for a sustainable economy, considering this scenario?
Thank you. That's a big question, but I think at least a key element is to accept that the financial sector needs to play a pivotal role, and does, in making this possible. And that's because, of course, the financial sector, you that are representing it, you have not only the financial and the human, but you also have the technological capacity and resources to both influence and support, be it individuals and companies. But it's also why our partnership that we have had with UNEP FI, last year we developed a particular set of recommendations on banks and insurance companies to integrate, what you can do to integrate the just transition principles in day-to-day activities. And I want to, before I go into that, I want to emphasize again that no size fits all, and everything has to be really adapted to the particular local context. And it obviously also has to be aligned with what are the climate and the development priorities of a local area of a country. So against that backdrop, I think there are 4 steps that are necessary for an inclusive and just transition to happen. And that is, number 1, to really have a thorough understanding of what's the local transition dynamics, including the social impacts, what are the risks and the opportunities for the key sectors that you were working with, your clients, and also their stakeholders. And second, what are the just transition aspirations that you would see as core to your organizational strategy and also to the daily operations? Consider how your organizations can really support the green and transition financing needs in specific areas of operations. What are the processes and the systems that are needed to be put in place to identify the social impacts? What are the affected groups, and what are the financing needs? Third, how do you actually integrate the relevant social considerations into investment decision and to risk management processes? What would be needed to ensure that that actually can balance the environmental and the social goals? And the 4th point that I want to highlight here is, or step, is engaging with the local authorities, really with the like-minded financial institutions, including obviously the development financing actors as well, and international organizations, on how to scale up and how to really achieve impact on the solutions that have been tried. So with those 4 steps, I will conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Ria. We won't have time for the last round. I think we are over time, but I would like to summarize a little bit what I listened. So it's complex. We know that's why we need multidisciplinary teams within the bank to engage in a high level, executives, public and private. We need innovation. Yes, that what you've shared with the CAPEC for the OPEX is really think differently and challenge ourselves to the just transition. The only way to accelerate the real economy without looking the other impacts, it won't be the real transition. So we really need to have this components of it. So thank you so much for participating in the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, and thank you to all of our panelists as well. We'll now shift themes a little bit. We will start first with a quick video message from an important voice, Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, who is President of the International Union for Conservation of Nature and UN Climate Change High-Level Champion. That will be followed by a fireside chat, a very exciting one we have coming up. But Razan unfortunately could not make it. She has sent us a quick video message, as Razan is currently in Riyadh for the UNCCD COP, which focuses on desertification. And Razan speaks to us directly from Riyadh. If we could please have the message, please. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone attending the UNEP FI 18th Global Roundtable. As you gather in Geneva to discuss finance and sustainability, the UNCCD COP in Riyadh is concurrently addressing critical negotiations on desertification and land degradation. These issues stand at the forefront of the global agenda, emphasizing the need for sustainable land and management restoration. This year has been a significant year, marked by the 3 Rio Convention's COPs on biodiversity, on climate, and desertification, all focused on securing sustainable development on a livable planet. Nature is our indispensable ally in achieving climate mitigation and adaptation. Protecting and regenerating nature is at the heart of an equitable economy that delivers for both people and planet. For instance, we know that we cannot achieve a net zero climate resilient, nature positive society without tackling deforestation, a goal solidified in the COP28 UAE consensus by all parties to the Paris Agreement. We also know that there is an urgent need to redirect financial flows from nature negative to nature positive outcomes. An estimated $2.4 trillion per year by 2030 is required for climate mitigation, with an additional $300 billion for adaptation efforts. Moreover, investments in nature-based solutions need to triple by 2030 from current levels. Financial institutions play a pivotal role in advancing sustainable finance and therefore must capitalize on the unique opportunities presented by climate adaptation and nature initiatives. Investing in initiatives that tackle deforestation, enhance soil health, and restore degraded landscapes can combat land degradation and unlock significant economic opportunities. Banks, investors, and insurers hold a pivotal role in unlocking these opportunities. With UNEP's FI's network of over 500 member banks, investors, and insurers from every region around the world, is a tremendous opportunity and provides tremendous potential to drive meaningful change. There are proven and impactful actions underway to shift financial flows in the right direction. Initiatives like the Principles for Responsible Banking and the Finance Sector Deforestation Action demonstrate the power UNEP FI members and other financial institutions have to show it is possible to engage companies in their portfolios to address deforestation risk and advance investment opportunities. Indeed, it is time for finance sector deforestation action to move fully in the mainstream. I call upon both public and private finance sectors to step up and act decisively. I urge all banks, insurers, investors, and financial institutions who have not already done so to commit to tackling deforestation, to set a deforestation policy within the next year and integrate deforestation action centrally into net zero transition plans before COP30. Your actions today, the people you meet and the ideas you share will help secure a future that is both sustainable and financially stable. I wish you a productive discussion over the next few days, and I thank you immensely for your commitment to this vital work.
Some important points coming out from Razan's video message about redirecting financial flows from nature negative to nature positive outcomes. The World Economic Forum has ranked biodiversity and ecosystem collapse as the third most severe global risk over the next decade. At the same time, the transition to a nature-positive economy presents substantial business opportunities, estimated at over $10 trillion US. So if investments in nature-based solutions need to triple by 2030 from current levels, how do we do it? What creates an enabling environment? The pun was intended. This brings us nicely to our next session, titled Bringing Nature to the Heart of Finance, with Eric Usher, Head of UNEP FI, and Dr. Kirsten Skoot from WWF International. Eric and Kirsten, would you like to join us on stage?
Great. Okay. Thank you, Mustafa and Razan from afar. So we're shifting gears a little bit, and Kirsten, it's great to have you here. Kirsten, you're the Director General of WWF International. You have been for since 2023, and then previously CEO of WWF Netherlands. Place where a lot of leadership on this topic has been coming from for many years. Now, UNEP FI, we have a very close relationship with WWF. You are one of the two civil society partners alongside Christiana Figueres, who we heard from earlier, on the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance. WWF, you sit on our Principal Responsible Banking Civil Society Advisory Body, the CSAB. And here on nature, where we have some great cooperation. We're going to try to drill down a little bit on some of the issues that have been raised. WWF International, first of all, you are a big organization, and many in the room, I think, deal with WWF in one way or another. International, the country chapters, across many of the things you've been doing. And earlier this year, you updated your research to show that in the past 50 years, the world has seen catastrophic 73% decline in wildlife populations. So what, in terms of trying to make sense of all what's out there, what's the most pressing issues you believe the finance industry should be addressing today?
Thank you. And first of all, thank you for having me here. It's wonderful to see the people here in the room. Just as a way of introduction, because a lot of people ask me as well, why is WWF working on finance? And it's something that is very close to my heart. I've been with WWF for more than 20 years, and if I look the shift we've made as WWF in terms of how we view conservation and sustainability, it's quite a shift. So we used to focus a lot on species and places. But as you know, and as was already mentioned just now, in terms of the major risks actually are outside ecosystems and species. And so the work on finance within WWF is something that some of us have been leading on over the past 10 years that started out as a tiny little team and work that has now really grown to be one of the core things that WWF does. So all that is to say, we care deeply about working with the financial sector and to make sure that we transform some key ecosystems. You mentioned the Living Planet report, which we published, I think, a month ago, and the numbers are awful. You know, we're losing species quickly. But what is new about this report, because we publish this report every other year, what's new about this report is not just that we're losing species, it's also that we're reaching very negative tipping points, which are likely to be irreversible. And this is something, so we work with a lot of scientists all over the world. In places like the Amazon, the Arctic, the world's coral reefs, we've depleted so much nature and so many ecosystems that we reach a point of a negative tipping point that will have possibly devastating effects, not just locally, but on the planet. So that's our challenge. We're losing biodiversity, but it also will have a systemic effect. And so what is it that we need to do? I think the obvious one is to invest in transformations, because we can still bend that curve, right? We still believe there is time to turn it around. In fact, the next 5 years are going to be absolutely essential to stop those negative tipping points. So we need to invest in transformations. And the biggest transformations we can invest in is of course, the energy transformation and the food system transformation and the financial system transformation. So those are the three biggest transformations from a conservation and a climate change perspective that we need to all be investing on. Secondly, I think especially with respect to the financial sector is, of course, we need to bridge the conservation finance gap. There is a huge gap that's needed in order to finance these transformations. However, a lot of the money is out there. We always say it's not about raising more money. It's actually about redirecting a lot of the negative investments that are currently happening into more net positive, carbon neutral and nature positive investments. So I think that is the biggest challenge that we're seeing, but also we're quite positive about many of our partnerships with financial institutions that this transformation is slowly happening. It's not happening fast enough. Lastly, and then I'll stop, but also to say that as WWF, we're really focusing on two big topics in the financial sector that hopefully will help drive this transformation. And we're calling it financing green and greening finance. Greening finance is what I was just talking about. It's really, making sure that we redirect the negative investments into more positive ones. But the second one is very much around us working with you about how can we green the financial sector? What can we do together to make sure that central banks and pension funds and banks and impact investors really take the steps that we all need to take together?
Great. So this morning we had Inger Andersen, and she spoke a lot about the science and understanding the science as a tool, as a compass for how we run our business, whether we're a bank or insurer, investor, or other. Now, the latest scientific findings on the state of nature globally, have frankly little room for interpretation. And I think you mentioned some of the aspects of that. So what seems obvious is the path forward distributes the responsibility, in the sense of we need public and private sector working together. So can we talk a little bit about how the Global Biodiversity Framework, the GBF, or the Kunming Montreal GBF, promotes coherent policy responses to nature? Can you explain how embedding nature risks in financing related policy, for example, you have the SUSREG, Sustainable Regulations tool, an approach. How does that help achieve real progress in terms of narrowing how the policymaker sees this and the role of the private sector?
Yeah, thank you. So I think to start with a positive note, again, that the awareness of the impact of nature and ecosystem collapse is growing. And it was already mentioned that the World Economic Forum, in its risk assessment report, puts basically biodiversity and climate-related risks over the next 10 years in their top 10 risks for our economies. So that, I think, is really a huge opportunity. And then we have the Global Biodiversity Framework, which is the first time ever that about 196 countries signed a framework that focuses on biodiversity conservation, focuses on basically protecting 30% of the world's land and sea mass by 2030. That's, in a nutshell, what the GBF, the Global Biodiversity Framework, does. But it also clearly identifies the roles of various institutions within that. And I think, you mentioned the SUSREG report. It clearly shows that there is a lot of progress when it comes to the steps that we need to take in the financial sector. However, what's still happening is that nature loss in our risk assessments is still largely neglected. So that is, of course, one of the big things that we need to do. And so the private sector, including the financial sector, can play a key role in identifying those risks and the various tools. WWF has a water risk assessment tool, a biodiversity risk assessment tool, to help identify what the risk of your investments and supply chains are with respect to climate change and water and biodiversity. But also we need to put that in a larger ecosystem of actors, right? It's not just the private sectors and NGOs, it's also governments and regulations that need to play a key role in, a level playing field, but also making sure that we finance and support these transition plans, because regulation of governments, it's been shown, is needed to help speed up the transition that we all desperately need.
Yeah, I think one thing is we know in Cali at the COP16, unprecedented participation from the finance industries and UNEP FI and the webinars and activities we have. Nature is often actually the largest number of participation for nature events. So the process awareness raising is really growing. I think that's a positive step. Although awareness is not all that we need. Let's shift the conversation a little bit. Central banks and supervisors are starting as well to raise awareness and give important signals. We had just recently IFRS, the ISSBs, to start to be more concrete talk around, yes, we believe there will be a need to have a nature standard under the ISSB. We have NGFS, the group of central banks and bank supervisors who are also coming out with analysis around the risks that need to take action on nature. This is why, really pleased that today we together, UNEP FI and WWF, that we can announce the launch of a new report, Navigating Nature-Related E-Regulations for Banks. And we see it up on the screen. So this starts to dig in. It builds on the SUSREG framework that you've mentioned and starts to provide a global, detailed overview of what regulators are doing, what they're signaling, the actions they're starting to take when you start to look at nature, including from a prudential perspective. It looks at issues around whole of government approach in terms of the need to start to align the signals in a way that make economic sense to the economic actors, including many of who are in the room today, and how we need to get alignment, for instance, global alignment, the need for global cooperation, interoperability between jurisdictions, policy alignment in terms of synergies across prudential regulation and other types of rules, for example, corporate disclosures and on taxonomies, and climate nature alignment. So how do we evaluate how policy responses can interlock between climate and nature related risks? So Kirsten, if I come back to you, can you, based on this report, what developments in the finance industry or linked to policy do you think are the most promising in terms of achieving progress? Where do we start to see the signals from regulators coming out in a way that economic actors, particularly financial actors, will start to move?
Yeah, so I think for us, there are two tracks, right? I think one is the track that I was explaining before is our close collaboration with the financial sector on, I think, some really cool stuff that we're doing. It includes, there's some great examples in Brazil, the Brazilian government who has implemented policies and supports policies to restrict investments to producers who fail to comply with deforestation standards in the Amazon region. There are other examples in France. We as WWF work a lot on setting up all sorts of financial mechanisms. You mentioned before my job now, I was in the Netherlands. I think one of the greatest things we did there was set up the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development, which really brings in government and the financial sector towards impact investing and making sure that we design conservation work and programs on the ground so that it attracts investment. So that is the one track. But as to bridge back to your report, we also see that just voluntary steps is just not enough. And so we need government regulation. to help speed up and really scale up the transformation that's needed that I was talking about before in the financial sector, to help move the investments to more sustainable ones. And I think that's the first thing. I think secondly, we also know that regulation cannot act in isolation. So again, we need that whole ecosystem of policies and institutions and governance mechanisms that needs to be set up to create that enabling environment. And as highlighted, that will include taxonomy, frameworks, corporate disclosure, which I'm sure you're all very much focused on, and all sorts of due diligence requirements. That's all needed within that environment of the policy framework. Again, just one bridge back to the WWF SUSREC report, despite all this progress, there's a lot of gaps, and I think it would be great to see how we can work with the financial sector to address some of these gaps. First of all, 7 of the top 10 biodiversity hotspot nations still do not integrate nature-related risks into their banking supervision. Now, this is a huge opportunity, I think, for us to focus on. And secondly, more than half of the 50 countries that we looked at still do not align with key environmental indicators. So these are, I think, the 2 opportunities for us in terms of working with the financial sector and with policies, following that 2-track approach to, I think, towards achieving more sustainable investments and that transformation in the financial sector that we so much need.
Can you, one of the key issues that many in the banking industry are talking about today is the client relationship. Essentially, it's not so much about what the banks do, it's what their clients do. And of course, how financing can help enable either environmental improvement or in the other direction. From a WWF perspective, in terms, because you obviously work with many parts of the economy, including with large corporates particularly, how do you see that relationship, let's say, between a bank and a corporate evolving in terms of the nature topic? Do you, in terms of experience of how your relationships go with nature, do you feel that there is an increase in awareness and understanding, or is there still often a view is to say, that's not my issue?
I think the short answer to that is that we're seeing definitely an uptake and a growth, especially from the corporate sector. In fact, I would say that in large parts of the world where we work, it's the corporate sector that is leading on sustainability a lot more than other parts of society, which is great. We're also seeing that the corporate sector is asking, okay, what can we do? So, and again, this is not everywhere. There are definitely exceptions, but my general assessment is there's a lot of interest, there's a lot of action, but especially when it comes to nature and conservation, they're asking, what can we do? I think nature lags about 10 years behind climate change, we often say, right? So we find our collaboration with big corporates, including the financial sector, on climate change and CO2 emissions. Science-based targets is something we work closely with the corporate sector, is getting increasing attention, and there's a lot of action on that. It's the biodiversity component that is still very much lagging behind, also because it's so complex to measure. Right? How do you actually measure the impact of your investments or in your supply chains on biodiversity is a key topic that we're focusing on. So a lot of interest. I think the other thing that we're seeing with respect to corporate engagement and biodiversity is the growth is very much in Asia, and I'm sure that will not be a surprise. So there is a huge interest increasingly in Asia Pacific of big corporates, including the financial sector, wanting to work with us to see how we can address sustainability in their supply chains.
Right, and I think one of the dynamics we see playing out in Asia, elsewhere as well, but certainly in Asia, is the signaling from regulators, the private sector essentially aligning and realizing it's not about one going first. It's essentially we have to build the signals that give us the rationale to say, this is where the future is going. So I think as a global investor or a bank or others, obviously looking around and seeing the trend around the world is very important and not getting caught up in our own individual market. What about, we talk a lot about the net zero transition on the climate side, and there's a question of nature positive. Understanding nature from a risk perspective is certainly the first step, being transparent, disclosing. We have the TNFD framework. We might have an ISSB standard over time. the idea of nature positive. From a WWF perspective, do you see that starting to take shape?
Yeah, so nature positive is something that was launched many, many years ago as a term. I think for me, what's interesting about nature positive is really about bending that curve. So again, we talked about the Living Planet report. The Living Planet report basically shows biodiversity declining and declining. And we've analyzed, okay, that's a very depressing scenario. How can you bend that curve? And that really is nature positive. How can you bring nature back? How can everything that we do focus on bringing, restoring nature? And there are various, again, transformations that need to take place. By far, the biggest transformation that needs to take place when it comes to nature positive is transforming our food system. The way we consume, produce, and waste our food is the biggest driver of biodiversity loss. And so when it comes to nature positive in a financial sector, I think there's it needs to focus on action. It needs to, again, focus on making sure that all the money that we're now investing in harmful subsidies, harmful investments in our food system needs to be transformed into more positive, nature positive investments. And so it's very concrete, and it's a term that is still being worked on. A lot of people are discussing as we speak what exactly the definition is and how do you measure it, again, back to the measurability. But the fact remains, and it's actually very concrete and actionable as long, especially from the financial sector, it's really looking at your investments and how do we ensure that we shift them to more nature positive ones.
Great. Bending the curve. And UNEP FI, we're very pleased to be contributing to these conversations and getting the first movers to really help frame up what we're talking about here and how we can turn risks into opportunities and into real economic value for our customers, for our shareholders, and for the planet we survive on. With that, Christian Schut, a big thank you for joining today and for the long-term partnership with UNEP FI. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric and Kirsten. We'll see Kirsten back on stage in about an hour as well. Please do go and find out more about the report, a collaboration between UNEP FI and WWF. The link is up there. And you can also register for a webinar where we explore the report in more detail. Now, I know it's lunchtime, just a very quick sort of housekeeping message. So we've come to the end of the plenary sessions. We'll head off for a break, but before we do, I'd like to encourage you all to look at the agenda, www.unepfi.org/agenda. What's going to happen now is that after lunch, we're going to split into two rooms. Room D is this room. Room C is downstairs on the ground floor. We've popped up what sessions start at 2 o'clock. So please look at the agenda, look at what sessions you'd like to attend this afternoon, and make your way to the rooms that you would like to join. In this room, we'll look at how we're embedding biodiversity across portfolios, as shown up on the screen, but then we'll also dive deeper into how we're implementing the global biodiversity framework. That will be followed by us looking at the interoperability of taxonomies globally, and that will be followed by how we're looking at mainstreaming impact management, where we'll be joined by partners of the impact management platform. Room C downstairs will look at financing energy efficiency, we'll look at emerging markets, we will look at the just transition and human rights, and we'll end the day with tackling plastics and how the finance industry can look at doing that. So see you all at exactly 2 o'clock in either room D, which is this room, or room C downstairs. If you can't find your way, there's plenty of us around, ask us. Those watching online, please use the agenda to decide which sessions you would like to attend as well. Please click on the corresponding tab. We will see you back online at exactly 2 o'clock. There is a tab that says room D and a tab that says room C. Lunch is available on this floor at the restaurant, and we will see you shortly. Thank you.
Ha 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 ha. Voilà. Ha ha. Tu me confirmes que ça rentre dans ton zoom, s'il te plaît. La carte, là, sur le zoom, là, la petite flèche. Voilà, sur la droite de la petite flèche. Tu vas. Non mais voilà. Non, les paramètres audio. Hop, je veux voir un zoom. Ok, maintenant attends 2 secondes. Je suis sûr que c'est bien l'endroit. Donc. Là t'as plus rien, hein, c'est ça? Et là maintenant. Et là maintenant c'est bon.
I'm ready to start. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed a great lunch break, catched up with some colleagues or friends, and are energized and ready for our afternoon program. My name is Romy Goedeke den Hertog. I co-lead the Nature team, and I'm also your MC for this afternoon. So in a few seconds, we're going to start with a session here led by Jessica Smith, our nature lead, about embedding biodiversity concerns across portfolios. We also have a parallel room, which is room C, which is basically just down from here. So you take down the little elevator, and there we have a session on mobilizing finance for energy efficiency. So with that said, I'd like to invite Jessica onto the stage where she'll introduce the session to you.
Thank you so much, Romy, and hello, everyone. I think I've been put in the panel immediately after lunch because I have a lively voice, and we have to get everybody back on their feet and excited for the afternoon. So I'd like to call my panel up. We have a really fantastic group of speakers on this topic, and we're really in a very interesting moment now, coming off the back of COP16 in Cali. So I'll call my panel up to the front, and I'll just start giving a bit of a summary of where we are in the meantime. Wonderful. So those who are following these UN processes, you may be aware that the biodiversity COP has a 2-year cycle as compared to the climate one, which meets every single year. So very many things can happen in 2 years. Welcome, come on ahead. Very many things can happen in 2 years, and that's particularly true in the nature space. So for COP14, which took place in Egypt, we actually only had 1 member of the commercial banking sector. And then in Montreal, we had around 1,200 individuals in the room from the financial ecosphere. And then in Cali, we had between 4,000 and 5,000 members of the financial ecosystem between the blue and the green zone. So really, that was an incredible surge of interest. But a lot of the commentary coming out of the COP was that as the business community was there in completely unprecedented numbers, and the financial community was really more aware of nature than ever. At the same time, we see with the Living Planet report and other data coming out that nature is declining like never before, and the governmental processes and the policy community is lagging behind. So we are at a really interesting moment where we know the science tells us we need to act on nature, and at the same time, we're not getting clear policy signals. So the discussion on resource mobilization actually didn't conclude in Cali, and we need to go on to further negotiations in Rome in February. So that was disappointing for many members of the financial sector who came to Cali, who expressed interest to support governments and do deals. And many governments didn't actually come with their updated national biodiversity strategy and action plans. They weren't ready to talk about financing. So we do have an interesting dynamic, I would say, in the nature space where the private financial sector is seeing the relevance, but we're not having that same clarity from the policy sphere right now. So I would say those regulatory uncertainties probably frame the discussion for the financial sector right now, and really the need to zero in on where is the business case to act on nature, both for the real economy clients and the financial sector. And we do see the importance of focusing on the physical risk, the dependency risk, but also opportunities, because it is inevitable that we transition, and it is inevitable that those financial institutions who are ahead of this curve and aware of the planetary boundaries that we're currently surpassing will benefit from new nature economies. So I think that's a little bit of framing for today's conversation. And I want to start with Anthony Balabrica. I know it, but my tongue wouldn't cooperate. So Anthony is the Global Head of Sustainability Intelligence and Advocacy for BBVA. And BBVA has been a great leader in this space, at the forefront of structuring some very innovative products. And you released one you can maybe tell us a little bit more about on biodiversity recently. And in 2022, you released the Water Footprint Loan, which has been much admired in this space as well. So could you tell us a little bit about your experience from a bank on this road to embedding sustainability and nature as key considerations? And you work in so many very different jurisdictions as well. How does that frame your work when you're looking to develop new financial products?
Well, Jessica, thanks a lot for inviting me to share our lessons learned and how we see this challenge, and congrats again to UNEP FI for rushing the Global Roundtable. Great to be here with our colleagues. No, I was in Cali, and I think that at the end we saw that growing interest from the financial sector. That's true. We have a huge investment gap. No, according to UNEP, we have to scale up from 208 billion a year investing in nature to a five-fold increase by 2030 if we want to achieve the global biodiversity framework, and all 70% of these finances come from the private sector. So how we approaching? I mean, we are approaching, I would say, with three key guidelines in our mindset. The first one is to have this holistic approach to climate, nature, and inclusive growth. So all are interdependent. We cannot understand one without each other, without the other. So that's important. We also want to ensure that we have a single conversation. So we are managing, using this, let's say, the same processes and developing tools that are intrinsically connected and engaging with our clients in a single conversation. I think it's important. That's a lot of the lesson learned. And the third idea that guides our mindset in this approach is we have to innovate. We have to learn by doing. We cannot wait to have the perfection of data and others impacts and whatever. We have to act as soon as possible. No? So we have been using TNFD framework and the target setting guidelines from UNEP FI on how to embed nature into our lending portfolios, into our policies, in our capability training and all that. I don't want to spend a lot of time on that, but on the client engagement on solutions, as I said, we want to innovate, we want to be inspired by others, we want to become first movers and see how we can learn. Later we will have to scale up, but we have to see how we can learn. And you have mentioned some of the initiatives, and I think it can be useful to share a little bit some specific practices. No? Yes, we have been focusing on water, we have been focusing on food system, on agriculture, which is quite relevant in our footprint as we have a strong presence in Latin America and emerging economies. And that's the reason why, well, we launched a first water footprint loan with the Iberdrola with 2.5 billion euros that will link KPIs on water stress. So that was a first example. Then also we have also embedding KPIs linked to nature into KPI solutions on sustainable supply chain finance. A good example is the facility that we have with Nestlé in Mexico with 2,000 suppliers, no? And some of the metrics that we assess there are related to nature, considering the strong dependencies they have and impacts they have in nature. So that's another good example. A third example is how we try to use market standards that we rely on in order to guide our clients to see what makes sense or not makes sense, that with MSC in shipping or regenerative agriculture, pardon, shipping in fishing, regenerative agriculture certificates. That also helps to move our clients and help our clients in the transformation. So regenerative agriculture is gaining momentum also in our portfolio. And then finally, also we are trying to innovate in funding mechanisms for BEBA. No? So we issued a first water bond with the IFC, $50 million just a couple of years ago, 1 year and a half. And it was very useful to see how this can be mobilized later with our clients. And recently, we issued 5 months ago the first biodiversity bond by a bank, by a private bank in the world. Is a biodiversity bond together with the IFC and the IDB, $70 million in total, in Colombia, where we have our champion team there on nature. And while we are having very good conversations and engagement with our clients, we have practically shared this proposal to 200 clients. We have a clear value proposition because we have 50 basic points in difference in pricing. And we have already disbursed practically $40 million. So this is a good example how we can use the let's say nature as in terms of a business opportunity for banks. But having said that, the challenge is how to scale up this, because this is nice stories, but we need to scale up. We need without any doubt more blended finance mechanisms. Probably later we can comment a little bit and see how we can well, create a business case, no, to make it happen at the scale. But let's see later in the next conversation. Thanks.
Great. Well, it's very exciting, and it sounds like good momentum. And we also did remark on IFC's leadership in this space, which is, I think, giving a big boost as well. So that's fantastic. Kirsten, Director General of WWF International, we really enjoyed your panel this morning with Eric Usher, the head of UNEP FI. So WWF has been very active in the finance space, and one of the big questions the financial sector has is about what does nature positive mean for finance? And you recently put out a paper on nature positive agendas for banks, including recommendations for banks who are aiming to be more inspired to act on nature. So we'd love to hear more about those recommendations and how they're critical to the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And feel free to, I think, pull in a lot of the great work that WWF is doing across the world. It's vast and varied, so I think there's a lot of great examples.
Great, thank you so much, and wonderful to be here. Maybe to start, and you already talked about the Living Planet report, it provides a little bit of context to Nature Positive. So it's a report that we publish every other year. I think I've done about 10, which also shows you how long I've been with WWF. But it's a very depressing report, to be honest. This year was 73% of global populations in wildlife that we're monitoring has declined since 1970. That's in 50 years' time, 73%. But what's different about this report is we weren't just looking at the 73%. We also worked with scientists to show, unfortunately, that not only are we losing biodiversity, we're also seeing that some ecosystems are reaching very negative tipping points. So when you look at ecosystems like the Amazon, Arctic, our coral reefs, we have lost so much that you get to a point of irreversible return. You can't go back anymore. And the Amazon, I think, has been shown that we've already lost about between 12 and 15% of the Amazon. If we reach close to 20% or 17%, we will reach that tipping point. And that's in the next 5 years if we continue going. So that's the state. And when you talk about bending the curve and nature positive, it is about bending that curve. It's really making sure that how can we bend the curve of biodiversity decline, and we know that we can do that by focusing on two things, especially with respect to the financial sector. It's number one, focusing on transformations, right? And so from the financial sector, making sure that we fund transformations, and it's food, and it's energy, and it's finance. And those are the three systems that need a transformation. Food, by far, being way up there, and you mentioned that as well. The way we produce, consume, and waste food is by far the biggest driver of biodiversity loss, unfortunately. So funding the transformation is a really big one. And secondly, is what we're calling bridging the conservation finance gap. So we know that there's a lot of money that is, most importantly, that's not being invested sustainably, that's not leading to a nature positive outcome. And I think it's estimated to be about $7 trillion, which is a massive amount that should be transformed into funding these bigger transformations and nature positive. And that includes, of course, subsidies, which is a massive one, but it also includes a lot of investments from private sector, whether that's banks or pension funds or others that are going into nature negative investments. And how can we work with the financial sector to make sure that we turn that around? And then it's, of course, making sure that we invest it in the right place. Now, the nice thing is, which I think is also why we're here in this room and this panel, is that awareness on nature positive is growing, and the awareness of the role and the incredible positive role that the financial sector can play in bending this curve is really growing. And so that's great. And as you say, we work with a lot of financial institutions all over the world to do some really cool stuff. And we're just launching, we will be launching in a few months, our new global strategy, which we're calling the Roadmap 2030, 6 priorities. One of them is working with the financial sector going forward. So we're really seeing this as a huge opportunity. In Cali, we launched this report, which is called the WWF Banking on Nature Positive Report, and there are, 5 points in there. I'll just mention 3. I just wanted to highlight 3 things because I think they're really interesting. One, of course, is really working with you on defining what nature positive means for banks, right? And how can we, as a financial sector, and we as WWF work with you to translate this concept into real action. And again, it's very concrete. The difficulties really with respect to nature is measuring it, right? That's what we hear all the time. How do you measure biodiversity? I remember our conversations in New York on this as well. How do you measure that? And there's a lot happening on that. It's not going to be perfect, but this is receiving a lot of our attention. I think the second thing, of course, is enhancing transparency when it comes to disclosure and how can we share a lot of the data. There's a lot of data out there. There's a lot of data on the internet, a lot of data with a lot of institutions, and how can we share that and share that transparently. One of the things I wanted to highlight there when it comes to risk specifically is, WWF has developed a biodiversity risk filter, a water risk filter, and we work with a lot of corporate institutions to help assess risk. So through the supply chain, whether that's investments or other supply chains. So I think those are tools that are out there. And the third thing that we're looking at in terms of nature positive and banking is fostering innovative financial solutions. And there's a lot that a lot of us are doing. Many of us are working on debt swaps. We're working on blended finance, on impact investing, which is something I was heavily involved in as well in the Netherlands before this job. But one of the cool things that we worked on is what we call the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development. And I'm just highlighting that because it was an initiative that we developed many years ago together with the Dutch government. It was a blended finance mechanism where the Dutch government basically stepped in to cover the initial risk. But then we worked with the private sector to really do a few things. Number one, design conservation programs on the ground so that it can attract investments, which is a really important part of it. And in the end, that generated billions of investments from the private sector into nature positive programs. And so all that is to say, it requires something from both of us. I know it will require something from us as well. You don't just attract finance into nature positive programs automatically because we're so used to working with philanthropy. And so I think it's really important for us to build capacity on the ground with local communities, with local partners, to make sure that it can actually attract financial investments. And I'll stop there.
Great. Well, I want to pick up on that point of the public de-risking, but we'll come to that later. And I think amongst what you mentioned, I think the insurance sector plays a really key role in understanding the risks that you outlined earlier that are identified in the Living Planet report, and then turning that into financial information. So I have Makoto Haraguchi here from MS and AD insurance group. So you're the Senior Vice President for Sustainability. And MS and AD has been one of the TNFD members, the task force members, and really a leader in this space. Some quite exciting work there. And the word portfolio might take a totally different meaning for the insurance sector compared to banking, for example, and especially when we talk about nature-related risks and turning that into business-ready information. So you've been at the forefront as an insurer who is embedding nature in the broader risk management considerations, and you've been one of the first to actually release a TNFD report from an insurer as well, which is a great example. So we'd love to hear, you've now launched your second TNFD report, and you've significantly contributed to the nature positive framework that UNEP FI has been working on with the Finance for Biodiversity Foundation, and that's also well aligned to the WWF approach. So what have been the key learnings from your insurance group along this journey, and what are the main areas that you see the insurance sector really needs to work on to make progress next? And I think in all of this case, we're framed by a changing policy climate in the world right now. So really, how do you embed this in the business of insurance in that context?
Yeah, absolutely, Jessica. Hello, everyone. So thanks for commenting on our TNFD journey. It's not an easy way, I may say, as a TNFD task force member. Since 2015, the MSND's fundamental sustainability strategy has been based on the concept of green resilience, so to incorporate nature into broader risk management procedures. So this green resilience concept aims to increase the resilience of local communities to natural disasters by understanding the value of natural capital, managing it sustainably on a daily basis, and using it to revitalize the local economy. So as Japan heads towards a society with declining population, so if nothing done, the regional economy will stagnate and the insurance market will shrink. And there will be no one to sustainably manage the local natural capital, so the resilience of a local community to natural disaster will decline. We understand that this will have a negative impact on our sales and loss ratio in long term. So from an underwritten portfolio valuation perspective, I would like to share with you how the insurance sector differs from other financial subsectors. We have long assessed the natural cat risk of each our underwritten assets, and where possible, provided information and consulting to our clients to help them reduce their risks. Such loss prevention activities also could help us to reduce our loss ratio and improve our profitability. TNFD recommends a location-specific approach as its core framework. This is the approach that insurance companies have been taking for some time in assessing the physical risk of climate change. So we have released a site platform, Flood Risk Filter. With this platform, companies can simply register the location of their assets and receive a high resolution of flood risk assessment according to IPCC scenarios in low cost, allowing them to prioritize measures to reduce their climate risks. So we also provided this tool to major banks. The banks calculated the credit-related cost expected to be incurred by 2050. When those costs are averaged out over a year, it's shown that the impact on current annual basis business performance is limited. So as a result of such case, banks no longer need to discuss climate change adaptation measures with corporate clients. This may be a reasonable decision-making from the perspective of single materiality. However, they were no longer to be able to contribute to the transition of the improving economic and social resilience. So assuming that a similar difference could also occur in nature-related issues, so we try to location approach as the first step of our journey of risk assessment in line with the TNFD framework, taking the initiative in the TNFD pilot project by UNEP FI. So we participate in the UNEP FI TNFD pilot, the natural rubber industry in Indonesia. we realized that there was no map showing the distribution of rubber plantation in Indonesia. So the UNEP FI advisors suggested that we use Indonesian economic statistics as a proxy. But we wanted to try the location approach with LEAP. So in collaboration with a nature data startup, we first collected data on the distribution of rubber plantation from academic reports, and then used a distribution prediction model that utilized satellite imagery of vegetation and AI. In this way, we are able to accurately identify the location of rubber plantation areas and create a digital map. So we then use this map to conduct a LEAP assessment in the UNEP FI pilot. So I would like to talk about one more, our latest activity in our TNF journey. So as the activity is new, it's not included in the, our latest TCFD, TNFD integrated report, but yeah, we called it a Green Resilience Report. In September, MS&DD signed an agreement with the largest conservation organization in Japan to work together to achieve nature positive. So they regularly conduct a scientific survey of impact of business on nature throughout Japan and hold reliable primary data. So this agreement will allow us to learn the expert knowledge. So in response to this agreement, we revise our policy on the sustainability to add it clause to the policy that states that we will confirm in advance the extent to which the client is considering biodiversity of nature for new cases of clients of solar power plants and onshore wind power plants and biomass power plants. So we have decided to revise our group policy as we believe that the information on nature-related risks such as bird strikes and landscape destruction is helpful for clients to avoid, mitigate their business risks and encourage them to integrate such risks into their enterprise risk management cycle. I quit here. Thank you very much.
Great. Well, that does sound very ambitious, and I would be interested, just as a quick follow-up, is you mentioned the risk management element, but does the policy really communicate the business benefits, and what would those, in broad terms, be?
Yeah. Excuse me.
How is the business case made for the more ambitious policy?
Business case. So, for example, right now we are starting the engagement with the sector-wide, not the solely company. So, so right now we are a TNFD task force member. Many companies come to us to how to start the nature positive actions or something like that. So it's a great opportunity for us to engage with the board level of the corporates of our clients. Yes.
Great.
That could be a great opportunity for us.
Great, and we've heard from many of our members actually that their clients are welcoming more engagement on this topic because they're looking forward to the opportunity to be rewarded for the actions that they've taken already and for their ambition. So Lauren, you're the Managing Director of Nature Best for the Nature Conservancy, and so much innovation in this space has come out of TNC. So in your role overseeing the impact investing team at TNC, you identify and structure impact investment transactions. And we heard about some of this work on the main stage for the summit yesterday, which was fantastic. So you've closed deals across Africa, Asia Pacific, and the Americas, and worked with a really varied group of stakeholders to find financial solutions and innovative ways to value and invest in nature. So as you stand now, what do you see as some of the big learnings that banks and insurers could explore untapped opportunities to contribute in this space towards nature positive? And I'd love if you could unpack a little bit more how much of your work focuses on what we might call mainstreaming or transition finance as compared to conservation and restoration finance? And where do you see that landscape in the future?
Sure. So thank you for the question. I'll take the second part of that first. So just as a brief overview, so the NatureVest team is a part of the Nature Conservancy. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Nature Conservancy, it's the world's largest environmental organization with offices in around 80 countries in the world. NatureVest has been around for 10 years, so we've had the opportunity to kind of ride the wave, the cresting wave, I would say, of the kind of green impact investment space. And in our experience, we're seeing a large groundswell of interest over the past 5, even 3 years. Before that, it was really, really difficult. And I want to I think it's really important that we constantly remember just how new this space is. And NatureVest, in those 10 years, we've put together 17 transactions for around $3.5 billion worth of assets that we're now managing for impact. The vast majority of those dollars have come in the past 5 years. So again, I think it's just an important data point. Now, with regards to kind of like conservation, restoration versus mainstreaming, transitioning, our portfolio, if you look at it in terms of number of projects, the majority of our projects are actually in what we would call catalytic investments. So really impact first, higher risk, sometimes lower return, but the vast majority of the dollars are in mainstream investments. And those are still investments that deliver on outcomes that are measurable. The Nature Conservancy is in those transactions. We build ourselves in order to deliver outcomes. But we develop those transactions to look and feel like transactions that the banks, that the institutional investors, the traditional investors are comfortable with. Because we find that some of the biggest hurdles that we have in the space is most investors are afraid of what they don't know. And in an industry that is brand new, effectively, in the past 10 years, more 5 years, most things are things that people don't know. There's different types of risks that investment committees don't know how to assess. And so the closer that we can develop our projects to be similar to things that people are familiar with, so investing in agriculture or the transition of supply chains or forestry, things that people already know and recognize, that is much easier for us to scale. Now, that doesn't mean we don't do really impactful and catalytic opportunities. In fact, as the Nature Conservancy, we really do feel it is our job to be out there pushing boundaries, creating track records for others, proving that things can be done. And sometimes that means things can't be done. We try and we fail, and that's also part of our mandate, and that's okay. But we think it's very, very important to be out there doing more catalytic investing. And that often requires de-risking. And we touched about that before. And in almost every one of those transactions, and some of you might be familiar with the work that we do in the blue bonds, we're calling them now nature bonds because they span across both marine and terrestrial outcomes. All of those require some sort of de-risking measure in order for them to be successful. We have a project in Africa that we closed in 2023 that's focused on conservation tourism and providing support to companies doing conservation tourism to enable them to keep supporting local landscapes and keep supporting local employment opportunities. But that is incredibly risky. Small companies, difficult geography in a cyclical industry, and so it's very, very highly reliant on de-risking capital, and we've worked with the German government through KfW to provide us with that support. So I think those are just some examples of the different types of projects that we've done. But I think in order for us to see the type of scale and success in this sector, we need to be migrating more towards the type of transactions that large institutional investors, the banks, the insurance companies, can see themselves in, because that's really how you unlock the trillions rather than the billions. And I mean, we're happy with the billions right now, but that's not enough to meet the crisis that we have.
Great, thanks, Lauren. And we're not seeing ODA come to the table like maybe in past decades, and we're expecting it to, possibly further tighten up. So de-risking is a way that governments can, leverage the power of the private sector. But TNC has also done a debt conversion recently without public finance in a very innovative, or with much less public finance in a very innovative way. So I don't know if you can reflect on that, and involving a family office was a first for the most recent debt conversion. Where are the ways that we can pool in that capital when public purse strings are as constrained as ever?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it's been a theme of most of my conversations here this week is what do we all do as we're seeing kind of a, not a complete, running away, but a retreat certainly from the public sector finances. Budgets are cut and, the will kind of wanes a little bit. And so we have quite a few examples in our portfolio. The most recent is a nature bond that we just closed in the Bahamas. There is public funding in there. The IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, is providing a $200 million guarantee. It's a $300 million financing, but we've blended in a $70 million guarantee from Builders Vision, which is a private foundation, as well as a $30 million insurance from AXA XL. So this is a way to kind of blend in insurance industry, private funders, to go alongside the public funders. We have other transactions in our structure. We have a large forestry project in the central United States, in the Appalachian corridor of the United States, which is a private equity fund, but it is a levered private equity fund and requires catalytic lower cost debt in order for the fund to be able to deliver the market rate investors to the returns to the equity investors. And that catalytic debt has been provided primarily by a foundation. So low-cost debt provided by a foundation through their PRI program. That is also paired with some state funding from the state of Virginia. So again, public financing is in there, but we're reducing the need for it. And then one last example I will give is we have a project, we're supporting a wind farm, in Kenya, that is primarily financed by the DFC, but this is out of their not really catalytic portfolio. It's more of their market rate portfolio to support electrification. But we've put in a slug of $10 million of catalytic capital to really build out biodiversity outcomes and help with human-wildlife conflict in the area. And so that's the catalytic capital, and that's all provided by high net worth individuals and foundations. And so it's kind of flipping itself on the head where the public funding is actually the market rate funding and the private funding is that catalytic de-risking capital to enable those stronger environmental outcomes. So there's a lot of different innovations that we're exploring. I can't see a world where there won't be the need for the public sector, but I do think we can adapt to address lower demand from the public sector.
Great, thank you. And I think this is a really creative thinking period to consider how do we meet this nature finance gap for these key parts of biodiversity in our world. But we often emphasize to our members this transition finance or mainstreaming finance is really the big challenge that we need to deal with next. So right now, the UNEP State of Finance for Nature report says we have 140 times higher negative flows for nature than we do positive. So we need to shift that. And part of shifting that is around communicating the risk to real economy companies and financial institutions. So I want to turn to you, Christine, from S&P Global Sustainable One. So you've just published some very interesting research that 85% of the world's largest companies that make up the S&P Global 1200 have very significant dependencies on nature across their direct operations, and 46% of these companies have at least one asset located in a key biodiversity area, exposing them to future reputational and regulatory risks. And I just want to connect to the point that Kristen made on the panel with Eric this morning, that 7 out of 10 of the countries, I think it was with the most biodiversity hotspots, their financial supervisory entities are not looking at nature risk. So there's actually a disconnect between the supervisory entities who are looking at nature risk and actually where that nature risk is in the world. So that's a big concern. So you've also launched the nature risk profile methodology together with UNEP broadly to help better understand and address these types of risks. So as a key player in making sense of all this data, how do you see the latest developments and gaps going forward for companies and financial institutions who are trying to value nature?
Thanks, Jessica. So as a data provider, through my interactions with corporate and financial institutions, my observation was that it's a very polarized market. So we have one group of people who are very advanced, understanding the complexity of nature risk, always wanting more granular data. And I believe most people in this room will probably fall into that category. But on the other hand, we have I would say, a larger group of people, entities, who are at the very beginning of their nature journey. So they need hand-holding, and quite often they ask, do you have one metric that can solve all my problems? But I do see progress over the past year. So 1 year ago, the most frequent question I got would be, what is nature risk? But now I get more questions around what's the definition of nature positive? What's a baseline? How can I use your data to assess nature risk in my portfolio? So I see this as a positive development as a whole, right? For the market as a whole. More people are speaking the same language, and they are asking the next level questions because they want to take action. And key actors and initiatives like UNEP FI, TNFD, WWF, Nature Positive Initiative are responding to this need, right, by providing further guidance, facilitating consensus on practical metrics that can be used to measure the state of nature and nature positive outcomes. And providers like S&P Global, we also play a part by providing data that can be used as a 2020 baseline for target setting to track progress. Beyond the baseline, while we all know that it's important to reduce negative impact, to create positive impact, but if we think about what would drive companies to take actions, I would say apart from regulations, it's important to help companies understand that they don't just have impacts on nature, but their operations also heavily depend on ecosystem services provided by nature, and be able to quantify the dependency risk. So that's why last year, S&P Global and UNEP WCMC, we published a comprehensive methodology to assess nature risk, not just through the lens of impact, but also through dependency and double materiality, and link the local impacts and dependencies to companies and portfolios. So for example, if a company has 2 sites that have the same level of water usage, but one is located in a high water stress area and the other one is not, our data will be able to show that the one that's in the high water stress area will have a higher water dependency risk, because the likelihood of that risk materializing is much higher. So company can take these insights to prioritize and focus their efforts to address the high-risk areas. Because ideally, we know that it will be good if the companies can just fix all the issues, right? But most companies will have limited resources, so we'll need to provide decision useful data for them to help them to prioritize and target their effort. And this example also shows that having SL-level insights is crucial for companies to develop a strategy to manage nature risk, because nature risk is local. But in order to have good SL-level insights, we also need companies to play their part by disclosing more, such as site area or capacity data, to be able to better assess the nature risk. But sometimes this type of information is sensitive and confidential. So a development from S&P Global was that we just launched a tool that will enable companies to assess nature risk of their assets in-house based on the same nature risk profile methodology. So they can protect their operational data while still have the insights to manage risks, also to disclose nature-related metrics. And this can encourage better disclosures from companies, and that will also improve the quality of data that's available to investors, banks, governments over time. Obviously, there are still gaps. So For example, we still need a better and easier way to assess nature risk in supply chain. There's still no standard for translating nature risk into financial impact. But many people are working on this, so we should see progress in the not too distant future. And the last thing I would like to mention is that even though there are still gaps, and I think there will always be gaps because there will always be room for improvement. And we can expect better data, more granular and more real-time data with the advancement of technology. But there is enough data today for companies to start taking meaningful and measurable actions towards a sustainable, nature-positive future.
And the real economy companies that you work with, how much of their demand for that information comes from them being aware that there is a risk and they need to understand their dependencies? And how much does it come from being asked by a financial institution to then, provide that information?
I think a lot of that will come from the financial institutions. That's why financial institutions play a crucial role in all this. So companies will come to us and say that, all right, they need to disclose their nature risk. How can they do that? And that might be because they want to have access to capital, or they are requested by the investors to disclose the information.
Great. Anthony, do you want to go ahead and respond on that?
No, I would like to build on Lauren's point about the risking and blended finance and how to mobilize more capital on nature resolutions. I would say that it's even more complicated than the risking. I mean, it's because there is a lack of revenue streams at the end of the day. So it's different from mitigation, where you have technological risk, country risk, and we have to have blended finance to trap private capital at the scale. So what we see in the new quantified goal that we saw in Baku. But here in nature is even more complicated because we don't have any price on nature practically. So water is free practically everywhere in the world practically. No, it's not priced properly. No, and that creates these market failures that we have there. So in carbon, carbon pricing is helping in that sense, no, to mobilize and mobilize decisions, relevant decisions. One country joins again the Paris Agreement because there is a carbon-adjusted mechanism, maybe. So that's happening, and companies investing because they have to transform. They are going to have less free, according to the ETS system, for instance, in Europe. So that tracks decisions and financial decisions that are relevant and decisions that are taken by companies. And then the financial sector helps the companies to invest, no? And this is not happening on nature, I would say, in general. No? So it's even more complicated. It's not only about the IFC helping us to have a good value proposition for biodiversity bond, but it's also because there is a lack of revenue streams. All in those cases where you can try to translate a clear business case, like in regenerative agriculture, when you can demonstrate after a few years that, with those practices, that let's say farmer will have a better performance of. It's all in those cases, or if you reduce water stress for certain activities that have higher dependency, there are a lot of nature-based solutions that are not well priced, and that market failure is even more complicated. So I think that's something that obviously we are not going to solve now, but it's something that absolutely critical if you want to have the clear signals, no? And in order to not for the financial sector, but for companies and households and governments to invest, and then the financial sector can move capital flows to those investments. That's the rationale, no? Because they are not going to invest unless they have economic sense. They have to have economic sense. We can have some investors or some philanthropists that say, okay, I'm ready to pay a green premium or an additional cost, but at the end, if you want to have the scale that we need, it has to have economic sense. So we have to solve these market failures. Our clients have to invest, and then we as the financiers, we can follow and help them to make this transition.
So I want to pick up on this because we've had such a lot of momentum on nature, and it looks like we're heading for a possible standstill if policy is not following and not getting that case. So what does progress look like in this current space? So we've drilled down on progress is about
safeguards and risk and due diligence, and then getting ready for these opportunities in the pipeline, maybe no progress can be made without policy. So, maybe progress is just that advocacy message over and over. But I'd like to maybe start with Makoto and work our way back. In the current landscape, after a surge of excitement for nature and understanding how nature contributes to net zero and understanding all these opportunities that are there in new nature economies that WEF and others have outlined, and with innovations like TNC's products, seeing new ways, new instruments and mechanisms, and willingness from public sector to bring de-risking when maybe other types of public finance aren't available. So what would progress look like in the next 2 years on embedding biodiversity concerns across portfolios? So Makoto, if we can start with you.
Yeah, sure. So I'm emphasis that the importance of the public-private collaboration in coming 2 years. So fortunately, I would like to inform that the Japanese government last March issued a nature-positive economic strategy that's endorsed by the full authority of the government, Department of Environment, Department of Agriculture, Department of Infrastructure, and also the economy. That's a good news for us. So also they insist that that strategy should be aligned with the direction of the TNFD. So they asked me to join the several, I may say many panels on the research group held by the authority to develop a new regulatory mechanism to make the private sector to go to the nature positive direction. So that's a good news. But on the other hand, unfortunately, right now the authority of the financial authority hasn't sent kind of message to the market. So, but yeah, before that, I'm looking ahead over the next 2 years. Yeah, we are proud to be a leader to our substantive action to provide tangible outcomes, nature positive outcomes. So as I mentioned, the insurance sector are very familiar with the priority location approach. So we can provide such kind of idea to the not only for the corporates but also for the other financial sectors.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Christine, just in 1 minute, where do you think progress can come from in embedding biodiversity concerns across portfolios in the next 2 years?
Well, I think physical risk is real, right? The impact is real. So it's meaningful to reduce the dependency risk, reduce the physical risk, right? So that the business or the portfolio can be more resilient. So I think that's where where it can come from, right, over the next 2 years. And I would say that I would like to see that in 2 years, right, if we can be where we are, as where we are now with climate risk, right, then that's progress. Okay. There's more commitment, there's more action.
Yes, that's ambitious. I like it. Great. Now, Lauren.
Yeah, building on what Christine just said, I mean, I talked about agriculture yesterday. Agricultural providers, the companies that rely on agricultural outputs, they don't have the option not to change because the system is not going to sustain the way that we're treating it. And so irrespective of regulation, the writing's on the wall from a business decision perspective, at some point, the investment in changing practices is going to be worth it in order to ensure that they can keep doing business at all. Absolutely. And so I think that is, in the absence of regulation, that's probably the driver.
100%. Tony?
Yeah, I would ask, well, first for policymakers, obviously it's important to stand for financial regulation, taxonomies, disclosure, that is very necessary. but we need industrial policies to be consistent with the climate and nature goals we have. So we will ask transition plans at national level, including not only climate, but also nature and just transition, and try to have investable projects that are critical for that nation, no? to evolve. So that's, I think it's absolutely critical. And a call to financial institutions, I would say, let's think big. I mean, let's don't wait to have the perfect solution, as I said before, no? Focus on those sectors where they have higher dependencies from nature, try to help them because there is a business opportunity there. And then let's try to imagine and connect dots. I give an example. We are financing now a project in the Colombian Amazonia, together with the IDB, to provide renewable energy to a community that is very relevant for the protection of that ecosystem. So we are connecting nature, climate, and equality and fair transition. So I think that's the way we have to imagine. We have to think big.
Great. Kirsten.
Well, I can't help but at least mention that I think the biggest show of success is if by 2030 we manage to do what 196 countries have signed up to do, which is to make sure that we conserve 30% of the world's land and restore. And we all have a role to play in that. And I would say within those 5 years, I would agree with my colleague from TNC that the biggest focus we can all have in the financial sector is focusing on the investments in the food sector. Again, the way we invest in the production, consumption, and food waste is by far the biggest driver of that loss. And that means sticking our net out and making sure that we put that money not into harmful food production, but into much more positive food production. And there's a lot of examples out there. And I think if we can do that over the next few years, then that would be a great success.
Great, wonderful. So I think very much, as the panel has demonstrated, we are, really coming upon dependencies and physical risks in portfolios that we need to be taking very seriously. And these are, as Professor Johan Rockström outlined yesterday, these are not 10 or 20 years into the future. These are risks today to be taken very seriously. And for the financial institutions that want to continue operating into the future, it's very wise to be taking these into account in their decision-making in the routine business today. So we're going to be continuing our work, particularly with banks and insurers. So we have a great program for our banks at different tiers of ambition, and a fantastic insurance working group that is, really including MS and AD, a lot of great leadership coming from this sector. So it's not an easy period, and I think it's important to be pragmatic in how we look for solutions going forward when we don't see those very strong policy signals, and we do have a sense of uncertainty in the policy sphere, but we are seeing financial institutions leading who get the business case. And I think that's very important to share what are the learnings from each other. So we have a lot of communities of practice for financial institutions to be able to share those learnings and the tools that they're using to really make that. And I would be remiss not to mention the Nature in the Boardroom publication that UNEP FI put out during COP16, which is really about communicating to the C-suite the importance of integrating nature across all business lines and all departments in the financial institution. And it gives a lot of great connections of how to communicate that in terms of the core business, and for a financial institution, the fiduciary duty. So I think we'll leave it there. We have another panel on nature coming up, led by my colleague, Romy Hurrika Den Hertog. And really, an enormous thanks to our fantastic panel, and we're really, really thrilled to have you join us and share all the great work that makes me optimistic that we will make progress in the next 2 years. And we really look forward to COP17 in Armenia, where we're hoping to double or triple the number of financial institutions who come out and show leadership and give encouragement to public policymakers about what are the steps they need to take next so that we can meet the 2030 Global Biodiversity Framework. So thank you so much, everyone. So your MC.
Thank you. I think that was a great and interesting panel. And we now will be continuing with another session on nature, which is the fourth one we had today. And I still remember the days where nature was kind of a topic that was discussed in back rooms because the front rooms weren't so interested in nature yet. So I'm wearing two hats at the moment. Thank you all for joining us here. If you want to stay for the next session, in which we'll be focusing on next steps of implementing the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, we also have a parallel track downstairs in which my colleague Nirnita is looking into mobilizing sustainable finance in emerging markets, a very relevant topic indeed as well. So I'll invite my speakers on stage for a few introductory remarks, and then we'll be continuing here. Thank you. Thank you everyone for joining us for this session that will be running until about 4 o'clock, in which we're diving into the Global Biodiversity Framework. This morning you might have heard Patrick Audier in the opening session speak about action on nature is moving from how to what, focusing on the systemic change towards nature-positive economies, and in particular, of course, looking at the role of financial institutions, both as a lever, but also as a trigger for change. In this panel, and I have wonderful panelists that I'll introduce to you in a few seconds, we're going to zoom into the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and in particular also on the outcomes that took place in Cali, Colombia, which was the first gathering of the COP since Montreal when the GBF was agreed. We gathered there under the thematic of peace with nature, and the Colombian presidency had the ambition of making this the People's Cup. And I think with nearly 1 million participants in the green zone, I think they really overachieved on that goal. But they also worked towards a whole of society approach with, we had 1 or 2 FI participants at COP14, then we had a few hundred at COP15 in Montreal, but I think we had over 1,000 in Cali. And to make this session a little bit more interactive, I would be curious to know by a show of hand, who was there in Cali? So we see a couple of hands going up, and I think that's great to know, but it also shows that there is a lot of people here who might want to learn more about what happened in Cali. So a few outcomes of the negotiations have been the establishment of the Cali Fund on digital sequence information, and you might wonder what that is. Help is underway. We'll organize a webinar on that topic next year. Next to that, there is also the establishment of a new permanent subsidiary body for indigenous peoples and indigenous communities and people of African descent. Over 40 updated MBSEPs and nearly 120 national targets, but also relevant developments on health, which of course is very interesting if you might be an insurer, the link with climate and peoples. So today we're going to dive in with my panelists into what are the outcomes from Cali and how are you approaching that within your organization, looking really from your different backgrounds. We want to make this an interactive session, so I have a colleague who will be walking around with a microphone. In case you have a question, you can raise your hand. I want to introduce my panelists by asking them a quick question, and as so much is happening within the nature finance space, my question to them is, what are you most excited about? So I want to start with you, Deborah. You traveled a very, very long way to get here with us, and you are the special advisor to the Commissioner on Biodiversity and Inclusive Insurance for the California Department of Insurance. So can I ask you to quickly respond to the question, what are you most excited about?
Thank you, Romy. I'm so pleased to be here today. I think I am most excited about having the opportunity to discuss with these panelists the opportunities for leadership and partnership and innovation around biodiversity and social justice and insurance.
Great, super. And I'll continue with you, Suzanne Peterson. You are the Director for the Science and Knowledge Center at IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature.
Yes, that's right. Very excited to be here. And in terms of GBF, I'm definitely most excited about the enhanced role of IPLCs in the GBF, what you said, creation of the new subsidiary body and program of work, because IUCN has helped to broker this, as it gives IPLCs a seat at the table, and we believe that this is really needed to ensure equitable benefit sharing. Thank you.
Super, and I'll continue with the next person in the row, Lisa Eichler. You are the head of physical risk and natural solutions at MSCI. What are you most excited about at this moment?
Probably it's the energy that you get when attending these types of conferences, maybe not necessarily because of the official outcomes, which can be disappointing, but mainly because you see the drive behind, especially the business and financial sector, and the interest in contributing to a solution and a positive outcome.
Super, thank you. And then we're going to Saori Takahashi. I hope I pronounced that well. You're Manager, Sustainable Management, Corporate Strategy Group at Norinchukin Bank.
Hello, everyone. I'm very honored to be here, part of this panel. Thank you so much for the introduction. What I'm really excited about is the fact that actually there is a progress from Montreal to Cali, from my perspective. I was not there in Cali, but at the same time, I was in Montreal experiencing the movement was happening, just, born at that time with a group of businessmen as well as the financial institutions firstly participating in the global biodiversity framework discussions. And later in Cali, it seems the number increased, and I'm also particularly interested in the state of nature, sort of the metrics discussion is, starting to happen, and those are little by little progress that we are making is something that I'm very excited about.
Thank you so much, Ori. And then coming to you, Paul, you are Sustainable Product Innovation Lead at the Bank of Ireland. What are you most excited about?
Well, I'm a banker, so I don't really get excited. But I'm encouraged, even though the financial outcomes of Cali were overall disappointed, I think that the unprecedented numbers in the financial sector who attended is a positive. And I also think the Cali-Baku pledge, which the Network for Greening Financial Institutions has beefed up the teamwork, the analysis, and the collaboration across the central banks. And probably that means that sooner rather than later, we'll see regulation and reporting obligations on banks, which will, again, accelerate the financial sector involvement in nature.
Wonderful. Thank you for your inputs. I was, of course, hoping that all of them would say that the most exciting thing was UNEP-FI's Global Roundtable, but we'll settle on these answers as well. And I think it gives us a lot of things to unpack, from metrics to indeed regulation and also engagement of indigenous peoples and local communities. I want to come to you with a question. First, Deborah. So CDI was the first agency in the US looking at climate change, and I think you're doing a same approach now on biodiversity. So I would be very curious to learn a little bit about your work, and in particular also linking the title, because you look both at inclusion and biodiversity, and I think often we consider those as separate, but I think they're very much connected. So we're happy to hear from you. How do you incorporate that in your role?
Yeah, actually, I think that this morning, one of the speakers also mentioned her understanding of human rights expanded to include climate and human rights, and I think that you really can't consider climate change, biodiversity loss, or social justice separately. They're intricately intertwined and related. And we have planetary boundaries that we need to live within, both in terms of climate and biodiversity. And we have people that we don't want to let drop off or suffer. And the people who will suffer the most from climate change and biodiversity loss are those most vulnerable, the poorest, the ones with fewest resources. And that's where insurance really comes in, because we know that insurance can build resilience and can enable people to bounce back after a disaster. And so there's a feedback loop here that I'm trying to fill in terms of linking those three items.
Great, super, thank you so much. Paul, I'll go to you at the end of the row. I think you're a bit unsuspecting it that I would go. In the previous panel, Laurent Verstandig of the Nature Conservancy spoke about the need from moving from millions to billions. If we look at the global biodiversity funding gap as identified in the GBF, this is 700 billion annually, and it's a lot more than any of us will have in our bank account, but it's equivalent to the GDP of Switzerland. In your role focused on product innovation, you're looking into scalable solutions. Can you tell us a little bit more on how you're working on that within your role at the Bank of Ireland?
Yeah, well, I'll update you on the figures, because Bloomberg New Energy Finance are talking about a 942 billion gap. So, sorry to put a downer on the panel at the beginning, but that's the reality. So it's not improving. In terms of what we do in the bank, the key learnings, I suppose, that I can share with you in terms of the designing and developing and delivering innovative products. I think that there are 5 key areas. The first one is around the fundamentals of price, value, and asset. And at a time when we're trying to encourage private capital to flow into nature, it's very important to understand that capital doesn't flow without a price signal. And people would say that you can't put a price on nature, but the price on nature is currently 0 because it's a public good. And that's intuitively wrong, because nature has a value. So if the approach that we take is we look at the value created by nature as expressed by ecosystem services, and this is why natural capital and natural capital protocol are so important. Because if you can take an ecosystem service and you can value it, that creates economic value, which creates the price signal and prompts the flow of capital. And that's something that we've successfully used. And I think that if you focus on ecosystem services, it unlocks opportunities in PES and all different types of innovation. The second point, and the previous panel alluded to this as well, is around embracing imperfection, which, according to my wife, is something that I'm an expert on. And that's really about the acceptance that when you're innovating products, they're going to evolve and improve over time. And indeed, some of the earlier iterations of stuff that we've put out into the market have been improved with the introduction of new standards and data sets. But it's also important to have the space to be able to innovate as well. And that leads me on to the third main point, which is around collaboration. And I think it's hugely important to generate new products with reference to all stakeholders. So typically, we'd liaise with the scientific community, with NGOs, and academics, and the public sector. And they all have red lines. And the idea is you plot their red lines, and there's a space in the middle, and that's the space that you can innovate. And just a couple more points, really. The next one really is the amount of standards and frameworks. I think there's 19 different frameworks that I read. That's far too many. And if ever banks needed an excuse not to do anything, it's to point to the number of frameworks and say that they're confused, or they're keeping their powder dry and seeing which one comes to the fore. And I think that's the delay that really we can't afford. So I would be a big advocate of TNFD. I think it's really the only game in town. It's going to be the only game in town. They have IBAP, they have Encore, they're linked into, they're aligned with GBF as well. So I would be, as I say, I would promote that. And lastly, I suppose, if you look at the response to the corporate world to the signing of GBF, you saw an uptick of, I think, over 40% of corporates started reporting on their biodiversity, and for banks, the corporates are your customers, so there's a clear opportunity there. I'll leave it at that. That's the top 5 anyway.
Super, thank you so much, Paul. And I think indeed, perfect is always the enemy of the good. I think when we look at different tools and frameworks, UNEP FI has published a report called Accountability for Nature, in which we compared 7 leading approaches on 14 indicators. And for those that like that report, we will be updating it again in January, also adding an additional chapter that dives a little bit deeper into the topic of pollution. In the previous panel, I think BBVA spoke about one of the examples with their water footprint loan. You spoke about some of the lessons you learned from early product development. Do you have, for those in the audience who might be new to the topic, an example of some of that imperfect work so that we can make it a little bit more tangible for them?
Well, the first one that comes to mind would be a product called the Woodland Nature Credit, which we developed. And the idea behind that was really to securitize the ecosystems services that were flowing from forests, which were going to be established. So specifically, we looked at carbon sequestration, we looked at biodiversity uplift and amenity value, because these forests were going to be open access. And whilst the carbon sequestration piece was something that was very easy to well, it wasn't very easy, but it's more straightforward, I suppose, to calculate. Biodiversity uplift caused quite a lot of discussion as to the standard that we would use. And whilst we actually decided on one standard, we were looking at this most recently for a further issuance. We've issued 7 million euros in woodland nature credit to date. I think we'll be looking at a different standard. So that's a case of evolution and making something fit for purpose.
Wonderful, thank you, Paul. And the reason why I'm asking for examples is that I think we need experimentation, but at the same time, financial institutions, it's not necessarily a sector that loves experimentation as much as other sectors might do. So I think it's important to share those examples because you can learn from what others are doing and picking up that way. Saori, I'd like to come to you with a question. Norinchukin is a special bank because you're a cooperative agricultural bank in Japan. Sorry, English isn't my first language either. Can you tell us a little bit how you have integrated the GBF targets into your bank's strategy?
All right, thank you. Norinchukin Bank, as explained correctly, very perfectly, is a cooperative bank of Japan and established in 1923. So we just celebrated 100 years anniversary last year. And because we're cooperative banks, we receive deposit from farmers, fishers, and lumberjacks, and accumulated assets of 100 trillion yen, and also half of it, which is going to be 50 trillion yen, is under management. And just to give you a lot of background to elaborate on how the GBF is connected to our strategies and a core value, there are two transmission channels we're exposed to. The first is through our the stakeholders that include the 500 cooperative banks spread around Japan. And they also receive deposit from farmers, fishers, and lumberjacks. So the cooperative banks are also dependent on nature, and they're exposed to nature-related risks. The same structure applies to us. So the Norinchukin is exposed to nature-related risk via the cooperative banks and the farmers and fishers and lumberjacks. So that's the first transmission channel. And the second transmission channel is as being an institutional investor with an asset of 100 trillion yen. We invest in diversified assets and also lend money to general corporates, including the those that are listed at the Tokyo Stock Exchange, and also that some are rather middle-sized, I have to say. But those are the exposures. The second exposure that we have through the investee corporations as well as the the borrowers. So we have to care about the two sides of the transmission channels, but having the farmers and fishers and lumberjacks is exposed as the very important stakeholders. We care about the nature-related risks and opportunities that are, that could potentially be coming back to us. And that is why we set the purpose dedicated to sustaining all life. And also we set the vision of 2030, contribute to the goal of nature positive, which is almost the equivalent of GB, I have to say. So that is the core value that all workers, officers of Norinchukin Bank share as a core. And we operate as an institutional investors as well as bankers. And we face our stakeholders and we care about them very much. So in order to strategize the vision and the purpose that we have, we send a representative. Hirotaka is a TNFD member, so we would be happy to follow what would be the recommendation of TNFD is published. And there are two aspects of the strategies that we would like to highlight. First is the risk analysis, and the second is the financial mobilization. First of all, we have been doing an in-depth risk analysis in terms of the nature-related risks with the academic institutions. For example, the Waseda University, the Professor Itsubo, who is working on nature footprint analysis, and the research group established this model called LIME. And the model can go all the way down to the portfolio exposure to the nature degradation, namely the extinction of species. So we analyzed with a group of researchers in terms of exposures to the footprints, nature footprint, and the potential extinction risks over portfolios. And also we did analysis in terms of supply chain of a portfolio with a focus on food supply chain, namely the packaging meats. And we sort of concluded that our portfolio has an exposure to American beef sectors and the resources that the farmers in America are relying on. And in terms of the financial mobilization, I have to stress that we, as someone else in the previous panel highlighted, there is a contribution by IFC as well. We invested in IFC-issued green bonds, which focuses on Brazilian forestry industries, as well as one of the proceeds also goes to, as far as I know, is the credit, biodiversity or carbon credits related topics. So we are very proud of doing something really positive about nature, but it really relates to our also the financial risks and opportunities in the longer term. As I explained, that goes all the way back to GBF's target, that is also related and coming back to our own financial materiality as well. So we're, having a very dynamic purposes and also the materiality, which we're all proud of. And we're all dedicated to the activities that are targeted to GBF as well. And not only that, in the way forward, I would like to also highlight the transition planning activities has just begun within our community of TNFD and also the G funds as well. They're upcoming papers that are focusing on transition planning activities of financial institutions, focusing on, in addition to climate, but nature. So I would like to stress 3 points, areas of improvements that I would be critical to our operations. First is the target setting activities. And the second is the engagement. And the third is more financial mobilization, as Paul highlighted. The pricing needs to be there as well. So all the way back to GBF, there needs to be the target setting activities, based on the target 15. Clearly emphasizes the importance of target setting, and also the financial institutions needs to know what will be their impacts and risks and opportunities and dependencies around nature. So the target setting activities is something that we believe would drive to not only the people in our checking bank like me, who is every day working on sustainable finance, but also the front office staff, that are actually becoming a more pump to be able to have a tool to have a conversation with the clients and also the investee and an asset management firms. We are collaborating together. So the target setting, based on the PRB guidance, I think the target setting needs to be actionable and pragmatic so that the front office staff will be able to operate upon it. And that's the first point. And the second aspect that I would like to highlight is the engagement based on a target setting, probably. And the engagement is something that's, providing us the opportunities to provide finance to the clients and borrowers, and at the same time reducing risks of clients, basically. So I believe that is a critical and a very important, very, proactive and progressive, and also the, not only doing, it's all about the having a partnership with the clients, and also the based on the engagement that is hopefully the positive, so that the clients are able to find the way forward, and also, are able to actually transform their business to something more sustainable and nature positive, so that the target ultimately will be, established all the way through the, the entire portfolio of an Orange Bank. And finally, the financial mobilization aspects is something that we expect needs to happen more. And as I already told you, we have already made some investments, activities, but at the same time, we're eager to sort of identify the specific technologies and opportunities, and also the locations that are also, positively working together, hopefully with us, so that we're able to, move forward and think through really what will be the necessary tools and technologies to really make the transformation and transition happen in a specific location. And making the partnership together with them will be something that we're really willing to do together. So pricing needs to be there, and a public-private partnership in terms of the, incentivizing the financial sectors would really go into the analytical sphere of a specific location, as well as the clients and investees, so that we are able to crystallize, our all-together effort to something nature positive, I would say. I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely, and I think it did much more. It was a very rich response. Thank you, Saori. And I think before I go back to you with a small follow-up question, I want to say that I'm extremely pleased having you, but also on the previous panel, a speaker from MS and AD, because there is a lot happening on nature in Japan. I think you're leading as TNFD adopter, you were leading as downloader of the TNFD materials, and I think due to language barriers, if you're not a Japanese speaker, it's sometimes hard to see these developments, but it's incredibly encouraging how your country is leading on this topic. I'm very happy to see that you're picking up our PRB target setting guidance, and you might have seen, and for those that haven't seen it in the audience, that we also created more specific sector guidance for mining and agriculture, so that's additional to the materials we launched about a year and a half ago. And then what I really liked in your answer is how you're embedding action on nature across your organization, including for front office staff, because this is not something for the sustainability department, this is something for the entire organization. So I think that's very important. I want to come to you with a small follow-up question, because I know whilst you now work for Nyorinchukin, you worked for the Japanese government in the past. The GBF speaks about this whole of society approach. Do you have any recommendations on, how can we converge from the public to the private space in a more common language to really make sure that we can take action now?
I have to say, it's always good to have, multiple angle sort of understanding of a specific issue. When I was working for, financial regulator in Japan, I definitely have to think about this one specific issue from a, angle of a financial regulator. But we're always, I also, at the same time, my fellow colleague at the FSA as well, we're trying to, see the same thing from the angle of businesses, for example, and also the financial institutions. And we're all trying to find a common language, as you explained, or I wouldn't necessarily say that is something that we need to compromise, but at the same time, learning from other perspectives is something really important, not necessarily mandating, not necessarily coercing something that's so powerful. It's really important to have a constructive dialogue and a collaboration all the time with the, the financial institution as well as the businesses. And Japan is always good at having that kind of conversation all together as one. And, every country has their own path to way forward, but at the same time, from my perspective, I think it'll be critical. And TNFD is performing in that form at the same time, which I'm really happy about as well.
Thank you so much, Ori. I think we're moving to another side of the stakeholders with Susanne, working for the IUCN Science and Knowledge Center. We heard already about the Live in Planet report and the 73% reduction of the population of vertebrates since 1970, but we haven't heard so much from the IUCN Red List yet. You worked a lot in the climate space. I would be interested to hear, what type of work is IUCN doing in the context of the GBF, and how do you take your climate knowledge on board on leveraging action?
Well, thank you. Despite progress at COP16, we feel that there were definitely various areas that were not properly addressed, like national ambition and implementation, and finance mobilization. On the national ambition, as you rightly said, only 44 of 196 parties actually submitted their revised NBSAPs. We acknowledge, of course, the challenges faced by the parties, given that the GBF really calls for unprecedented transformation of our societies and the contribution from all actors and all sectors. We also recognize that this complexity has made it difficult for countries to really set targets. In our work at IUCN, we have tried to support countries to address these challenges through capacity building, provision of global data sets and tools, for example, the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species, as some of you may know, the Red List of Ecosystems typology, but also our sort of co-ownership of IBAT, where you provide country profiles that can be used to develop targets and indicators, conduct spatial planning, and monitor the status of species and protected areas. But a strong monitoring framework is also needed. And in the climate world, you do have the global stocktake under the Paris Agreement, and under CBD, you have the monitoring framework and global review, which is essential to keep the GBF on track and enabling us to identify the need for additional actions, but also to hold all actors accountable. And to ensure credibility and correct reporting, the monitoring framework should build on science-based methods and data, which is what we definitely stand for. And on the finance side, the mobilization, I think we all know that we are falling far short of mobilizing the millions and the trillions and all that needed for implementation. And the same, when it comes to directing investments for transitions in societies in harmony with nature, GBF calls on businesses and financial institutions to disclose their impacts on biodiversity. And we do need that because there's a risk that ambiguous disclosures, which are done mostly for reporting or compliance purposes, can create a false sense of progress while really failing to reduce the actual negative impacts on biodiversity. And in the climate space, there are requirements to measure your impacts. And IUCN collaborates with partners such as TNFD to strengthen the disclosure frameworks. And we've also developed the IUCN Measuring Nature Positive approach, which will help companies develop rapid, high-integrity contributions to the GBF and align with the LEAP process of TNFD. This nature positive approach will use the global data sets of IUCN and co-opting the extensive experience of IBAT, the Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool, which can help companies measure their impact on living nature, that is species and ecosystems, and it will also help them decide where to take action. Our approach is also aligned with initiatives like the Nature Positive initiative, and it can help businesses and financial institutions measure the net outcomes of their activities relative to conservation goals and decide what actions need to be taken where. Altogether, we do need concerted efforts for climate and biodiversity, given the interdependencies of biodiversity and climate challenges. For instance, we do need to leverage opportunities to integrate nature-based solutions into NBSAPs for both climate mitigation and adaptation. And while many countries are already incorporating NBS related to forest, agriculture, and so forth, there's room for additional actions in key ecosystems such as oceans, wetlands, and peatlands. And at the same time, we do need to address trade-offs between climate and biodiversity actions. For instance, I think it's clear to all that there are evidence that even the best climate mitigation projects, such as deployment of renewable energy, reforestation, electrification of transport activities that are necessary for the green transition, can actually still potentially have adverse impacts on biodiversity. So we do need to screen for impacts on nature as well. And IUCN work with experts all over the world to provide that guidance to businesses on maximizing the positive synergies between climate and biodiversity action while managing the risks of trade-offs. We also work with the CBD Secretariat and individual countries to address the climate and biodiversity crisis as two sides of the same coin. So in other words, we need to consider the interlinkages to ensure a fast implementation of GBF. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suzanne, also for this very rich answer. And I think you presented so much of the work that IUCN is doing. I think things like IBET, the Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool, which really gives you that location-specific information, but also your work with TNFD, piloting the beta framework with indigenous peoples organizations, I think has been a very crucial importance for the TNFD recommendations and how they're now presented to the market. Lisa, you've been waiting for a long time. I'm interested to hear from you because we've been looking at MSCI research that says there's been a 50% increase of biodiversity labeled funds across the financial markets in the past year. At the same time, we've been talking about how do we then measure that biodiversity component in there. UNEP FI, together with Finance for Biodiversity Pledge, we released a discussion paper, Finance for Nature Positive. So I'd be interested to hear from you, what do you see, because you have a lot more data than I think all of us combined, and also how do you work on creating a common understanding on what these biodiversity labeled products mean?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And just for those of you in the audience that don't know MSCI, I mean, we are probably most known, of course, for our index and ESG ratings business, but we also really, of course, really look at the data, the underlying data and models. And this is where, you know, nature and biodiversity really has been becoming a more and more important topic over the past years and a key focus on our side. Maybe in my response to your question, I'll try to kind of summarize also and bridge across a little bit, you know, the specific question, but also the outcomes of COP16 and also kind of the many challenges and conversations that we have around the world with the financial sector, you know, from pension funds to sovereign wealth funds, insurers, and so on, banks, and you know, what are the challenges and maybe a key focus on these next steps to implementing the GBF, but from the financial sector side, what can we do and where are our challenges? And I think in that context, like, you know, the kind of things that we see as key use cases for data, for metrics, and so on, is on the one hand, I mean, reporting, you know, the early adopters of TNFD, CSRD in Europe, and so on, but also engagement, of course, how, what metrics can you use to have meaningful conversations with corporates, and also to encourage what data points to monitor, how to assess progress, right? Because that is really a challenge if you want to set targets. And on the other side, of course, maybe the more advanced use cases on data, also how to integrate this into investment processes, and what are the nature opportunities. So with that in mind, I kind of have 3 key points that I would like to just briefly talk through, and hopefully kind of also that you can remember to take home, because it's always a lot, these kind of sessions at events like this. But so on the one hand, the nature focus is really fast-tracked. Like, I think this has been highlighted in this panel, but also at COP16 over and over again. I think we shouldn't underestimate, yes, there's no standardization yet. Yes, we are all struggling how to do this, but the frameworks and regulations are, piggybacking a lot on climate. We also cannot achieve any of these or beat any of these challenges, whether it's climate or nature, without tackling the other. So it is really a fast track, and we shouldn't underestimate it. Even just to give you one point, at the COP16, the TNFD adoption already breached the 500 mark, which was definitely a much slower uptake for the TCFD when that came to place. And and then so basically don't underestimate, and the expectations, I think, on the financial sector will be speeding up. And I think I really like Paul's point, which I also wanted to make, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I mean, this is about getting started, right? Nobody has the perfect data, nobody has the perfect coverage, nobody exactly knows what are the perfect targets to set. So just get started. And maybe to give you a concrete example of that, how we have been also trying to support clients over this past year is especially the LEAP approach, right? Can you please help me how to locate, evaluate, assess, and prepare? And there are so many data points, what to use for what type of use case. Is a biodiversity footprint good to use? How do I measure my financed land use and water consumption, and so on? So this is really kind of where we have been learning a lot, also together with clients, I have to say, in supporting this track. And that is really important, because if you do the LEAP approach and you assess your portfolio, it's almost like finding out, okay, where do you currently stand, right? And where do you want to go from there? How can you use that to inform also your target setting if you are on that kind of mission to set targets? So nature fast track, that's point number 1. I think point number 2, and maybe with the, in brackets, comment of no matter how disappointing the official negotiation outcomes, are, I think for the financial sector, really investment in nature is an opportunity, and a big one, right? And we shouldn't underestimate this. And I think typically we look at, the risks or, whatever kind of prevents us from getting into something new. But nature is an opportunity. And we really see growing demand for financial products on nature, biodiversity bonds, nature-themed funds, or nature-themed custom indexes, what to use to drive those. And then also, and this was covered a lot and highly visited, all the events also in Cali, on nature-based credits. Nature-based credits is like carbon credits, but that don't only have the kind of emissions offsetting context, but also kind of additional benefits on nature, so nature protection or restoration projects or sustainable use projects. And just to briefly zoom into that as a nature kind of investment opportunity. So because, like you said, we have lots of data, so we also have data on the carbon markets. And I think it's really interesting to see and to know that, for example, already now 2/3 of project origination, so new carbon projects, carbon offset projects being developed, 2/3 of those in 2014 are nature-based projects, right? And this means we breached 14 billion in investment in this project creation sometime in Q3. I don't have the latest numbers, but 2/3 of that is into nature-based projects. And also around 50% of the credits that are retired, so bought by corporates, this year, are from nature-based projects. And I thought, yeah, that's an interesting one also to highlight. So nature is an investment opportunity. And then my third point and trend that I've been picking up from these conversations and also lots of the events in Cali is location, location, location. So while the biodiversity crisis is obviously global, the impacts and risks are felt very locally and different depending on the location. And what does that mean in the financial sector context? So of course, that focus means that we need solutions that are tailored to the local situation, and we need also the rising need for kind of geospatially explicit data. So it's not enough anymore to know what's happening in a sector, a region, or a corporate on the corporate level. You need to be able to drill down to the specific asset locations. Where does the corporate operate, and how does that interface with nature? And yeah, so while actually many of the data points and data sets and initiatives that are publicly available have already been mentioned, for example, you were mentioning the IBET database. There's also, of course, the WWF Biodiversity Risk Filter, the Natural History Museum data, and then there were two very exciting initiatives launched also in Cali, one by the TNFD on a global kind of nature data facility, and one by the Finance for Biodiversity team on a data platform. However, and this is where we kind of see also everybody should do what they're really strong at, and you should partner. So where we really see our strength is to then bring this to the financial sector. Because one of the biggest questions I always get in conversations is like, that is great, geographically explicit nature impact data, but how do I know where my portfolio is located? Right, and so that's kind of where we have been putting a lot of our own emphasis on, is to have a large corporate asset location data set that then in turn enables and unlocks a lot of these data sets. And starting with where I'm also very proud and happy to announce this, or we were able to announce this during COP season, is our partnership with the WWF, where we are unlocking, so to say, the biodiversity risk filter data for all the locations, of corporate issuers, which means, all the large indexes and the companies involved there, for example. And I'll keep it at this because I know we're also running short on time.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And I think on the credit markets, my only addition to that would be that these biodiversity credit markets need to develop with integrity, and that's why we helped to set up the Biodiversity Credit Alliance together with UNDP. Before I go to the audience with one question, maybe two, I quickly want to go back to you, Deborah, because I know that you do so much rich work in California. So if you can come back to me with a bit more explanation on the different teams where you're working on.
Absolutely. It's okay? Okay. Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to take a moment to highlight three themes. The first is the idea of adaptation as transformation. We spend a lot of time thinking about how to protect assets and structures and things, buildings, homes, possessions. But I would suggest that we take this moment of planetary crisis as an opportunity to really question some of those values and disrupt the status quo and seek a more regenerative and more balanced relationship with the world. Second, I think we really need to think about centering indigenous knowledges and leadership in all aspects of this work. The deep experience and wisdom that has been passed down from generation to generation, and a relationship with the planet that is based more on balance and integration and less on extraction can really provide a whole new framework for how we think about biodiversity and climate and how we think about adaptation. And third, focusing on what kinds of adaptation strategies can be designed with the affected communities as opposed to over the affected communities, and ones that incorporate ecosystem restoration and gracefully coexist with natural forces like water, like fire. And all of this requires a new vision of leadership. So it's been mentioned several times now, the creation of the subsidiary body at Cali of the indigenous peoples and people of African descent. I think that that's a fantastic first step to opening up real dialogue. I would also note, I'm from California. California and other subnational entities are not part of COP. But I think that we can really provide a tremendous amount of leadership. So over about 10 years ago, California and the state of Baden-Württemberg developed the Under 2 MOU, and this was a memorandum of understanding between the two states to really think about how they could tackle climate change. That memorandum of understanding has grown now into the Under 2 Coalition, which has 176, I believe, 178 members. It's the largest coalition of subnational entities addressing climate change. So I think that that's a really important model for us to think about when we're talking about biodiversity. And finally, there's private industry. And working with the insurance industry, I can see that they have an increasingly important and visible role in both reducing risk and increasing resilience. So in California, we've been really thinking about specific pilot projects that we can develop to address fire, flood, and heat, ranging from creating an urban forest insurance product to creating a state fund that will ensure prescribed burn, which we know is beneficial and important on the California landscape, to community-based parametric microinsurance to address flood. And so all of those are on-the-ground projects that we are either in the process of developing or have already spurred. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Deborah, for those rich examples. And unfortunately, although I've been speaking about questions, I see that time is running out. So I want to thank you all for your participation, for your attention. If you have a question to me or one of the speakers, please try to come to us after the session. So let's join in with a big applause for the speakers. So I think we just closed off the 4 sessions of the nature segment. I'm putting on my other hat again as MC of this room, and we are continuing in a few seconds with the next session on driving interoperability between sustainable finance taxonomies that will be expertly led by Sean Kidney, CEO of the Climate Bonds Initiative. I don't see him yet, but I'm sure he's somewhere here in the room. If you are looking for a change of scenery, you can go downstairs to room C, where we have a session on just transition, incorporating human rights into climate finance, which will be moderated by Joanna Pedro, who is our social lead. And with that said, I think you'll enjoy the next session, and after that we're continuing for 1 more hour before we have our well-deserved drink. So hopefully I can see Sean somewhere here for the next session. Thank you.
everyone. Ça marche? Oui, oui, ça marche. Fantastique. I'm Sean Kidney. I'm told someone's announced me a minute ago. I'm the CEO of the Climate Bonds Initiative. This session is about driving interoperability between sustainable finance taxonomies. Look, it's about taxonomies and how they work together. That's what it's about. You're going to hear from a few of our speakers. I'm going to ask my friends to come up and join me on the stage. First, can I ask Caroline Wellemans to join me from DG INPA. She's the head of unit of the Sustainable Finance Policy. She used to be at DG FISMA, she used to be the Capital Markets Union, used to be in competition, and all of that's important because it's about understanding the extent to which the taxonomy is embedded in the whole economic development of the European Union. And Caroline's CV is a kind of indicator of that, if I might say so. Clémence Humeau from AXA Investment Management, who is the head of Sustainable Coordination and Governance, and is also a member with me of the European Platform on Sustainable Finance. In fact, she's my boss. She's the co-rapporteur of the Usability Work Group, SG1 as we call ourselves. Madalena Mohammed from Bank Negara, who's Sustainability Director there, and head of the Network for Greening the Financial System, Transition Finance Capacity Building and Training Workshop. And if you don't know, Bank Negara has been talking about sustainability for as long as I can remember. Hopefully she'll tell us a bit more about why and how in a minute. Can I have Thomas Soli Perez, who's the General Superintendent of Insurance and also the Securities Regulator of Costa Rica. He's been there for a long time, 14 years in that job, I think, at last I looked. But new things are happening in Costa Rica. We'll hear about that. And then Makao Witte from GIZ, who's the head of Sustainable Finance, Global Project, and also Sustainable Economy Transition. I think transition, did I get that right? Transformation, even better. We're going to talk about interoperability. Just a couple of scene-setting words, if I may. My panel will indulge me. The background to the development of taxonomies is climate change. While taxonomy briefs have been broadened to other areas at different places, I'm going to say all the other areas are directly relevant to climate change. Take in Europe, circular economy issues. This is material to climate change. Resource efficiency is something we have to do. But there's like the green bond market. It started looking at general green issues and then focused around climate change in all its glories. And let me explain that in a minute. But the background is very much the challenge that we're experiencing. That challenge is threefold, really. There's a challenge of emissions reductions. You've heard about that today in various other sessions, and the urgency of doing it. And I know the UNEP director talked this morning about basically the problems we face by not the drastic problems we face by not getting emissions down. There is, though, because we have failed so spectacularly over the last 30 years to address climate, we have to now deal with the impacts. As emissions start turning downwards, we're hoping for this year, we'll wait to see, climate impacts are starting to hit. And they're going to get severe. You know, World Meteorological Organization says 1.5 degrees will be the norm in a couple of years' time. Where our goal now globally is to get emissions to come back down again in the latter part of the next 30 years. There's a huge amount of impact at 1.5 to 1.8 degrees in terms of drought, in terms of floods, in terms of storms. They get exponentially worse. And that means we've got to deal with the physical impact, but also the consequent social, economic and health. You know, pandemics are a feature of climate change. The IPCC Health Committee has been telling us about these for 30 years. And of course, nature collapse as well. Because in times of severe impact, you will get fragile ecosystems collapsing in a way they haven't collapsed before. Not to mention the challenges of shifting climate zones and impacts on species of all sorts. So there's a bunch of stuff we have to now start taking seriously. There is a third thing I want to put on your plate, though, which is in a sense the real benefit of taxonomies, which is we are acting, we are starting to act. I mean, yeah, we're late to the party, we're very late to the party, but nevertheless, you know, if you look at the energy network, we're at about 93% of all investment in electricity generation each year is clean energy now. Whoa, that is extraordinary. And there's a story about it. Doesn't matter. Electric vehicles, 50% of all cars sold in China this year, the world's biggest car market, were electric so far, etc., etc. There are changes to the global economy well and truly underway now. So there is also a need for countries, especially emerging markets, smaller countries, to understand how the global economy has changed so they can take advantage of the opportunities in change. Taxonomy covers all of those three areas. It's meant to be a guidance for the future. It's meant to be an outlining of the opportunities for the future rather than a compliance regime. It's not meant to be an exclusion list. The taxonomy project has been going for about 12 years. We first came up for the green bond market with a taxonomy and climate bonds in 2012. We convinced the Chinese government, People's Bank of China, to do one, and they did one in 2015, which has underpinned the growth of the Chinese green bond market, now the world's largest. Europe in 2017 adopted some recommendations for the European Union High-Level Expert Group on Sustainable Finance. Whoa, that's a long word, long phrase, isn't it? Which I had the privilege of being on, to pursue a taxonomy. I will say they took the recommendations we wrote and went much further and made it a disclosure requirement. And the Sustainable Finance Action Plan was fantastic. Fantastic, still remains fantastic in terms of government action. And now we have 60 countries around the world working on taxonomies. Some of them, like Bank Negara, have taken a principles-based approach. We'll hear a little bit that later. Others have taken a much more detailed approach, and therein lies the complication. Because it looks like 60 taxonomies around the world. In fact, though, it's been broadly aligned, or at least that's my view. I want to hear what my co-panelists say on that question. I now want to ask Caroline Vellemans to get us going from DG INPA, which is essentially the European Union's foreign affairs team, department. Europe's got this funny thing of having come up with special names, DG FISMA, DG Competition. Everyone else has called it the Ministry of, but nevertheless, it's the Ministry of International Affairs from my liking. Caroline, tell us what's been going on in your ministry.
Yeah, well, thank you first for inviting me to be part of this panel on driving interoperability. It's a real pleasure to be part of such a diverse and knowledgeable group of experts on sustainable finance, and I'm looking forward to this insightful discussion. Yes, indeed, today I'm here as the head of the Sustainable Finance unit within the Directorate General International Partnerships. And through my experience in the EU, indeed, I have had the privilege of witnessing the evolution of sustainable finance, the evolution of taxonomy in the EU and globally. And what I have seen, well, I have seen firsthand that the critical role sustainable finance taxonomy play in mobilizing private capital towards sustainable development goals, but also very importantly as a critical steps towards the achievement of Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement, as you know, making financial flows consistent with the pathway of low GHG emission and climate resilient development. But as you said, very clearly, Sean, the trillions needs to bridge the SDG gap, exacerbated by the multiple crises we are facing, cannot be met by public funds alone. So we need private finance. We need private finance for the SDG, for the Paris Agreement, and taxonomy, I'm not saying is the solution, but is part of the solution to achieve this objective. So in the EU, indeed, we have developed an EU taxonomy, thanks to the great support also of Sean. And this EU taxonomy is clearly a groundbreaking step towards an establishment of a common definition, a common language of what we can consider in the EU as environmentally sustainable activities. I'm insisting on a common language because that was really the objective, is to bring clarity to investors, confidence to investors, avoiding risk of greenwashing. Now I'm talking about investors, but not only investors, because it also helps businesses and investees to secure sustainable funding and to be able to claim that their activity are sustainable without fearing reputational risks. I have met some issuers that were ready to issue, for example, a green bond, but were hesitant to call it green because of the risk of reputation. A taxonomy brings clarity also for issuers and investees. What's the impact of the EU taxonomy? You can ask me now. And what I wanted to say is that under the EU rules, now, since 2023, large listed companies have started to report their compliance with the EU taxonomy. And we see positive trends. So, on average, what we are seeing is that about 20% of companies' capital investment are taxonomy aligned. And in May 2024, companies have reported that capital investment in taxonomy aligned activities have reached about 250 billion, compared to 190 billion in 2023. So a significant increase. And I'm sure colleagues will also testify that banks are also increasingly using the EU taxonomy in their lending operation, in their lending strategies. So we...
In fact, that's what I say. It's extraordinary the number of times in Eastern Europe I've met banks at the Slovakian Central Bank, for example. Local banks come and said they've got teams working on taxonomy all around Europe. The influence has been extraordinary.
Yes, so indeed. So this witnesses the impact of the EU taxonomy in greening the financial sector, in greening the banks, in greening the EU businesses. So it has had a positive impulse on the economy. But what we have also seen since the development of the EU taxonomy launched in 2020 is that overall, globally, worldwide, there has been also significant progress in the development of sustainable taxonomy. And as you said, now there are more than 50 taxonomies around the world, which is enormous.
And you've been supporting a lot of them.
And we have been supporting them. But this is a very positive trend. But of course, what we need to ensure today is interoperability, enhancing comparability. Why? To ensure cross-border capital flows, to ensure that private capital flows are going to sustainable activity where it is the most needed. I'm working also to scale up sustainable finance in low and middle-income countries. There is a huge need for them also to finance their transition. So it's important to talk and to enhance interoperability between these frameworks. And so the EU support and is ready to share its EU experience in building credible and interoperable taxonomies, of course taking into account the specificity, national context of each country, but it's important indeed when providing these services also to build interoperable taxonomy to facilitate capital flow from the EU towards our partner countries. So in conclusion, just for my intervention now, is to say that we see the positive impact of EU taxonomy in greening economies, and we stand ready to provide support to enhance interoperability between sustainable finance taxonomy worldwide.
Clémence, if I can turn to you for a minute. I mean, as a segue, Clémence has been actively involved in the European Panel on Sustainable Finance, I mentioned earlier, for a long time, but of course is also a critical person in the AXA investment management mix. We've learned something from ESG, where we had a dozen methodologies, many of which didn't add up to each other. Caroline's been saying a common language is now the fruit of it. How does that play out in practice with AXA?
So,
no, sorry, Thomas. Clémence first. My apologies. I shuffled you around just to make it interesting.
So thank you.
He's a regulator. He's always used to speaking first. But
yeah, I know changes are coming at AXA, but I didn't know that was today. Anyway, thank you, Sean, and it's really a pleasure to be here today with this group. As you mentioned, we have a lot of opportunities to exchange with practitioners within the platform on sustainable finance. It tends to be EU practitioners, so very nice to be with non-EU colleagues as well working on taxonomies. So indeed, happy to share with the group today some perspective as a user of the taxonomy, so investing in corporates within the EU and actually also outside of the EU. So here,
the topic of interoperability is an important one, and happy to share as well some perspective as a preparer. So just to give an illustration here, so as an asset management company, we report and we compute a green investment ratio, so which looks at the level of taxonomy alignment of our asset management overall. And we also compute taxonomy alignment at the level of portfolio, so the portfolio we manage on behalf of our clients. We've had a long-standing commitment to sustainability within AXA as a group as a whole. So of course, I would say the materiality of climate change is obvious for an insurance business. So it has been a long-standing commitment for underwriting business, but also for the investment business and for us as the investment manager of AXA Group. We've had a long-standing commitment to transparency because, as you rightly said, Sean, in the ESG space, we've had lots of methodologies, lots of ways to approach and understand risks related to environmental, social, and governance issues, lots of different frameworks to assess as well, I would say, potential impact, so more the opportunity side of the topic. And in a number of cases that has driven to, I would say, confusion for end investors. So we've been very much promoting and supporting any initiatives over time to help support this common understanding and help make sure that the ecosystem as a whole could work together. I think it's a very important element, which Caroline, you have outlined, and very important element for us as an investor. We don't operate in isolation. We operate within an ecosystem within the EU and actually also within an ecosystem beyond the EU. So some early thoughts on our use of the taxonomy. So at firm level, we have net zero commitment, which we made on a voluntary basis, which are very much aligned with the objective of the EU Green Deal. And what we've been trying to do is to articulate or leverage as much as possible the EU disclosure tools, the EU, the information we were able to gather and to actually receive in an improved manner from companies to fulfill those voluntary commitments. We've been as well trying very much to align the way we report on our voluntary commitments and the way we implement those with what we have to report as well under taxonomy. So I mentioned the green investment ratio, but also what we have to report under the SFDR, so the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation. I think it's important to mention as well that the taxonomy operates within a network of regulation at EU level. Second element, so here not at firm level but at product level, we've seen a growing appetite for clients for sustainability for a number of years already. And they have been better and better and at understanding the challenges, at understanding the framework and challenging us, actually. So wanting to get metrics to understand how their portfolios were addressing a number of risks related to sustainability, wanting to understand as well how their portfolios were delivering an impact, so positive impact. And here, I think being able to use the common language of the taxonomy, and I will again refer to some of the other tools within the sustainable finance framework, such as the principal adverse impact indicators, has been useful. So, yeah, helping us to I would say, support clients' demands, so very much addressing some commercial needs here. So the taxonomy and the common language you mentioned, Caroline, is based on science. I think is definitely a very relevant and useful tool in this perspective. It provides us with comparability, enhanced comparability at least. We know that there is still some work to be done on data reliability and data quality, but nevertheless enhanced comparability when we invest in companies. When we assess the credibility of their transition plan, we know that, for instance, the CapEx metric, which you were referring to, Caroline, is extremely useful when we try to understand to what extent transition plans built by companies are robust enough. It is bringing us comparability when we report at the level of portfolio, when we develop products. So here, and I think it's important to also recognize where we are. So we have a few products where we have started to take objectives to align with the taxonomy, which are binding and reflected in the legal documentation of the products. It's a limited number of products at this stage, and we'll discuss why and why interoperability is also an important element in this. And the last element, which is probably the most important, is that it allows us to work with our ecosystem. So it's a tool, a language we can use when we engage with companies. Stewardship and shareholder engagement is an important element of how we implement our net zero commitment, of how we implement our sustainability commitments, and it's easier when you are talking about the same information and you are not, I would say, spending the first 20 minutes of the engagement trying to exchange on a metrics which you don't understand. So here we have one common metric, so you save 20 minutes to effectively focus on the action which the corporate has undertaken, so extremely useful here. Extremely useful as well when exchanges with end investor, while recognizing that there is still a bit of work to be done here to improve awareness and understanding of the end investor. But I think this logic of value chain and making sure that each stakeholder from the corporate, potentially in the future, the SME, the investor, the bank, the insurer, and the end investor speak the same language is extremely important. So
the comparability thing, you know, just when you say that, I had a flashback to reviewing sustainability reports of companies. I had a terrible, boring life before. Reviewing sustainability reports of companies in 2015 and 2016 when we were doing the H-leg, they were so different. Like, there was just no comparison. Some of them had coal in it. The Dow Jones Sustainability Index, by the way, used to have coal, the best class coal-fired power stations in it. It's crazy that it was so long ago that we had no common approaches, and now we do have at least a common approach. Admittedly, you know, I think something I'm going to say, Clemence, we think it needs improving. We've got a fantastic apparatus, but it needs work, and this is why the usability committee of the platform has been working, and why the Commission or Ursula von der Leyen has appointed a Director General of Simplification for this, but it's building on solid foundations.
Can I also jump on something you said, Clemence, which I think we are hearing more and more, is that clients want to know where their funds are going, if they are green or not. So there is clearly a demand also for any EU citizens to know, you know, how their savings are used and where and if it goes to green or sustainable activities. So there is a real change of mentality also, I think.
That's a
Yeah, and yeah, completely. And here, I think the taxonomy. So it's I think quite an ambitious regulation, quite technical with the 3 steps. You know, measuring substantial contribution, making sure that the do no significant harm principle and the minimum safeguards are complied with by the company. So it's ambitious in the way it's been developed, but it's again comparable metrics based on science. And I guess a number of us maybe were had to implement the SFDR. And here we had this framework or sustainable investment methodology. And I don't want to, I know this roundtable is not about SFDR, but this is a place where we actually saw that there was limited guidance. And as a result, different approaches developed by financial market participants, leading to some confusion again on the end investor side. So with the taxonomy, you don't have that confusion. I think it's quite important. And yeah, maybe just on the next step to accelerate and so on, usability indeed continues to be an important focus. So what does it mean? I think a number of things. So the first one is making sure that the room for interpretation is as limited as possible, which can be by fine-tuning some of the legal provisions in a few cases, and hopefully the platform is helping the Commission on this, which can be as well capacity building. We've seen that there was some room to continue to train preparers, continue to train assurers, who have a key role to play in making sure that the taxonomy disclosures are robust and comparable. And I would say considering as well perhaps ways to simplify in some cases some of the templates to make sure we can focus on those data points which are decision useful. and avoid having maybe too many data points. That's the first element. Second one is on complementing. So we already have a lot of economic activities, and I should have actually taken with me the precise number of activity covered by the taxonomy. So there are several. I think there is still room to add some more activities and to make sure that we have a better coverage at sector level. So we know that the taxonomy is already extremely relevant for a number of sectors. There's probably room to better cover certain sectors, and I guess social is also an important question for the future. Third element, and this is still at EU level, continue to enhance the articulation and the consistency across regulations, SFDR and other regulation within the framework, potentially CSRD, of course. And the last element, which is the topic of today and which is essential, interoperability, for us to have actually targets for more portfolios as a global investor, so we don't just invest in EU, we don't just invest in CSRD companies. It's essential for us to be able to start to report as well beyond EU scope.
Let's go to the experience of a couple of countries feeding into that question of interoperability. First, I'll go to Bank Negara, who were an early mover in thinking about this. Madalena, what's the experience been? You wear two hats at Bank Negara, and of course Bank Negara is a member of the ASEAN Central Banks group that has led to the ASEAN Central Banks taxonomy.
Thank you, Sean. I'm happy to be here together with these distinguished panelists. Well, I think my jet lag is starting to set in, so I hope that I can stay awake. Well, so let me first begin by painting the picture a few years ago. And this was the period just before COVID. And I believe it's a similar situation in many emerging countries. So awareness was very low. There wasn't much recognition in terms of the adverse impact of climate change on people, on the economy. Infrastructure, ecosystem that was at best immature, and national policies were very, very unclear. Now, and at the same time, we were already seeing the effects of climate change. So, you still have the lack of awareness, and at the same time, you are seeing the impact. And for us in Malaysia, we're a small country, and our emission is only about 0.7% of global emission. And much of our development in the past were powered by coal and oil. Now, for us to wean off this, polluting sources, it has to happen in a manner that, will not cause any economic disruptions, one that will not result in, labor market dislocation. So that is very, very critical because, if it does, that it could actually set us back decades of development that we've achieved. And it's just going to be very costly, just as what all of us have experienced during COVID. Now, and I should also mention that, when we look at our real economy, 97% of our businesses are SMEs. So these are, everybody knows about the issues relating to SMEs. So, the financial sector being central to the economy and the society, does play a key enabling role in, facilitating or channeling financial flows, towards low carbon activities and more sustainable activities. So what we did, in Malaysia, the central bank, we are also the regulator for the financial sector, for the banks and insurers. So one of the first things we did was actually to look at, what would be the key building blocks we need to put in place. And one of the things that we thought about is really, for the industry to actually have a common language. So, it was mentioned earlier that we need a common language, one that financial institutions use, when they converse with their clients, and also when they, talk to each other, when they transact with each other. And what we did was we look around, and there was the EU taxonomy, there was the Chinese taxonomy, but nothing that suits us, nothing that, reflect or is appropriate to, the circumstances we're in. So what we did was we actually developed our own. And what we did was to develop a principle-based transition taxonomy. So so that was the starting of the journey. So the taxonomy, it's basically a progressive system of transition categories, and it is intended to really promote financial flows towards decarbonization activities, and it's also to help financial institutions to manage and assess their risks, for them to be able to size up their exposures. The taxonomy has elements or components that focuses on nurturing role by financial institutions. It's not something that financial institutions typically do. They will just look at application and say, okay, I'm going to take this risk, I'm not going to take this risk, and that's it, right? But what we want is actually a taxonomy a language where financial institutions, when they interact with their clients, they're actually able to work with their clients to help them, to initiate, to embark on decarbonizing activities. So that's where we are, and we develop a taxonomy that takes into account not just climate mitigation, not just adaptation, but because it's a transition taxonomy, it takes into account the remedial measures which the borrowers undertake. So it's not to say whether you are green or whether you are brown. It's really about how using the taxonomy to help the borrowers green their activities. Maybe I'll just pause there for now, unless you have other questions for me.
It's good, but there's a discordance between what you've done at Bank Negara and what's happening in the ASEAN Central Bank's taxonomy, right?
Yep, right. Okay, so as for ASEAN, so that's where you need to understand a little bit about ASEAN. So ASEAN is made up of 10 member countries, and these countries have wide-ranging differences in terms of the economic structure, in terms of demographics, in terms of stages of development. So when we look at it, and at the same time, ASEAN also there's a lot of intra-regional trade that was happening, and ASEAN is very much a trading nation. And so we look at it, and the financial regulators decided that because of the makeup of ASEAN, and because of the growing intra-regional trade, there's a need for us to come together and develop a framework, a common language again, that would actually not just help to address fragmentation, but also to enable, to reduce costs of doing business. Because, especially for financial institutions and businesses that operate within ASEAN. So we got together and developed the ASEAN taxonomy. So the ASEAN taxonomy is unique in the sense that it has two components. Again, because we have to cater to the diversity of countries. So it has a principle-based taxonomy component, and it also has a threshold-based component. So it is, so if you are coming from a country where your infrastructure, for instance, is immature, then there's the principle-based, or what we call the foundation framework, that they can actually adopt. If you actually have the infrastructure, you have the data, you have the policies in place, then there is a science-based, what we call a plus standard, which the financial institutions and their borrowers can adopt.
Got it. Thomas, Costa Rica, you're about to go into this process in next year. Tell us where you are, and of course, from a regulator's perspective in Latin America, how does this fit to your thinking about the country's financial sector?
Oh, thank you. First of all, let me talk a little from my country. Costa Rica is a green,
very green,
sustainable, and no army country, a very small. And we host more or less 5% of the biodiversity of the world. So our principal asset is the nature, and our principal brand is being green. And Costa Rica could stop deforestation 30 years ago, suddenly, and recover 25% of our land as a forest again. And we have 62%, this is the numbers from last year, of forest coverage in our country. And how we made that without taxonomy? That is a great question. Because our country changed some public policies that was pushing the agricultural frontiers and pushing out the forest, and began paying for the environmental services of the forest. So we have 50% of the country in one kind of protection scheme, national parks 25% more or less, and the other 25% are private that receiving paying of environmental services. And that is great because we have no taxonomy. And taxonomy will help us in the future for the public sector to measure if their own policies are friendly with the environment, and that is good. And on the other hand, to measure the activities of private sector, because public finance have not enough money to reallocate resources to this big task on climate change. As Caroline says, taxonomy translates these objectives, social and environmental, and this commitment from the government to a common language to know what is environmental friendly and what will be sustainable in the activity of economics or any investment. What we use to develop this taxonomy, I think there are three issues that are so important. First of all, have a vision. Secondly, share the expectations. And third, have a roadmap. We developed this taxonomy with the support of European Commission, of course, and Green Bond and Green Fund, and that was really good for an emerging country. It's very hard to fix a real good assistance, technical assistance for those issues, and we have the assistance of UNEP in this process, and it was really a big project. Let me elaborate a little with the three topics. First of all, having a vision, because the taxonomy translates the national commitment and the national objectives to a common language. It's important to have the different public policies. Costa Rica, launched, it was one of the first countries, the decarbonization plan as early as 2019. We launched our NDC commitment in 2020. Very important step. And finally, we launched our adaptation plan in 2022. And all this common vision was put into the taxonomy. How we, and I'm talking as a financial regulator, how we share our expectation with the market. And why it's important the financial regulator is working on these issues. Because the financial sector will be the first sector that will be hit by the climate-related risks. And if we are not prepared to reallocate resources, to change the behavior of our clients, it will be harder to implement the public policy. We share with the market, especially with the insurance and banks sector, and that was very great because we have an early gain with their commitment. And third, have a road plan. Having a road plan is important to launch a taxonomy and to develop it with order. We, in Costa Rica, the financial supervisor launched our call to action 1 year ago in 2023, and we began with a very exhaustive roadmap that met four topics. First of all, measure the vulnerabilities. Second, modeling a data. Third, disclosure, and in this part, the taxonomy is critical. And for the practical supervisory practice. And with this roadmap, we developed the taxonomy, and for sure, it was a very hard work, but it's well done, I think.
And it's worth noting that a lot of Latin American countries have been involved in this now. We've got taxonomy projects that have been coordinating broadly in everywhere from Chile to Colombia to Mexico to Peru now, as well as Costa Rica. So there's a discussion going on in the region, which takes you to the interoperability question, right? There are differences, but there's a lot of commonalities. At least that's my reading. Maiko, tell us what GIZ is doing globally. Before I let Maiko speak, I'm going to take a couple of questions in a minute. Be prepared, 30 seconds each. If you've got, put your hand up in a minute after we hear from Maiko.
Thanks, Sean, and thanks to UNEP in the first place for having me at this wonderful conference, and thanks to the audience for bearing with us on this topic, although it's already late in the day. Maybe to the benefit to those who don't know, GIZ is the technical assistance agency of the German government, so our mission is to support developing countries and emerging economies on the path to sustainable development. And as part of that mission, we are very dedicated to supporting the development of sustainable finance in those countries. Now, currently, or in the past few years, there has been a lot of demand on the side of partner countries on developing taxonomies. So as we speak, GIZ is supporting countries such as Peru was mentioned, Senegal, Rwanda just came out with its taxonomy, but we're also active in countries like Brazil, Vietnam, and a few others that just escaped me. How do we go about this process? Basically, GIZ is there from the start to the end. So the start being a strategic advisory around what the key features of a taxonomy should look like, including the topic of interoperability. Then we support countries in setting up the governance structure, which is so important for the whole process to be a success. We're there for the technical development of the sector studies, formulating the taxonomy or supporting it, and also in the implementation phase. Now, as been mentioned, there's no global standard for taxonomies. It would be very tempting to just go ahead and copy paste and you'd have perfect interoperability. Fortunately, that's not how it works. You need country ownership, and you also need to take into account country specificities. So in terms of the ownership, we take a lot of pains in setting up that process and making sure that all relevant stakeholders, including the users of the taxonomies, are involved from the start, and that there's buy-in and ownership. Then, in terms of interoperability, our approach is to tell countries to be as interoperable as they possibly can be while taking into account country circumstances. And to my mind, it's not necessarily a trade-off where you say you're either internationally aligned or you're reflecting country context. But it really goes hand in hand. You can be interoperable as long as there's alignment on core design features and some core content of the taxonomies. So when we support countries in the development, we basically start with the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group's framework on taxonomy alignment. That's a high-level framework that encourages consistency across taxonomies in different countries. And so in that spirit, then we advocate for the inclusion of certain sectors, of certain activities and certain metrics that are common across countries. And as long as that common core is secured, we're good in terms of interoperability, because that facilitates easier cross-referencing also for the users. And if we look at the taxonomies that we have supported or are supporting in countries like Rwanda, Senegal, or Peru, looking at the activities, sectors, and metrics, they turn out to be pretty similar and pretty aligned across taxonomies. In these three cases, especially with the EU taxonomy. So the approach is working. Now, does it mean those taxonomies are identical to the EU taxonomy? Of course they aren't, and they can't be. Looking at a country like Rwanda, understandably, they would want to have fewer economic activities than, say, the EU. Fair enough. Then there may be additions, like clean cook stoves. I don't know if that's a thing in Costa Rica or Malaysia, but it is in Rwanda. So the taxonomy contains clean cook stoves. And if you think about Rwanda's contribution to climate change historically, or whether they're rather at the receiving end of climate change, then of course there had to be a whole section on adaptation, which, by the way, is modeled on the new CBI resilience taxonomy. And there you go in terms of interoperability. So although it may look a bit messy from the outside to have those 50, 60 taxonomies, at the core, I think there's a lot of similarity and a lot of a common approach. Yeah, and we try to bring that out by producing comparison studies, which Caroline and DG INPA has been promoting. So those studies basically put taxonomies side by side. They compare line by line so that you can tell where the alignment is. And if I have one more minute, just one, I know the clock is running down. We're working on an exciting new project, which we call the Global Taxonomy Mapper.
This is a really important extra minute. Go on.
Thank you. And it's first thing I want to say about this is that it's really a collaborative approach together with the EU, with BMZ, with CBI, with UNEP FI colleagues, with PRI, and we also have academic partners, the University of Edinburgh and the University College of Dublin. And with this big coalition, we are basically pulling together all the comparison studies and additional taxonomies, putting them on a web portal for policymakers and investors alike to be able to compare. And that with an ease and a speed that hasn't been there yet. So we hope to make a contribution to improving both interoperability with that and also the usability.
Perfect. Did you want to add something, Caroline?
Yeah, I'd like to add. So indeed, there is no one-size-fits-all approach. There will be no global taxonomy because each one has its own sustainability objective, as you have explained. But what it is important, as underlined by Makayo, is that we have a common core, common principles approach so that we can compare taxonomies. And then with a tool like GIZ is developing with the support of UNEP FI and the Commission, EU investors will be able to identify through this tool which activity is green in the EU, but also in South Africa, also in Rwanda, also in Senegal. So this is what it is important. It's at the end of the day that we can compare those taxonomies. And so in developing and supporting our partner countries in developing taxonomy, it's important to work towards common approach, common principles for.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's important if you look at taxonomies, conceptually, there are already common approaches. For example, the concept of zero tailpipe transport pops up in all taxonomies. There's a whole discussion behind that. The concept of best-in-class buildings for energy efficiency is across all taxonomies, or broadly around energy. So there's actually a lot of commonalities. Now we've just got to make it easy for everyone to be able to see that. Well, that's our theory. Any questions on the audience? We've got one up here. Two, have we got a microphone at all of any sort? I don't know how this works. I think you can press a button in front of you and turn it on. We'll start off this man in this blue shirt, and then we'll take a few questions in a row. Go, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Tomo Ishikawa from MEFG Japan. We don't have taxonomy, so I'd love to ask you, it's not about interoperability, but more about usability. I think some of you mentioned SMEs. So I can understand big companies can issue, you know, all the nice reports and use taxonomy, but SMEs, can you, with taxonomy, whether in Malaysia or in Africa, can you create more credibility using taxonomy for SMEs, or is taxonomy more for big corporates? That's the question I wanted to ask. Thank you very much.
Good question, thank you. There was someone up here. Press your microphone, go.
Cheers, thank you very much for this. Chris O'Donovan from Citibank here. Yeah, thanks a lot for the panel. Really interesting and important topic. I guess just you were picking up on the theme there at the end, you know, interoperability. And the work behind it is crucial, but at the end of the day, there's always going to be limitations to it. Curious to hear if there's any thoughts from the panel as to possible uses of common recognition between different jurisdictions of taxonomies, potentially an equivalence regime of some sort, whether that is something that could potentially
yes,
worthwhile.
a word after my own heart, please. And then we're going to start working through here.
Yes. Hi, I'm Tony Vallabriga, Global Head of Sustainability Intelligence at the EBA. A great panel. And yes, there are some challenges. So taxonomies are great, but there are some challenges in banking, especially on user process lending, when you have to make a do no significant harm assessment for each loan. And that creates some complexities, though, because it's not public information about corporates, about that specific finance asset, no? So what are your expectations about simplification, about pragmatic approach for those user proceeds lending that are being challenged when implementing taxonomies? Thank you.
Good question. Here.
Thank you very much. My name is Francesca Núñez. I work for IFAD. I welcome very much these taxonomies. I would like you to suggest how can we address companies, especially, well, companies is a big name, companies in developing countries working in agriculture, they have sometimes very unusual and unconventional and out of the taxonomy business model. How can we deal with them when they don't fit with any taxonomy? Thank you.
Very good point. Up here.
Hi, Sean. Thank you very much to the panel. I have a question which comes with a comment. I'm Dawn Slavin with ELS Europe, and we've just recently done a study on about 37 taxonomies, and we would say that there's quite a bit of variation, but one of the key areas that there is variation is on the implementation, the regulatory implementation. So top of the class is the EU taxonomy in terms of regulatory implementation, but in a lot of other jurisdictions, it's not necessarily mandatory to report. It's a lot of them, although technically highly aligned with taxonomy, might be voluntary. So the question is this, when you talk about the alignment of taxonomies, have you actually studied the disclosures around those taxonomies? Because that's the real litmus test. If you have a good taxonomy that's well implemented and speaks to all stakeholders, then you will have disclosures. So I just want to bring it right around that full cycle. Thank you.
Please press the button. Go. 30 seconds. Any other hands up before there'll be one here, one here. Oh, God. We're going to keep going. I've got a few minutes left. Run.
Yeah. Hi. You mentioned about greenwashing. So I just want to understand, most of the time when we develop a taxonomy, it goes through a process which is a second-party opinion provider that we get an opinion. So is it recommended most of the time? Because what happens when we go for a SPO evaluation? Most of the time we understand that it is not aligned with EU taxonomy, and then it is not considered as aligned with market practices. So what about a country in Africa? How do we go about that? Thank you.
Thank you. Person next to you, and then in front.
Yeah, very short question. What about taxonomy for cat bonds? So ILS market.
For?
Cat bonds, catastrophe bonds.
Sure, okay. And then someone here, and then we'll finish up. Quickly, go ahead.
Yes, hello, Claude Hertzmann from Procter & Gamble, so a preparer. Great, I think that this panel is working on comparability, easier to say than interoperability. But I think what's very important is the meaningfulness and the relevance of the taxonomy for different sectors. And I think there is a challenge that it's not always meaningful. And also it's very complex, obviously, to develop all the taxonomy report. So my question to Mrs. Wellemans is, we welcome the direction of Mrs. von der Leyen to make sure reporting burden is decreased by 25%. So challenging question, what do you think are the simplification that could be brought, if any, to the taxonomy? Thank you.
Thank you. If it's really fast, go.
Yes, so it's as regards to the omnibus regulation that the EU Commission is going to put in place. There is quite a bit of advocacy going on at the moment to make the taxonomy not mandatory or even to reduce it. Also to give more importance to
Sorry, we
CSR.
can't talk about it because we don't know what's in it. So the omnibus regulation coming through, I'm going to say I'm sorry, can't touch the question. I need to wrap up because I'm giving a last comments, please. Thomas, take a question and just quickly give me a final comment.
Thank you. And thank you for the question. Actually, we launched officially the taxonomy with the sign of the Minister of Environment, the 4 superintendents, financial superintendents, the Minister of the Central Bank, and Minister of Finance. So it's an official task, but of course for SMEs, there is more time to take in order to define how they will report their advances in the. But the idea is, in the financial sector, we are defining who will report and who won't. And thank you because let me explain that the next steps are piloting with the financial sector and measuring the risks. And then we are asking for helping to work in the biodiversity taxonomy also, because biodiversity and green taxonomy must be together. The other sectors will be in the focus of the economic ministry, and they are thinking how to make easy for them, as we are thinking about how to make easy in the financial sector the application of taxonomy with the pilot and with the gaps of regulations.
Thanks, Thomas. Some rapid fire responses just to finish up, please. I'm sorry about that. We've run out of time. Clémence, do you have any?
Yes, yeah, happy to try to address a few of the points. I'll start with the one on meaningfulness. I think it's one of the items I highlighted in my conclusion. So how can we make sure that the taxonomy is perceived as a meaningful tool by more stakeholders? That's an area on which the platform has been working. So for me, it can be driven by 2 things. First of all, if we improve the usability, if we remove some of the current uncertainties when it comes to interpretation, if we add selectively some activities, it means that you can ensure in a way the meaningfulness and the comparability is improved. What that can mean as well, and I think this was your point too, is that at this stage when you look at the template for disclosure, they are very granular. I think it was also to facilitate the supervision. So you have, every step, so substantial contribution, DNSH, minimum safeguards, which makes sense. And I think those are essential steps in the EU taxonomy regulation, which can't be, changed. We need to preserve the integrity of the taxonomy. Maybe there's a way to make the disclosure and what is in the report a bit simpler, while again preserving the integrity, so that ultimately, when an investor is opening, the universal reference document, they see the few data points which are the most meaningful to them. So that's the first point. Second point, maybe on SMEs. So that's an area on which the platform has worked as well. So which should be covered in a report we expect to publish at the beginning of next year, where we've looked at ways to simplify a little bit the reporting of listed SMEs and to consider ways to allow SMEs which are not subject to mandatory reporting to report voluntarily based on a streamlined approach. So that's something which the platform has worked on and which should hopefully help bank actually with the reporting. So that's an area on which we have spent a lot of time. And the very last one, but super important, on equivalence. Yeah, I think this one is very important and close to my heart as an investor. It's also an area on which the platform has worked, so looking at ways to utilize estimates, which potentially could consider indeed how other taxonomies are interoperable. And again, we need to keep in mind that the EU taxonomy is very ambitious, has 3 steps. So see what can be utilized and what maybe is not at the same level of, I would say, detail at this stage.
We need to wrap up because the audience will be.
Okay, very quickly, indeed, our EU taxonomy is at the center of our EU sustainable finance agenda. So sustainability disclosure is related to our EU taxonomy. Our EU green bond standard is related to our EU taxonomy. It's not the same in all countries. This is also part of our policy dialogue with the partner countries when we support them in developing a taxonomy to have a reflection about how they link then the development of their taxonomy and they put it and they place it at the center of their sustainable finance agenda.
Very good. Any last words, Mikhail, Madalena?
I'm just going to say that, principle-based taxonomy is agnostic of sector, is also agnostic of size of the business. So, you talk about SMEs, so it is actually relevant to the SMEs because the key thing is really to get them to start embarking on decarbonization practice.
Very quickly, to the lady from IFAD, have a look at the Rwandan taxonomy. We have some provisions in there in the agriculture, forestry, and other land use sector that is reflective of small-scale farming in Rwanda. And maybe a last word on collaboration and interoperability. I think maybe a call of action to the few institutions that are developing supporting governments in development taxonomies, the CBIs, the UNEP FIs, GIZ, IFC, to work together in doing that will support also the type of interoperability that we want to see.
Absolutely. By the way, for IFAD, Ray's our agricultural lead is the audience over there. If anyone wants to speak to you about agriculture, she's a global expert on it. This is about a shopping list for the future. Yes, there are differences because the shopping list looks different in Costa Rica versus Poland. It's necessary that we'll have tailoring on it. But the commonality is built in, and you'll see more tools coming through. Tools will apply to green, to transition, to resilience, to blue, possibly to purple by the time we're finished. I don't know. It's all about guidance for the future for sustainable economies. It's extraordinary what we've accomplished in the last 10 years globally, from Bank Nagara's leadership work 10 years ago on sustainable finance to now the work in Costa Rica and other countries. We're making progress, but we have a lot more to do, obviously. Capital flows are now the job. Real economy, guided by taxonomy as what's going to be lower risk, what's going to be a priority for the future, is where to go. It's not perfect, but it's a damn sight better than we were 10 years ago. And that we must celebrate. We must celebrate. Interoperability will be the theme of the next year. Thank you so much for being here today. A big clap for our audience. For some of you who didn't get your question answered, grab them afterwards as we're going out. I appreciate there's still things hanging in the air. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry to cut off the beginning earlier on. Not too much. We all do.
So, whilst we're preparing for the final session of today in this room, which is about mainstreaming impact management, which will be led by Corinne App, who is our SDG and impact lead. I want to point out to you that we also have a parallel session taking place in room C, led by Jan Raas, who leads our plastics and circularity work. And obviously that session is about plastics and circularity. So if you're looking forward to a change of scenery, you can go down to room C. If you want to learn more about impact management, stay in this room for the wonderful next session with Corinne App, who will introduce her wonderful speakers to you. This is the final session of today, so we'll be closing out at 6. Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? Yes. All right, it's the very last session of today. There's been a lot to mull over, but I'm very pleased to be rounding out the end of day 1 of the Global Roundtable to come back to basics almost a little bit, to talk about impact, impact management, and the governance of impact. This is obviously what brings us together as a community. That's what we've been talking about over the last day, also yesterday. We will be for a few more days. But that doesn't stop the fact that there's still a lot of fragmentation, debate over things like impact and impact management. Should we be looking at single, double materiality? Is it risk? Is it impact? Are they linked? We also have a multitude of approaches to sustainability, impact management. There's a multitude of things that you're engaged on, whether it's human rights due diligence, whether it's risk management, impact management, valuation, impact investing. And we've heard many times, I think, as UNEP and other organizations, that can be a little bit overwhelming. It's great because it's an increasingly well-equipped toolbox, but it's also still a little bit messy. So this session is very special, actually, for UNEP, because for the last 3 years, we have been working together with our peers, basically with other leading sustainability initiatives and stand-setters in the area of private sector and sustainability to try and collaborate and work together and make what is effectively a landscape of frameworks and resources for sustainability by default into something more of an ecosystem by design that can equip practitioners and market players with what they need to deal with sustainability. And so it's my great pleasure today to have a session in which UNEP and our colleagues in this initiative called the Impact Management Platform give you a little bit of an update of what we've been up to and some of the newest releases and latest things that we've been doing today. So my pleasure to be calling our dear partners to the stage. So allow me to start with Vincent Siegering. Vincent is with the OECD WISE Center. WISE, as wisely suggested, stands for well-being, inclusion, sustainability, and equal opportunity, who OECD is currently co-chairing with UNEP, the Impact Management Platform. Next, I'm very pleased to be welcoming also Mark Goff, who is CEO to the Capitals Coalition, and who will be co-chairing with us in the next period of the platform's activities. I'm also very pleased to be calling up Noelia Garcia, who is Head of Sustainability at ISO, the International Standards Organization. Joining us next on the stage is also Susan Stawicki, who is Head of Reporting at the UN Global Compact. As you know, gathering many hundreds of corporations around the world. Last but not least, not a direct member of the platform, not a standard setter per se, but a very importantly involved also market player in our activities is Olivier Wibo from Bloomberg, who is product manager for Sustainable Finance Solutions. And I will be moderating the session. My name is Corinne Abb, and I head up our Impact and SDG team at UNEP. Thank you for all being here today, for being a team. And I think it's fair to say that not necessarily everybody knows about the platform and how we work together as a group, and also, a little bit how we're thinking about impact and impact management. So I'd like to turn it over to Vincent and to Mark first, to just give a little bit of background perhaps on the platform and what we're thinking of when we talk about working together on impact and impact management. So maybe over to you first, Vincent.
Thanks so much, Corinne. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for joining us. So yeah, maybe level setting a little bit first here. So by impact management, we really mean that entire process by which companies, investors, and financial institutions really understand all of their positive and negative impacts on people and the natural environment, by which they respond to these impacts, and also through which on which they communicate their impacts through, for example, corporate reporting. And many of you, in response to regulatory developments, are of course involved in particular these days in that last piece. But of course, impact management is really that entire process of understanding, but also really practicing and responding to these impacts. And so the impact management platform is a collaboration of international organizations and leading standard setters that each sort of contribute little pieces to that puzzle of guiding organizations, guiding financial institutions and companies on that journey. Now, why do we think that is important? Why do we believe in mainstreaming impact management? And that is really the mission of the impact management platform. First of all, of course, because managing impacts is a necessary process to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and to contribute towards greater human well-being. But we also believe that impacts are often at the root of your regulatory, your legal, your reputational risks. And so managing impacts is sort of an imperative from the perspective of those risk management processes. And finally, thirdly, impacts really constitute sort of contributions to our system level risk. So climate change, ecosystem loss, nature loss, and increasingly also inequality really are these system level risks that especially portfolio investors, financial institutions that have large portfolio exposures are exposed to. And so by mainstreaming impact management, we can really make sure that collectively we are tackling these system level risks. Now, as a platform, as a group of organizations, we are 18 around the room. We have organizations that are providing resources, standards, and frameworks to businesses and finance, your mainstream corporates and mainstream financial institutions, but also those looking at impact investing, social entrepreneurship, and really looking at the sort of entire span of that process, from management to reporting to benchmarking. And we think it's really important to have that big umbrella of organizations around the room in order to step by step collaborate with one another and make sure that these resources increasingly speak to each other in a coherent way. And I think especially in a moment where we also see these audiences blurring, right? Like you have more mainstream financial institutions looking at making a positive impact. You have impact investors realizing that they also have to manage their negative impacts on people and the natural environment. And so as those lines start to blur, it becomes increasingly important for us as international organizations and standard setters to come around the room and to work together to make these standards speak to each other in a more coherent way.
Mark.
You just said there that they're doing little things, didn't you, these companies? I'd probably push back on that. Some of the organizations, 18 involved, I think some of them think they're doing big things, maybe. Sorry, taking a bit of a time there. The different words that people use for impact in the community, so well-being is one, true cost, capitals is one that we've been using. But all of these need to come together, and we can't actually make informed decisions unless we've understood the impact and the dependencies of what we do. So all of these organizations are actually activating different parts of the system in different ways. But we have to, if we're going to get any of them to succeed, they have to be working together. So we have to be able to see a continuity between what we're doing within business management accounting, through the financial activities that are going on, through investment, asset management, all the way through to policy drivers as well. We've seen massive growth over the last 5 years particularly around this topic of impact management. And for those of you that were in the hall yesterday, you will have seen some of the figures there. I know the OECD, 70% of the countries that are part of the OECD have well-being plans now. 98 countries actually have been using the system of environmental economic accounts. We think we're at about 25% of the S&P 500 have done some work on the activities around valuation. So all of those different activities, we're now getting to the point where we need to make all of those parts of the system connect up. And the impact management platform is the vehicle where we're going to be able to do that, that connects all of these pieces together. So you may not have heard of what we've been doing up until now, as we've been trying to connect the pieces, but you will hear about us in the future about how we're connecting these pieces of the puzzle together.
Thanks. And I think to make this, get a bit concrete for everyone, I'd like to move on to Noelia and to Susan, also, partners of the platform. We've been, Mark saying, you might not have heard much of what we've done. We've basically been spending a lot of time clarifying and, sort of understanding amongst ourselves key terms, concepts of impact and impact management, going really into the foundations a little bit and getting a common understanding. And maybe it would help the audience, Noelia, Susan, to hear from you, from your perspectives, very different organizations. Noelia, international standards organizations with standards for all sorts of players on all sorts of topics, including many sustainability topics, and Global Compact, focused on the private sector, very large network there of practitioners, how that work, has been relevant to you so far.
Thank you so much, Karin. It's really a pleasure being with the colleagues of the Impact Management Platform here, with all of you. Organizations are key actors in the communities they operate, and as such, they play a very important role in shaping the social, the economic, and environmental landscapes in which they operate. That's why understanding and having a clearer definition and a common definition of impact management is so important, because that will be the only way for supporting these organizations in ensuring that their projects, their initiatives assess, understand, and address those impacts. And it's important to understand also, I think, that talking about impact management is not only about doing good, which it is, but it also makes business sense to consider the impact management. An organization, by considering impact management, will fulfill its corporate responsibilities, but also making sure that they contribute to a more equitable, sustainable, and prosperous society. ISO has been active in that space for many years, has a long-lasting history supporting organizations in managing their impacts by providing frameworks, providing guidelines, and providing best practices on how to consider and align their organization's operations with sustainable or sustainability goals. Example, ISO environmental management systems or many other management systems, the work we are doing today with UNDP to help organizations align their operations with the Sustainable Development Goals. How can they impact operationally? So for us, it has been very important to join the platform and to be part of this community because we fully align with its objectives. The first one is we need to provide tools for organizations to be able to put sustainability at the core of their operations and to align that with the disclosures frameworks and efforts that are happening today. Those disclosure efforts will be an empty shell if they are not linked with robust internal operations that put sustainability at the heart. That's the first thing. The second thing why this has been very important, the work of the platform for us, is to bring coherence in that space. We all agree that this is the alphabet soup, no one understands, a lot is going on, a lot of options are putting, a lot of standards are being put in the market, but for me, that's a signal that actually standards are helpful. Now, it's true that we need to make an effort to create clarity. That's why we are coming all together to do that, to support the market, to support the financial sector, to support regulatory harmonization, so that we all speak the same language, and then we can compare activities, we can measure actually progress. And then the last objective of the platform that really speaks with us is identifying gaps, because there are still tools that are needed, and we believe we can contribute to that.
Thank you. Susan.
So for those of you who aren't familiar with the UN Global Compact, we're the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative, and we have the mandate to inform private sector's contributions on the SDGs. When companies join the Global Compact, they're basically committing to 10 UN principles around labor rights, human rights, the environment, and anti-corruption. And we have capacity building in that we have over 60 country networks or country offices worldwide that support companies wherever they are in their sustainability journey. So if they're just getting started or if they're sophisticated multinationals, we're there to make sure we meet their needs as they move along their journey. We're trying to drive transparency and innovation, and for this reason we have a reporting mechanism that is required of all Compact participants called the Communication on Progress. Every year companies are asked to report on their progress against the 10 UN principles, and we seek transparency and accountability, and really are happy to participate in the work that the partners are doing here to support interoperability, coherency, standardization. Our particular reporting requirement helps inform the UN and governments around the private sector's contribution to sustainability. We also use the data that we collect to inform our programmatic development. And we're also just trying to galvanize the private sector globally to move forward towards a more sustainable future. So we supply data back to our companies through a data visualization tool. Our participants they have the ability to benchmark themselves against aggregate cohorts by country, by region, by sector, so that they understand where they are and where they need to get to. But that's not enough. That's kind of the floor for us. We really rely on the impact management platform to help further supplement our participants' journey. So we leverage the resources that the IMP provides in helping companies go beyond the 10 principles. So we really appreciate the diverse group of partners and the various audience these partners serve, because we're covering all industries and regions globally. And it's great to be able to leverage our partners' various areas of expertise, as we're not fully equipped to answer every question and meet every need. So what we do is we try to serve as a distribution channel for the platform and provide information. The two latest publications from the IMP will be promoting through our various platforms and materials, and also through our UNGC Academy, which is our e-learning platform that a lot of our participants leverage to further their sustainability efforts.
Thanks, Susan. I'd like to round off this maybe first introductory part of the session tonight by turning to you, Olivier. You're kind of coming into the discussion here from a slightly more external perspective, from Bloomberg as a product manager, and it'd be great to hear from you. You hear what we're trying to do as a series of initiatives, standard setters. How does that resonate for a market player like Bloomberg? The fact that we're focusing on impact, that we're trying to work together, how's that going to be relevant to your work?
So yes, all that was very interesting, but I'm coming from a different angle. So for people who don't know what Bloomberg does, we are an information provider for mainly what we call the buy side, the investors. I think we've got 1/3 of our clients, which is the banks, and then a very small portion which are corporates. So really, we are trying to serve our clients. So what I'm going to share with you is what we see speaking with our own clients. So first of all, the good news for impact is that it is part of all our ESG conversation. It is the more vibrant, important topics, and it's growing. So this is good news. Now let me turn to the bad news. Even if 95% of the conversations are about impact, the reality is that it's not adopted as much as the beautiful 95% in the investment process. And the simple reason is very simple. If you are an investor, an asset manager, you are basically supposed to follow the fiduciary duty that your investors, the owner of that data, of that money is putting on you. Being retail to some extent, being a pension funds, being institutions. And most of our asset managers are really making business out of institutions. So until we've got something different than just the traditional fiduciary duty, it will be difficult to get there. So you've got the believers, that's the first category, the non-believers. And amongst those non-believers, there are some people who want to be convinced, by the way. And I'm going to come to that, but the non-believers, to some extent, consider impact as being potentially a concession to the return. So that concessionary aspect is very important. I think that can be clarified with a time horizon investment. Now, for Bloomberg, because we are supposed to serve all our clients, we try to stay neutral. We may have our own beliefs, but basically we are providing data set and tools which help any of our clients to take their own decisions, being full fiduciary duty or believers who think that they can do both. They can do impact and fiduciary duty at the same time. So where do we see IMP being important? I think for me, it is to move from the echo, if I may say that, echo chamber from the impact, pure impact, to democratizing impact to the non-believers. That's the job I feel that you should work in that direction. So how can we do that? How can you do that? First thing is, even for the believers, it will help them to have standardization. You mentioned speaking common language. That's superbly important. Obviously, there is a soup of acronym. It was awful in ESG integration. It's no better in impact. I would just say that to some extent you saw the problem before maybe ESG integration, because 3 years ago you started to put yourself together. So if anything, you've got a head start in that regard. So that's super exciting. So it's important, clarity, transparency, matrix, reporting, all that is very important, and the two papers being about classification or selection of topics are very important. Now, the second thing which is very important and which is going to be superbly difficult is that if you want to convince someone who doesn't want to be convinced, is basically to create that link being SDGs and financial return. I think it's a little bit unfair because nobody asked that for traditional finance to prove those kind of things, but because you are the newcomer, that's on you to prove it. It's going to be difficult. I will suggest to try to look at your topics, and slice that between short-term, long-term, and mid-term, because all you investors have got different type of profiles. So I think that's very important, and to make sure that you, apologies again for this, to lower yourself to speak their own language. And for me, their own language is simple, it's US dollar. If you can monetize something, I'm going to listen to you.
Thank you, Olivier. So hopefully gives you a first flavor of what we're doing and what we're trying to respond to. But as said at the beginning, it's been, a bit of an experiment. We've decided to come together as this group just 3 years ago. So it's been 3 years, and we said we would give ourselves that time to experiment. And so today we're actually very, very pleased because two things are happening. On the one hand, we've kind of come to the end of that phase, which we saw as a foundational phase, and we're doing that with the release of 2 final pieces of reflection, of analysis, after having done a lot of work on terminology, key concepts, on defining impact management and what the different steps of impact management are. And you can find all of that on our website. We've done 2 additional, let's say, pieces of work, R&D on basically topic nomenclature, so different sustainability topics and how we name those, and one on sector classification. So we're very pleased, in this next round to say a few words about that. And the second is to say we've decided that we're going to continue on this journey. But we'll say a bit more about that in a moment. For now, I'd like to turn back to Vincent to maybe introduce some of the R&D work that we have just released to the public.
Sure, thanks, Corinne. So I'll speak to this topic nomenclature bit. So for those of you that are familiar with sort of navigating all these different standards and frameworks, you will know that for as many sort of standards and frameworks there are on sustainability related issues, there are as many ways as sort of classifying and organizing these issues into different topics, right? And this is something that we recognized as a group. And so what we have completed now, and which has just been launched on our website, is really a thorough review of 33 of these standards and frameworks and resources and the way that they both name and categorize these topics. And so this review really looks at sort of that sort of necessary structure that is helping practitioners guide their way around sustainability issues. Now, a few things we found. First of all, that there is a lot of variation in the way that these topics are organized. Second of all, that within these resources, there's sometimes a little piece of sort of conceptual coherence missing that we think collectively we can improve. And this matters, first of all, really because having a thorough understanding of the way that you as an organization, as a business or a financial institution might impact people or the natural environment is really a first necessary step in managing these impacts. And we call this sort of the need for impact management to be holistic. And so having a good common understanding of what these impacts are and what these topics are is really critical for us as a group. And these variations, these differences in the way that we classify topics also impede the connectivity between our different resources. They are an impediment to that interoperability that we want to achieve. And so this review is really a first step for us as a group of organizations towards kind of making steps towards that greater coherence. We are really the primary audience for this work. It's really part of our theory of change that these types of resources are really useful for us and our organizations to improve and again achieve that coherence over time. But we also think that you as practitioners, as financial institutions, can benefit from these resources in sort of understanding how we as a group think about the way that our resources relate to each other. And so we encourage you to take a look at it as well.
Thanks, Vincent. And I'll say a word about the other paper that we've released as part of our initial research and development. This other review has to do with industry or sector classifications. That might sound like a slightly dry topic, although we were talking taxonomies in the previous panel, and though that's just one example of different sustainability resources, norms that are built basically on sector classifications, industry classifications, of which, again, there are many. There's an international standard for such classifications, but each jurisdiction has its own. There are also market, driven classifications, and as with topic nomenclature, that derives certain barriers to interoperability. What this particular review has done is to, first of all, explain a little bit the role of such classifications in sustainability and in impact management. Taxonomies is one example, but there's also a lot of other resources that derive from such industry classifications. Materiality maps would be one example of that. Building up, data sets, rankings, benchmarkings, those are also based on sector classifications. There are a lot of methodologies that increasingly get very specific to different topics. Reporting is done on sectoral lines. Indicators, target setting is done in a sector-specific way. And so making sure that we have interoperable but also fit-for-purpose industry classifications is actually really important. So this is one of the things that's explored in this paper. And then the other thing that you'll find there is also a reflection of some of the things we've found in terms of some of the gaps and some of the things that could be done maybe over time to make these industry classifications more interoperable but also more ready for impact management, as it were. One of the key aspects of that is a more systematic and more coherent approach to how the value chain is considered, for instance. So we'll be, again, using that as a, as an input to our work also within our organizations for our resources that are built on industry classifications so that, we can adapt those. But it's also something for us to engage statistical agencies and those, who basically hold these classifications to move in this direction, hopefully. So that's in terms of some of the latest releases. They're all on our website. I'd like to turn back again also to the panelists, and maybe this time I can start with you again, Olivier. Again, just reflecting, I think, how some of these particular elements, whether it's nomenclature, whether it's industry classifications, the reflections that you have on how that impacts, potentially the work at Bloomberg. Obviously, Bloomberg is one of the entities that has an industry classification, but maybe you also see that as, an area for further work that the platform could do. So it'd be great to hear your views in that regard.
Thank you. To confuse you, Bloomberg, we do have many different kinds of classification. So yes, we started with a kind of traditional market classification with 7 levels. But when we started to create our ESG scores, 4 years ago, we realized the need, the starting point of any analytics, sustainability analytics, is to have a tailor-made classification. So yes, we took into account the supply chain, where the company is operating in supply chain, the operation itself, the business model, and obviously the product and services. So it's a lot of work, so much that we end up with 106 different models. So the way we score different companies, we have got different 106 models. It's a lot to maintain. So the problem of this is that we started with a framework of classification which is not open source. And now, 4 years later, we realize that, hey, we may have taken a different course of action if we had an open source classification. That would have been helping us, and it would have been helping the community in return as well, because in terms of classification, standardization, it's better. It goes without saying. So for that part, Bloomberg, we're not going to take that much benefits. But last year, when we worked with you on something which was more pure impact with the SDG alignment, we were very happy to find that nomenclature that you had about the different sectors or subsectors aligned to the 17 SDG goals. We were even more happy to see that you had that kind of impact mapping for all those different categories. It was open source. It was there for us to use, and using this, we are sort of promoting your good work. So I think it's a win-win for this. No question about that. Now, it is really the classification. It may sound boring, but it's foundational, because anything then on top of this is going to be linked to this. On top of this, it will be the selection of all the indicators, the topics. The topics are linked to the classification. Again, to have something open source is priceless, because I can show my traditional ESG financial materiality scores, and I could, thanks to that research that I need to read about the different topics, because it's open source, I could easily say, for that model, for that company, maybe 60% of the topics I'm using My priority was financial maturity, but maybe 60% of them are impact as well. So it's a kind of very smooth way to democratize what is impact to someone who is just living under the fiduciary duty aspect of things. But the last thing for me, where you could help us, help at least the non-believers to be converted, is to aggregate those numbers. You are specialists. All of you are specialists. You know all those different subtleties. Majority of our clients just want to have an answer to easy questions. So they come to us to say, give me a score. It looks like an ugly word, a score, but it does summarize some complexity. So there are two things that I think, in terms of where we can do better, is one is basically to tell us of all those different topics, which one are more important. Because if I look at the EU, they provide the CSRD with double materiality. They don't tell us which one is financial maturity, which one is impact. At least you answer that question. That's great. The next question will be, which one is more important than the other one? That will be a win. And the last one, and I think I go back to you, Mark, will be, okay, which one is going to be, what will be my monetary impact on my company, on my investment, being short, mid, or long term? That's, I think, the things that, now that we have got the classification, now that we have got the topics, nomenclature, we would love to have the regulator to push for the disclosure, obviously, because without disclosure, it's kind of difficult for us. But the next step is clearly to know which one is what, impact or financial materiality, and what is the weight of them. That was for me.
Thanks, Olivier. And yeah, we've got a lot of things to do in the next 3 or even more years. But Vincent said something earlier on about, you know, this research being an opportunity for, you know, the partners themselves to do introspection and to work with this material, and yeah, kind of, you know, draw the lessons, learn from that. And I wonder, Susan, Noelia, if there are any reflections on your end on, you know, how do you think this kind of research could be used in the future? You know, how would you use something like this, and how could it be an input to what you're doing next within, you know, your organizations, and yeah, helping us move in that direction that Vincent was saying around, you know, connectivity and complementarity between our resources?
Sure. I think with the Global Compact, you know, given that we're kind of a distribution channel for the platform, I think we're also a feedback collection mechanism. So I think when we would want to collect feedback from our participants and inform in future R&D and how various publications and initiatives from the IMP have landed. But I think internally, you know, we've thought about kind of taking a more sector-specific approach. How do we interact with participants who are in sensitive sectors? So I think that kind of sector and topic focus will inform our future programmatic development and maybe some strategic development over time. I think also we want to make sure that we can leverage the data that we're collecting for the platform. I think we would be able to maybe inform kind of R&D for SMEs specifically. Over 55% of our participants currently are SMEs versus companies. So I think there's a big opportunity with the SME space, and I hope we can make a big difference in terms of supporting them with their impact management efforts over time. So I think there's both the introspection for future programmatic development for the UNGC, but I think we also are really committed to helping move the next phase of IMP's work forward however we can.
Thanks, Susan.
It's interesting because everyone that is involved in standardization will know how important starting by agreeing on definitions is. There is no standards word that does not start by, okay, vocabulary, definitions. Every ISO work will start there. And we really understand the importance of that in driving impact investment, in driving impact decision, in actually driving international trade. We have developed standards around circular economy to introduce circularity practices in organizations, and we face now the situation where waste is actually something that you cannot trade because there are international conventions that don't allow you. And we are in those discussions now, like what is waste, what is actually residual materials that can be actually reused in circularity. So just to give a very clear example on how just a definition on what it will be waste, what will be residual materials, can impact the economy and international trade. So being part of this work for me has been very, very interesting to look at the complexity actually of around different nomenclatures, different sector classifications, how this actually reflects, right, the different priorities of the organizations involved, the organizations that develop those definitions. But in terms of reflection, for me, what is important, I think, is that we have the common goal, I think, of the members of the platform of supporting market needs, of making sure that investors understand the actual economic value of impact. So I think it is very important that we come together, and within, of course, the scopes and the limitations of our organizations and the work we are trying to do, how can we bring clarity around that? For me, I said it before, one of the aspects is already how do we link management system standards, impact management, to the whole effort that is being going on today to harmonize reporting so that we can give the right signals to the investors and drive money where it needs to go. So there already, if we agree on those nomenclatures, on those sectorial classifications, I think it will be a very important outcome for the market. And then the other aspect I think that it's been interesting for us as ISO is that usually our work has been very vertical from the sectorial perspective. But then, and that's something that comes out in the research, and you were mentioning the concept of value change, this concept is actually changing. And today, those sectors start becoming interlinked, right? So that's going to have an impact, actually, on the sectorial classification, on definitions. So how, as standardizers, we can support that, and we can adapt to those changes. So this has been, again, one of the pieces that I think has been very interesting for us and make us think, okay, how can we adapt and develop the standards for this situation we are living, right?
Thank you for sharing that, Noelia. I do want to make sure that we have a little bit of time at the end for questions and answers. So at this point, I'd really like to move on to what we were saying earlier on, which is that we've decided to move on for another 3 years as the platform. And so UNEP-FI, we've absolutely cherished the first 3 years working hand in hand, co-chairing the initiative with OECD. And now we're very happy that we're going to get another period where we can work with the Capitals Coalition co-chairing this. And so, Mark, why don't you give a flavor of some of what we're thinking about for the next phase and some of our hopes of what might happen there?
Yes, so first of all, just to respond to Olivia, because I think I should do on that, and then I'll explain a little bit more about what we're doing next. So I think when we're starting to look at consistent information for investment decisions, you're completely right, you need a common denominator, dollars, that you can put that in. That we need those governance processes around that information to be able to do that. So it's completely possible now on every data point you have to give an impact number to it if we wanted to. The problem is the consistency that we can build into that. So one of the next things that we need to do is make sure that that governance processes are there, that we know the box that we're playing in. So we've got the value factors, we could plug them into your Bloomberg terminals tomorrow, but actually the science behind it is solid. But is it going to be able to give you the information you need? Not until we've actually got all parts of the system connected, which is why the IMP is so important, because it's bringing GIN together with the investors. It's bringing the market mechanisms. It's bringing in the business codification and things. So we need all of those pieces to be able to give you what you need, but it is coming. I'm quite sure of that. I won't give you a date yet, because that would be a bit too much. I think the next thing for us here is that there's lots of organizations, as you know, involved in this space. What we are setting out in this next phase is a very common vision of the future. So what is it that we all want to achieve in 10 years' time? And the next piece of that we all want to do is take the best bit of what each of our organizations is doing and feed that into that future. So rather than what we've been doing up until now, that very important bit of understanding what we're doing in the different parts of the system and getting the nomenclature and all of those pieces together, now what we want to do is work out what it is we can contribute to the future. So if each of the organizations you've been hearing about today and the others that we have as part of the IMP can put their best piece of work into that future, then we start having something that everyone can contribute to. So it's not about comparing us, it's about we're all contributing to a future vision. And then we're all going to be activated towards delivering that. So this is why, Olivier, I'm confident we're going to be able to give you that data that you need, because we're all lining ourselves up to be able to contribute to the mainstreaming of this. And each one of us has a different part of that puzzle, as we were saying earlier on, but each one of us can be able to contribute the best of what we're doing into that.
Thanks, Mark. And Vincent, I'd like to give the last word to you before we hand it to the audience.
I'll just, I'll just say we have been co-chairing and co-hosting this platform with Corinne's team at UNEP FI for 3 years now. Collaboration between international organizations is not a given. Good collaboration, I think, is even more rare, and so we just think, it's been a really fruitful and pleasant experience with UNEP FI, and we're equally happy to pass the baton on to Capitals Coalition. These things also can't go on for too long, because then things do get institutionalized, and it's always good to bring in some fresh energy. And so Mark and his team at Capitals Coalition are going to step in as a rotating co-chair, but us at the OECD will continue to be involved, as will all of the other partners.
Thank you so much for a great collaboration, but we just continue, as you say, we're rotating. The point is we continue the collaboration, and that's what's so important. And we've managed to keep a little bit of space for questions and answer. It's very bright, but I did see one hand there and then one up there. So please, sir, in the front.
Thank you. Does this work? This is incredibly formal, this room, I have to say. I'm Douglas Beal. I'm with Boston Consulting Group. So Ronnie Cohen was on yesterday, right, and spoke, and I was seeing now that they're now part of your coalition, right, and they're looking to value the impact, right, and get that recognized. You're titled management, so there's measurement, there's management, there's valuation. What direction are you going, and how, I guess it's a little bit of the philosophy of, do you want to rely on the investors to do the measurement or to recognize what that measurement means for them as they evaluate whether they should invest in a company? Or, sorry, this is a hard question to ask. Do you provide that valuation, right? Or do you rely on the investors to value it themselves depending on what they believe to be financially material? I guess there's a bit of a philosophical question there, right? Ronnie Cohen would say we need to value it and get it out there in the public domain and create those valuations. Does that then take away from the competitiveness of an ESG integration team with an evaluation, within an asset manager, to be able to do that themselves? I guess that's, sorry, complicated question, not very well articulated, but
good questions. But I'd just like, so that we can, there was another hand up, so to make sure that we hear the question.
Karen Wilson, GV Partners, former OECD. First, I wanted to congratulate you all for the incredible work the last 3 years. I know it's been a long, not always easy road, and the work that you've done has been really, really critical and set a really important foundation. I'm so excited about the next 3 years and all of the possibilities. And Mark, it was great to hear from, first of all, thank you for stepping up as the co-chair. I was excited to hear a little bit about the vision. It would be nice to hear a little bit more as well, also in terms of the group, because the group grew a little bit over the first 3 years, but how are you all thinking about the sort of configuration and really being able to deliver something that's going to mainstream in the coming years? Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. And I should take this opportunity actually to just signal to the audience that Karen was part of the inception of this platform 3 years ago. So it's great to have you with us as well today, Karen. Just checking if there's any other hand up. Okay, I think there's one last one, and then we'll go to answers because we'll run out of time. Oh, did I miss one? Okay, 2 questions, then we'll answer, and we'll have to wrap and give the room back. So please, I'm not sure which hand was first, maybe in the back and then in the front.
Hello. Oh, perfect. Hi. I just wanted to understand more about what the platform thinks about the concept of additionality, mainly because obviously you can value, measure, and manage impact, but what's the concept of what if you do nothing? Like, what's the counterfactual in the situation, and how the separate sectors and industries are thinking about this as part of the IMP?
Thank you. And the last question.
Thank you. My name is Dennis West. I'm a researcher at Oxford University, and I'm also chairing an organization called Greenings that is around for the last 15 years, but now really getting into cross-sector collaborations between research and practitioners. My question to you is really, how do you engage with researchers, with the scientific community? And followed up on that, how do you avoid science-based claims that are not really science?
Thank you. I'm sure we can deal with all of that in the next 4 minutes. I just want to answer maybe a couple of things, but would like to turn to everyone else from the group. But there was just a point at the very beginning saying, okay, measurement, management, valuation, like which bit is it? So that is something that we have tried to start clarifying. So management we really take as a term that has all the aspects basically relating to impact, all the way from identifying topics to measuring to then taking action to monitoring, and valuation indeed is a part of all that. So that is something that's actually outlined as the actions of impact management that can be found on the website. But perhaps, and I can come back to some of the questions around the community and growing the community that Karen, and also there was a question here on scientific, but there was a question on valuation more specifically, and I don't know, Mark, if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, so obviously Ronnie is part of the work in the International Foundation and the GCS and the other organizations. There's different tracks to this, so I think we have to, every tree isn't worth $10. You can't just put a number on it and plug it into a system. It's not going to work like that. So it's going to have to rely on the valuation expertise that is already in the system. That's going to have to be there. But you have to follow a structure to be able to do that. So what we're offering here is that consistent structure across the market that should be in the contracts that are done within business. So literally between landowners and those that are on the land. That should be consistent language that's going into the investments, that's going into the policy that's then driving the system. So we would expect the valuation to still sit within the investor's market, and we're not going to say every tree is worth $10. But what we do need to do is make sure there's a very clear structure for how that is done. Because if and this is the problem in the financial markets at the moment, every financial institution is coming up with their own approach on this. And if we do that, we're going to spend another 10 years with everyone claiming my method is bigger than your method. That's not going to help us at all. Compete over the delivery, don't compete over the method. We'll give you the method, you compete on the delivery of it.
Thanks. I don't know if anybody wanted to speak to science-based and the additionality question. I don't want to hog the space on some of these questions. I think maybe some of you wanted to come in on.
I can take the additionality one. You know, the promise of the platform is not that we are all going to sit around the table and create one single resource. The promise of the platform is that we are going to work together as an ecosystem and create standards and frameworks that solve different parts of the process. And impact management involves managing both your negative impacts and also involves considering positive impacts. And right now there is specific audiences that are specifically interested in that, and there are resources that cater to those audiences. On additionality specifically, I recognize that, you know, maybe not all the answers collectively we have found yet on you know, additionality assessments, and there's surely more work to do. And so that's definitely something that we can take on as a platform.
Can I just add as well that there is an attribution framework which many of us in the IMP have been using for a time, equivalent to the scopes 1, 2, and 3. So there is a way of doing it. The problem we've got is actually in Germany, there is no word for counterfactual in German, someone's told me. So we need to work out a language issue with that because it doesn't actually exist. But there is actually an attribution framework that actually helps with some of that, how do we get additionality?
Thank you. I'm mindful of the other questions as well around, I guess, a little bit the community. Karen, you were asking about, you know, future growth potentially. I think you can expect to see a little bit more growth indeed over the next period. We can't make any announcements right now, but I think you can expect to see some of that happening. There was, I guess, a question on the science community in particular. So what you're seeing around the table is basically the community of, you know, the main initiatives, norm builders, mostly in the voluntary space, effectively. And I guess coming from a place of, okay, you know, these are effectively the mechanisms that a lot of practitioners and market players are using as a basis. It's also something that policymakers and regulators look to inform their regulatory and policy building process. And so it's important that, you know, we speak to each other and we drive coherence and we make it a puzzle where the pieces fit, as opposed to having two left arms instead of a left arm and a right arm. And so in that sense, it's been a little bit, you know, kind of speaking amongst that community. But we very much, you know, do want to, I think, over time see how a broader community can take on some of these topics. We've done, you know, some R&D. There's so much more that could be done. And so if this, you know, if the academic and scientific community could chip in there, that will be immensely helpful. I think it's just that we're at the beginning of a process, but very open to doing more on that. So I don't know if there was another question that hasn't been answered. I think we might have done everything, but I don't know if my co-panelists have anything they want to add on any of the points that were raised as well.
Maybe just to complement, but from the ISO perspective, since you responded on behalf of the platform, we do engage with researchers, and actually we encourage researchers and academics to be part of the standards development. Like the ISO process is about bringing all the stakeholders at the table, maybe the ones actually that not necessarily align initially with your views, but that's the value proposition that we propose, like bringing everyone and ensure that there is consensus and agreement, going back to the importance of agreeing on definitions. And in that sense, I have to say that in ISO, we do actually liaise a lot with researchers and academics in our work.
Thank you. Thank you, partners, co-panelists. It's been a pleasure. I hope this has been informative for those who are brave to stay until 6 p.m. There's a lot more material on our website, impactmanagementplatform.org. It's a bit long, but it's not that difficult. We'll also make that material available on the website. Thank you for sticking around with us, and we're still here if you want to talk to us. But for now, have a nice evening. Thank you.
But that's why we I'm more fine. I think it was very
I had my first job at Golden Reach.